My name is Z. I lived with my best friend Gwen. We've been together since we were young and ran away from our foster home. Things were working well until I met my next-door neighbor. His name was Adam. He was too handsome for me to ignore. I fell head over heels for him at first sight. One day I worked up the courage to go over to his place to introduce myself. When I reached Adam's house, his front door was already open. I walked inside and called out his name, but I heard no response. Suddenly, I heard a growl behind me, and I froze. It sounded deep, like it belonged to an enormous dog. When I turned around, I shrieked like a maniac. There was a tiger behind me. A freaking tiger! I screamed again, walking backwards, falling over the couch. I jumped up and tried to run, but the tiger was blocking the door. Suddenly, Adam appeared with a huge stick in his hand. Then he shot it with a tranquilizer gun. The moment the tiger fell, I fainted with relief, my entire world turning black. I woke up to Adam giving me CPR. I felt his hands on my chest, his lips on mine. I woke up gasping, reaching for my inhaler. I was having an asthma attack. Once I became stable, Adam got me some water. I forced him to explain himself to me as soon as I got the courage to speak again. He told me that he was a smuggler. He brought in tigers from abroad and he sold them to rich people living here in our city. He brought them here from the docks in his truck and stored them in the basement. There were 5 tigers in his house at the moment. One of them got out due to rot in the walls. I couldn't make sense of this. How much money could a tiger possibly get him? Could it really be enough to risk being eaten alive? Adam told me that one tiger could go for millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions. I was amazed at this news, with the sale of only one of these animals. This was the kind of money that one could not pass up on. I told Adam that I knew that this operation was highly illegal. If he didn't want me to rat him out, he would have to give me something. He would have to allow me to join his business and get my own share of the sales. At first, he was unsure, unwilling to be blackmailed. I told him about my experience managing my own business, to show him I could be valuable. Eventually, he agreed that he could use a second set of hands, and he was already searching for help. Having his neighbor help him would be convenient, too. He agreed to my terms, and I went home for the evening. The next day, I joined Adam's tiger smuggling trade. Every night at 7 p.m., a buyer would stop by. Adam was extremely careful and only allowed one buyer to visit him each day. The buyers were enormously wealthy. A sheik, a princess of an unknown island, a business tycoon. My bank account began to swell up very quickly. I loved my life so much at that time. I could work beside my crush every day. Adam and I flirted endlessly and even made out on some breaks. I could suddenly afford things I could never even dream of purchasing before. I decorated my house, got all new gadgets, and even bought my roommate Gwen a whole new wardrobe. Gwen was shocked to see how much money I was blowing. She knew I wasn't from a rich family. She knew how much money I made. I know I should have been careful and spent less money around Gwen in order to keep a low profile, but I couldn't help myself. It was my first time being so unbelievably wealthy. Gwen's suspicions grew stronger. She started asking me where I was making all this money. She demanded to know what I was doing in Adam's house every day. I told her that I was dating Adam and that Adam was from a very rich family and so he liked to spoil his girlfriends. Gwen seemed satisfied with that answer, so I moved on. I underestimated her. One day when Adam and I were working down in his basement, Gwen sneaked into his house. She had decided to investigate Adam. She was suspicious of some rich guy spending too much money on her friend for ulterior motives. Unfortunately, we left the coat closet open, which is where the basement door lay. Gwen came downstairs and found us in the basement, surrounded by tigers locked in cages. Gwen demanded to know what the hell was going on. We had no choice but to tell her the whole truth. She had caught us red-handed. Unlike me, Gwen was really freaked out by our illegal activities. She wanted to go to the police immediately, and Adam pulled out his gun to stop her. The scene could have turned grisly, but I managed to convince Gwen not to rat us out. I asked her to join our business instead. Adam was hesitant, but I told him that with Gwen on board, we could hide tigers in our basement as well. One buyer could come to each house per day as planned, but our profits would double. Adam fell in love with the idea then. Gwen was convinced when she heard of the spectacular amount of money she'd receive. Business went smooth and steady for weeks after that day. Adam began to transfer twice as many tigers a week from the docks to the houses. He was the only one allowed to do that. He maintained that only he knew how to handle the tigers and keep them calm. Gwen wanted to go check out the docks, but Adam refused, saying he didn't want to spook out his dealer. The dealer only worked with him. I was fine with that, but Gwen was not. She thought it was weird that Adam wouldn't take us to see the docks where the tigers were brought in. She also thought it was strange that Adam agreed to split his profits with us instead of silencing us with a one-time payment or with his gun. I promised her that Adam was not a killer. Gwen wasn't convinced. She suggested that perhaps the tigers cost a lot more than Adam was saying. Perhaps he was making a secret profit without our knowledge, using our labor to make extra money from us. Gwen and I waited for a day when Adam was out, and we sneaked into his house. I knew that Adam wasn't cheating us, but I had no issues with confirming the price of these tigers online. We needed pictures of them to make sure we got the right quote. We reached the basement and began to click photos quickly. One of the tigers was acting strange. It seemed to be puking. It was crouching weirdly and gagging, but nothing was coming out. Suddenly, the tiger retched loudly, and a packet slipped out of its mouth. I stared at the gross, sloppy item on the floor. It was a small plastic bag full of diamonds. I couldn't believe my eyes. But Gwen was right. Adam wasn't just smuggling tigers into the country, he was also smuggling diamonds. And he was lying to me about it. That one packet of diamonds alone could get Adam a cool $1 billion. He had been fooling us this whole time, giving us a few measly millions while pocketing more money than we could ever dream of. I couldn't believe that he was lying to me. It stung so bad. Here I was thinking that we were becoming partners in work and life, but he was just using me. I knew we had to do something to take control of the situation. Gwen wanted to back out. She said she didn't want to mess with some dangerous diamond smuggler. She said that these are the kinds of people that shot others for money. I didn't want to give up. I couldn't. I was going to have my revenge on Adam for his betrayal. I told Gwen that I had a plan with which we could keep the business and get rid of Adam. When she asked me what I was planning, I responded simply, we had to set all of Adam's tigers loose, right on the street. Gwen called me crazy. Those tigers could hurt anyone, old people, children. We couldn't be responsible for that kind of loss. I told her she could go back to our house and take a picture of one of the tigers leaving. She could use that picture to warn the neighborhood. Animal control would arrive soon enough. The animals would be gone, and so would Adam. We could take over his old clients with the tigers in our house. No one would be hurt, and we would win. Gwen was uncertain, but I was sure. I had spent too long waiting for my crush to make me feel important. Gwen and I went to the basement. We sanitized the entire place, removing all our fingerprints from the surfaces we touched for months. Then we left the room and used the remotes to open up the tiger cages one by one. We let out all 5 tigers in Adam's apartment and raced out the back door. We snuck into our house through the yard, making sure to avoid the neighborhood cameras at all times. We called the police and animal control, both of which showed up in no time. The tigers were apprehended and caged before the end of the day. No one was injured, though many people were dearly frightened. Gwen and I were congratulated and celebrated for a quick warning on social media that allowed people to barricade themselves in their houses before the tiger attack. The police captured Adam and took him into interrogation for the incident. I knew what Adam was going to do now. I knew he would tell the police all about me collaborating with him. He would tell them about the tigers hidden in my basement and my history as his partner. As I predicted, the police showed up to my house later that night. They came in full force with a search warrant in hand. Gwen and I let them in. Just as we planned, they searched the entire house and found nothing. They went with us into the basement and saw nothing other than old laundry. They were confused, as Adam's testimony had sounded really solid, but I assured them that Gwen and I were upstanding, moral citizens who would never partake in something so strictly illegal. I told them that Adam had a crush on me for a very long time, and he was angry that I had not only rejected his advances, but it was my tip online that got him caught. The police had no choice but to believe me. After all, they had no evidence to say otherwise. Before the police arrived at my house, Gwen and I had moved the tigers we had hidden. We were rich now. We were not the same broke girls without resources from a few months ago. We had connections. We moved the tigers to a farm nearby and sanitized the entire basement so no chemical evidence of their existence could be found. I had stolen Adam's phone and contacted all his clients as their new source. Then I used his phone's location history to find his dealer. This way, we took over Adam's business while he sat in federal prison. Expensive tigers hiding priceless diamonds. Gwen and I had never held a more powerful job. We were like the kingpins of our town, hiding in our modest house and living like queens. We could buy whatever we wanted, go wherever we wished, and have whoever we craved. We wanted to avoid suspicion, so we continued to stay in our old house. From the inside, we did it up better than a luxury hotel. Life was perfect, until the day Adam was let out of prison. He'd gotten out early due to good behavior and community service. This was terrible news for Gwen and I. I was scared that he could come back like a ghost haunting us for ruining his life. Over the last few years, as the police had forgotten us, Gwen and I began to store tigers at the house once more. I was suspicious that Adam would tip off the police and send them here again, now that he was free. Gwen said we couldn't be sure he would do that. She wondered if Adam would return to us and try to make things work. I scoffed at her hope. I had sent Adam to jail, so why wouldn't he try to do the same to me? I knew we had to make plans to get rid of the tigers before Adam could rat us out. Gwen and I quickly got to moving the tigers to our farm. As we loaded one of the cages into our truck, a small mishap caused the door to break open as it slammed onto the ground. Neither of us saw it coming, and the tiger leapt from the cage like a beast, kicking the gate open. The force of the gate slamming against me sent me flying against the ground. It knocked my lights out, and I fainted. my world fading to black. Seconds later, I felt hands on my chest, thumping. I felt soft lips touching mine, and I opened my eyes. Adam was sitting over me, giving me CPR. After all these years, he was here, saving me again. I looked around me and saw that the tigers were gone. I asked Adam where they were. Gwen said that Adam helped her move the tigers back into our basement. She said that they didn't need to shift the tigers to the farm anymore. When I accused Adam of sabotaging our plan, Gwen stopped me. She said she wanted me to stop assuming the worst about Adam, that he was a better person than I had imagined, and he was here to bury the hatchet. Maybe we could move on from the years of ugliness and work together again, Gwen suggested. What the hell was she talking about? I was completely confused. Why was Gwen being so partial to Adam? Why were they both exchanging looks with each other? What was going on? Gwen walked over to Adam and took his hand in hers. Then she told me her secret. She and Adam had been writing letters to each other while he was in prison. She said they had fallen in love with each other. Gwen had been uncertain about whether Adam would come back for her after prison. He had proven himself, however. He was here and not for revenge. He wanted to be with her, and she wanted to be with him, in work and in life. I had never been more shocked in my life, and I have been through some really shocking things. I felt utterly betrayed. Gwen knew that I'd had a crush on Adam for the longest time. She also knew how Adam had lied to us about the diamonds. She said she didn't care, that Adam had explained all of it. She said it was normal for Adam or anyone else to not want to share their profits with strangers right away. She said that it was I who was wrong for getting Adam thrown in jail instead of talking to him about it. I couldn't believe Gwen was really taking the side of this strange criminal over her best friend. Gwen assured me that everything would be fine, that the three of us would work together again just like old times. It wasn't going to be like old times. I knew that. Gwen and Adam started their own life. They soon got married, and Gwen even got pregnant. She literally stole my boyfriend and shacked up with him. I no longer fit into their life nor their business. I decided to separate myself from them, and I embezzled money into some more legal projects. The moment I began to make a sizable profit with these projects, I quit the smuggling business. I no longer wanted to look at Gwen and Adam and know that I was alone. Even though I quit, I couldn't get them out of my head. The jealousy was driving me insane. Why did Gwen get to have the life that I wanted, that I deserved? I wanted to take it away from her. It was I who had truly boosted their business. It was I who had secured profits from Adam all those years ago. Without me, Gwen wouldn't even have a business to split. I decided to make a plan to rat them out, to have them arrested and keep the business for myself. I found a man named Jeeves, a bounty hunter who helped frame people for copious amounts of money. I paid him off and told him what I needed to get done. I told him about the tigers and how we would have to transport them before we framed Gwen and Adam. Jeeves and I formed a plan, and he came over to my house to execute it. We were going to Gwen and Adam's house, and then we would call the cops from their basement, saying we discovered hidden tigers. Adam already had priors. They would believe us without a doubt. When we finally met up with Adam and Gwen in their house, I got my phone out to call the police. I didn't need to. We were already surrounded by the police. I just didn't know it yet. Once we were all in the same room, Jeeves pulled out his gun and revealed his true identity to us. He was a detective, sniffing out a tiger smuggling ring here in our city. He had recorded every single thing I had told him, and he had enough proof to arrest all three of us for animal cruelty and the destruction of 100 other state and federal laws. The police jumped out of the shadows and arrested all three of us. I couldn't believe my fate, and I couldn't stomach how careless I had been. I had vetted Jeeves, but clearly I hadn't done it thoroughly enough. I was so eager to get what I wanted that I let my guard down. I was tossed into federal prison. Gwen and Adam testified against me, saying it was me who owned the business all along. They told them how I had released tigers all those years ago to frame Adam. They said I had forced them to work with me for years and threatened to kill them and their child if they tried to back out. I was filled with so much rage at this fake testimony that I began to scream at them with anger during the trial. The judge made the cops seize me and send me back to my cell. My cell has been my home for 10 years now. Gwen and Adam did minimal time. After all, no one wanted to take a child's parents away from it. I was blamed for everything that happened, and it was I that did the time. I was tortured by rage and loneliness in my cell, furious that with all my power and strength, I could not destroy my crush and my best friend.
Hi, I'm Haley, better known as Haley, or Princess Haley, the poetess turned supermodel.
I don't think they know.
Of course they do. Everyone knows me. We'll get to that later. First, like and subscribe to MSA because I have a crazy story to tell you. My great-great-great-great-grandfather's sister was married to the Duke of Scotland, so that made us partially royal. Dad got a big chunk of land and inheritance, but he sold that and moved to New York to work as a designer where he met my mom. They got married and had me, but when I was 10, Mom decided to turn into a spiritual yogi. Truth is a myth. Happiness is a myth. Life is a myth.
The only thing true is today, and today will be tomorrow, and tomorrow the day after.
What is she saying, Dad?
I wish I knew.
Mom went bonkers, left for the Himalayas, and never came back. Dad was sad for a while, but then he threw himself into his work and started his own fashion line. And as for me, I fell in love with poetry. Roses are red, violets are blue. A face like yours belongs in a zoo.
Hold up. Violets are not blue. Violets are just, violets? I don't know. Who made this dumb poem?
It's poetry, okay? It doesn't always have to make sense.
Yeah, so I loved poetry and spent hours in my room reading and writing stuff from scratch. I dreamt of publishing my own set of poems when I grew up. But then I turned 18 and everything changed. I was at a shoot for Dad's new fashion venture when a photographer saw me and was totally floored.
She's a diva. I've never seen so much beauty in my life before. She should be the face of your brand.
Turns out the photographer was right, and I was a natural. The ad went live after a week, and everyone loved me. I had fan accounts on social media, and my life became a series of parties and fancy dinners. At one such dinner, Dad introduced me to his investor's son, Marcus. He was the only heir to his dad's multi-million-dollar business, and he was dumb as a button.
Dad got me a private jet last week for my birthday. Pick a country, and I'll take you for dinner there.
Really? I've always wanted to visit the United States of never in this lifetime.
That sounds like a cool place. Where exactly is it?
Oh, it's close to I Can't Believe You're So Stupid.
I've never heard of it, but I'm sure we could make something work.
This guy was unbelievable, and no matter how much I tried stalling him, Marcus just never gave up.
Poor guy.
You want to date him? I'm pretty sure he's single, and I can put in a good word for you.
No thank you.
Anyway, a few months passed, and my life as a model only got busier. I hardly got time to breathe and was constantly tired. I tried telling Dad about it, but he always had one thing to say.
It's just a phase. Just get a good night's sleep, and you'll be fine.
No, Dad, I need a break.
Breaks are for losers, Haley. You're on top, and if you want to stay there, you'll have to push your limits.
I tried, but things kept getting messier. And then one day during a party, I just decided I'd had enough. So when Dad was busy talking to some stupid investors, I slipped away, rushed across the street, and slid into a taxi. Let's go.
I need a location, ma'am.
Just take me to the first place that comes to your mind. Anywhere.
As you say.
The driver hit the accelerator and rushed through traffic, landing us straight in front of a public bathroom. You couldn't think of anything better?
I was under pressure, and I haven't peed in almost 12 hours. This is the only place I could think of. Now wait here, and I'll be back in 10.
You'll take 10 minutes to pee?
Yes, I have a big bladder, okay? Runs in the family, actually. Why am I telling you this?
No idea. The driver shot me a glance and darted to the bathroom. When he walked back, I noticed he was kind of cute.
You're drooling.
Am not.
Want me to zoom in?
No, that won't be necessary, and I thought you were zipping it up.
Whatever.
Anyway, the guy introduced himself as Tyler and offered to take me to a diner close by, and I happily agreed. As the order came, I stuffed my face in food, while Tyler gave me a soft smirk.
So, what's your story?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid to trust a taxi driver in the middle of the night.
I was hungry, and you looked harmless. Also, I always carry pepper spray in my bag, so in case you act funny, I'm well equipped. Tyler shot me a funny look before bursting into a laugh. I joined him, and the two of us ended up having a great time. I was kinda disappointed when he dropped me back home. I didn't think I'd ever meet Tyler again, but the next morning, while I was leaving for my shoot, I saw him outside my house. So, you've been thinking about me, I see?
You left this Minion keychain in my car last night.
Oh, this! Haha, of course! It's my lucky keychain! You know it's important to be lucky or you'll get unlucky. And you can't get unlucky because then you're just sad. And I don't want to be sad, so thanks for making me lucky. Sorry, I mean, bring my luck back. I should go.
Actually, I was thinking, do you want to grab some ice cream? Or not, you're probably busy. Darn right she is.
I turned around and saw Marcus walking in our direction.
Why are you talking to this loser, Haley? Is he bothering you?
The only thing bothering me is you, Marcus. Tyler here is a friend.
Really? I didn't know you were friends with sewer rats. What did you just call me?
Tyler stepped up with his fists balled up, but I got in the way. He's not worth it. And Marcus, stop butting in my conversations and find someone else to waste time with.
Marcus looked furious, but I just held Tyler's arm and left. He was still mad when we got to the ice cream parlor, but I calmed him down and we ended up having a great time. Tyler was cute, easy to talk to, and he had the best taste in music. We got talking, and I told Tyler everything about my life and how I actually wanted to be a poet, but Dad was against it. Tyler tucked a strand of hair behind my ears and came closer, and my heartbeat was in chaos.
Excuse me! I think I need to get myself checked for diabetes.
You're spoiling my moment.
Fine.
So, yeah. After that day, Tyler and I just got closer. He would drop by at my shoots with my favorite coffee and we'd go for drives. I was the happiest I'd been in months with Tyler around. But of course, Marcus hated it.
What are these rumors about you going around with that gutter-faced taxi driver?
Firstly, that's none of your business. And secondly, they aren't rumors. I genuinely like Tyler.
So you'd choose that poor rat over me? Are you blind or just dumb?
Tyler is twice the man you'll ever be, Marcus. At least he works hard to pay his bills than just feed off his father's money like a parasite. Now get out of my way. I accidentally pushed Marcus a bit too hard, and he landed in a bunch of chairs. I'm sorry.
You'll pay for this, Haley. Mark my words.
Saying that, Marcus just got up and left, and when I got home, Dad was waiting for me, looking like a ball of fire.
What were you thinking, Haley? Marcus's dad is our biggest investors, and you hurt his son.
He was being annoying, Dad, and it was barely a scratch.
That's not the point. You need to treat Marcus better. He's not just anybody. He's a
moron. And he's rude and flashy. I'm already doing everything you're asking me to do and literally left all my dreams behind.
Like what? Become a poet and roam around asking people to read your stupid poems? Let's face it, Haley. You're doing so much better here with me. Now remember, next time you see Marcus, be nice and don't do anything stupid.
I wanted to argue more, but Dad got a phone call and he left. I was so bummed when I met Tyler the next day and told him what happened.
You did the right thing by standing up for yourself.
I don't know. Dad's not happy at all.
He'll be fine. Now come on, I want to show you something.
We were sitting on a bench overlooking the ranch when Tyler turned to me. He held my hand in his, and I felt my cheeks turn red.
Haley, I know it's probably a long shot, and you look like a dream in this moonlight, but I can't keep this to myself anymore. I think...
Before Tyler could finish, someone pushed him hard and he landed on his face. I turned around and saw Marcus standing behind us. What the heck are you doing here?
Your dad has been calling you for hours, but you weren't answering. He thought someone kidnapped you and came to me for help, so I used my contacts to track you. And now, I'm gonna tell everyone how this guy abducted you. Unless, of course, you agree to come with me.
I'd rather eat a bag of worms than go anywhere with you.
Don't make me force you. I'd punch your teeth in before you touch Haley. Uh-huh, let's see what you got.
Marcus punched Tyler, but Tyler ducked away just in time. He kicked Marcus in the shin before punching his face.
Not my face, you moron!
Just then, the police walked in along with Dad. Marcus must have alerted them once he knew where I was.
Take him. He kidnapped my girlfriend and then hit me. See? He bruised my perfect jawline. I think I'm feeling dizzy.
Saying that, Marcus dropped to the ground like a fly and passed out.
Okay, I take my words back. Marcus is a moron.
Finally, we agree on something. Marcus was carried off in an ambulance. Tyler got arrested and I tried to stop the police, but Dad shoved me in the back of his car and took me home. Why would you do that? Tyler is innocent and Marcus is lying. I need to talk to the police.
You can't.
Why not?
Because I'll lose everything.
That's when Dad told me that a few months back, he ran into money troubles and started gambling. He even got involved with some illegal businesses and would have been in jail if Marcus's dad hadn't used his connections to help Dad out.
The only condition was that you and Marcus get married.
You've got to be kidding me!
I'm not. Marcus fell for you the day he saw your first dad. He's the one who told his dad to invest money in my business.
I thought you guys were old friends. Dad, I'm not marrying that jerk.
You don't have to marry him. You just need to date Marcus. I will stall the wedding by a few months and figure out a way to get out of this debt. Please, help me.
I wanted to say no, but Dad was practically begging me. I'd never seen him so helpless in my life before, and it crushed my heart. That night, I called Marcus and told him that I was ready to give him a chance if he took back his complaint against Tyler. Marcus agreed, and the next morning, Tyler was out. I went to the station to see Tyler, but before I could say anything, he spoke.
I don't think I want to see you anymore. You and I come from very different worlds. Reputation is everything for me, and I can't keep going to jail because of you. So it was nice knowing you, but goodbye. Really? Is that how you feel about me? Yes, just please, stay away from me.
Before I could say another word, Tyler walked away. I rushed after him, but Marcus got in my way.
You heard him, Hales. He doesn't want to see you. Now, be a good girlfriend and forget about that leech. I have planned something exciting for you.
The next few weeks were a blur. I missed Tyler terribly and tried reaching out to him, but he never responded. I wanted to go to his place and talk to him, but Marcus was stuck to me like chewing gum. And now he was even more controlling than ever.
You look hideous in that dress. Change it.
It's my dad's design.
Well, it sucks. And keep your hair down. It hides your ears better. In fact, you should get plastic surgery to fix those ugly ears. The nose needs a little work too.
I'm fine just the way I am.
You could be better.
Marcus was horrible, and Dad was nowhere close to getting the money. I didn't know what else to do except wait, but we were running out of time, and soon my engagement was announced. On the engagement day, I felt heavy and heartbroken. I was in the room, weeping my eyes out, when I heard some voices. I rushed outside to see Marcus holding my dad by the collar.
What do you mean you can't pay for a champagne fountain? I already told all my friends. I don't have that kind of money, Marcus. You know that. Then beg, borrow, rob a bank. I don't care. It's customary in our culture for the girl's father to pay for everything.
Marcus kept screaming at Dad, and I felt my blood boil. I walked up to Marcus, punched him in his gut, and he winced like a little boy.
What do you think you're doing?
It's customary in my culture to punch the guy if he acts like a jerk. And for the record, this engagement is off.
You can't do that. I'll ruin you and your family.
Try me. I took Dad's hand and the two of us walked out of the venue. As expected, Marcus's dad pulled out his investment and tipped off the police about Dad's involvement in the illegal business deals, and he got arrested. Dad lost the company, and his case went to trial, but fortunately, we had enough savings to hire a good lawyer, and Dad's sentence was reduced to 6 months.
I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess, Haley. I wish I was a better father.
You can be one now, Dad. It's never too late. Are you crying?
No, I'm not! Don't look at me! I'm hideous!
I don't disagree. Anyway, I picked up modeling again and moved to a smaller apartment. Marcus tried getting in touch a few times, but I got a restraining order against him, and a few weeks later, I saw on the news that his dad was arrested for smuggling. Karma paid him a visit after all. Everything was falling in place, except I still missed Tyler a lot. I had gone to visit him at his family ranch, but his neighbors told me he'd moved. A few months passed, Dad got out of jail, and I finally quit modeling. I wanted to give poetry an honest shot and was writing in a cafe when I heard a familiar voice behind me.
Glad to see you're still writing.
Tyler? Oh my God, how have you been?
Good. I quit working as a taxi driver and got into college. We even sold the place on the ranch to move closer to college.
I know, I visited. Listen, Tyler, I know you don't want to see me, but...
Let me stop you right there. Whatever I said at the police station that day was because Marcus threatened me and my family, Haley. As much as I loved you, I couldn't let him hurt my mom and grandma the way he hurt me. So I decided to let you go. And it was the most difficult thing I'd ever done.
You should have just told me the truth, Ty. And hold up, did you say you loved me? Hi, my name is Astrid, and I was born on water, to my parents who worked as traders on a ship. From the moment I opened my eyes, I saw open skies and endless ocean. I took my first steps on rocky waves. So while the adults got seasick, 2-year-old me could run around laughing as if I was on a swing. I was made for the sea, and I was terrified of land. The first time I set foot on Earth was when I was 4. It was crazy hot, and there were so many people around that I freaked out and climbed on top of my mom's head. Let's go back to the ship, Mama. We need supplies, Astrid. I can't see. I just cried till she took me back to the water, and after that, I never went with her on supply runs. I stayed with my uncles on board and learned to fish and sail. By the time I was 15, I had learned everything about our ship. I could take the captain's place any day. I loved my life and my family, but some of us had bad habits. My uncles loved to steal at every stop we made, and it got us into lots of trouble. Their worst disaster was the night we docked in a town in England. I heard noises in the middle of the night, and I saw my uncles moving a huge chest on board. They also had 2 kids with them, and they looked scared. My uncles locked them in a cabin. What are you both up to?
We were doing a little loot, and these kids caught us.
A loot? You promised you'd stop stealing. Let those kids go.
We'd have to go to jail if they talked. We're not hurting them. Stay out of it, Astrid.
They left, but I wasn't letting this go. We couldn't just take whoever we wanted. I picked the lock, and when the door opened, the boy jumped on me.
Let us off this ship, you crazy pirate.
Shut up, you'll get us caught.
I'm gonna jump off this ship. I won't let you take us.
No, stop it. I can help you. I pulled out a small boat and sneaked the 2 prisoners in while my uncles were busy sneaking in more loot. As I rowed them to shore, I begged the boy not to report my ship. I don't want my family to go to prison.
They should be in prison. They're pirates.
They just have bad habits. Promise me you won't tell, or I'm taking us back.
I'm the son of the governor. If I go missing, your family is toast. You better take me back.
What I didn't realize was that my uncles were getting ready to leave as fast as ghosts. Just as I turned back from shore, I rode my arms off, but the ship was going too fast. They couldn't even hear my screams. I jumped off the boat and tried to swim, but the fog consumed the ship. When I opened my eyes, I was in a beautiful room. I was lying on silk sheets with candies and biscuits all around me. Was this heaven?
You're alive. Remember me? I'm Will.
The moment I heard his voice, I freaked. I'm stranded on land. Land!
Calm down.
I raced out of his gigantic house, and when I saw nothing but people and streets, I wanted to throw up.
Don't draw attention to yourself.
I see soldiers. I could ask them for help. Suddenly, Will pushed me back into the house and locked the doors behind him.
You can't talk to soldiers. If they catch you, they'll throw you in jail.
What? Why? That's when he told me how bad my uncles had messed up. They'd stolen 3 chests of gold from a government ship. Everyone knew which ship did the robbery. They were sending a fleet after my family right now. No shelter, no food, and no family. Was my life ruined? I was panicking like a fish out of water, but Will asked me to stay in his house.
You can be my servant. Father will give you a room for that. You saved me and my sister. It's the least I can do.
Will I get free food?
Yes.
Thank you.
You can even come to school with us.
What school? Once he got over his shock, Will told me about his weird life on land. There was a building where all the kids went every day, and they listened to people talking for hours. It sounded boring, but when Will took me with him for my first day, it turned out to be awful. I was fierce and loud as a sailor, while everyone else was so proper and polite. The first time I made a fart joke, everyone screamed. Will was the only one laughing. And the worst part, everyone could read except me. I only knew how to read maps, not these crazy long books. What an idiot. My 6-year-old sister can read. Right. Did she just step off a boat?
She's from a poor village in the south, and she's my servant, so don't be rude to her unless you want to fight me.
Everyone stopped laughing right away. Wow, Will had some power. I was happy he was with me, even though it was annoying to listen to his orders and carry his things around. He even taught me how to read at home. I was protected in his shadow from everyone, except his childhood friend, Diane. She was really suspicious of me. Where did you come from? Where are your parents? What is that accent? She was a sly one. She noticed I didn't know how to use common objects, and I couldn't name any of the villages down south. One day, the teachers told us we were all going on a fishing trip. We were going to be on water, and I was so excited. But when we got on the boat, I saw the captain was not in his senses. He wasn't steering right, and the current couldn't catch us and pull us into the sea. When I told the teachers, they just ignored me, and soon we were bouncing on really rocky waves. All the students were throwing up. This was a disaster. That's when we heard a splash, and people started screaming. Diane fell off the boat! Without missing a beat, I tied a rope around me and jumped. Diane was thrashing like crazy, and I had to slap her to calm her down. Then I swam with her back to the ship's ladder and pulled her out. I can't believe it. You saved my life. We're going back to shore. I'm steering the boat now. Get out of my way! It was easy to fix our path while the stupid captain snored on the floor. When we finally reached shore, everyone cheered loudly. In an instant, I was famous. Everyone was in awe of me and they wanted to be my friend. One boy even asked me to have dinner with him and teach him how to sail.
My servant is busy with me. Sorry.
Why'd you do that?
What if he finds your secret? I'm just protecting you.
Are you jealous of all the attention I'm getting?
Certainly not.
Diane was the one who changed the most. She apologized for being so cold to me and grabbed me in the tightest hug. From now on, we're best friends. Come on, I'll teach you how to dress. Well, I was here now. I'd made friends in this crazy, unfamiliar place, and I was building a life of my own. Until one day, when soldiers came to see Will's father.
The robbers who stole our gold have returned. Their ship is on the dock.
No way! Will and I ran up to the coast, and it was my ship. Soldiers were taking my family out in chains.
Please, we left our daughter here. We need to find her. You can take all the gold back. That's not how we do things. Pirates go to prison.
No! I wanted to jump into my mother's arms, but Will pulled me away. I can't just leave them.
There's nothing you can do by getting caught. We'll figure something out. Let's go home.
When I went home, soldiers were already waiting for me, and Diane was with them. That's her. That's the girl from the pirate ship.
Diane, what are you doing?
Keeping us safe. She's a criminal. That's a lie. Everyone knows the robbers came back for a lost girl your age. You don't know where you're from, and you're terrible at everything except boats, because you're a pirate. I saved your life, you witch! I attacked Diane, but the soldiers pulled me off her and dragged me to prison. They threw me in a cell, and she couldn't care less. Why are you doing this? My parents planned my engagement to Will when I was a baby. I'm not letting some dirty pirate steal him from me.
I would never marry someone like you.
Will, I just...
Before I break my rule and hit a woman, get out.
I spat in her face before she left. She could hit me in my cell. I was going crazy with anxiety. What was going to happen to us? The only visitor I saw all day was Will, who came to see me at lunch. He tried to get his father to release us, but he kept failing. And then one day, everything took a turn for the worse. I woke up one night because my whole cell was shaking. It was an earthquake. People were running outside, and I was just locked in here. Thankfully, it died out soon, but the real disaster came the next morning. There were no birds in the sky, not one. Everything was silent. Even the ocean was quiet, and it was slowly shrinking. This was bad. Guards! A giant wave is gonna hit the town. You have to ring the alarms. Obviously, they laughed at me. No one here had heard of waves taller than buildings hitting shore, but I'd heard stories on the ship. That afternoon, Will showed up to my cell with his father. He'd finally convinced the governor to release me. Sir, the earthquake last night, it's gonna flood the town. You have to tell the people to run.
What is she talking about?
Look at the sea. It's shrinking, as if all the water is getting sucked in. That water will return in huge waves. No one here will survive.
How do you know this?
Because I'm a pirate. I know the sea. And ask the other fishermen, they'll tell you. When the governor saw the fishermen already packing their things and running away, he finally called the alarm.
Release all the prisoners and animals. All citizens, run inland, now.
My family was finally freed, and the soldiers gave everyone horses to make our escape. I'd never ridden a horse before, but Will took my hand and pulled me up behind him. The horses galloped inland, just as the ocean broke through the shore, destroying buildings like an angry god. Mother Nature was terrifying. I saw Diane on a horse with her father, and when she saw me with my arms around Will, she screamed and fell off. Oh my God! I yanked on Will till he stopped the horse and ran to get her back. Why do you keep saving me? I hate you! Just shut up and run! I literally threw her on our horse, and we didn't stop riding until we reached the next town. The town's governor agreed to help us and gave all the refugees food and shelter. I hugged my parents tight, sobbing loudly. I miss them so much. How did you survive here? Who took care of you? I introduced them to Will, and they literally fell to his feet with thanks. Suddenly, Will's father marched up to us, and Will said,
No, you can't put her parents back in jail. Actually, I'm here to thank Astrid. We lost our town today, but we could have lost all our people, even my son. According to Will's stories, this is the 3rd time you've saved his life. I'm yours.
All right, let's clear this up. This whole Goldilocks and the 3 bears story, total nonsense. Bears, please. If I'd seen one, I'd have bolted. Want to know what really happened? Well, it involves uncovering the biggest secret of my life. And yes, meeting a ridiculously handsome prince. Hey, why should Cinderella and Rapunzel get a prince in their stories and not me? I'm Goldilocks, and I'm from Belgium. I grew up in a tiny cabin in the woods, surrounded by endless trees and animals that, spoiler alert, don't burst into songs like in the movies. It was just me, Mom, and Dad. Dad was a carpenter who made furniture out of fallen trees, and Mom sold crafts at fairs, our version of Amazon Prime. We lived simply, growing our own food, reading by candlelight, and with no electricity or Wi-Fi. I had no clue what I was missing out on. I was always super curious by nature, and Mom always warned me that it would get me into trouble, but I never listened.
Goldilocks, what are you doing? The door says, do not enter. Remember, curiosity killed the cat.
Yeah, but don't cats have 9 lives? I'm just trying to live my best one.
What happened when I told you not to touch the beehive?
But we get honey from there. How cool is that?
Not when your face swelled up like a balloon. Some things are better left alone. You should play it safe, like your dad and me. We work hard and life isn't always easy, but at least it's real. And by being real, you'll always fit in.
But everything changed when I started high school in a small town outside the forest. After being homeschooled, I knew things would be different. I had an epic meltdown before I left.
Please, just button up your shirt. You don't want to be late on your first day.
But it's too tight.
Then wear the blouse.
It itches. I know, my t-shirt is just right. Oh no, but it won't match my shoes. High school was a whole new world. No more dodging tree branches or picking berries. Suddenly, I was navigating crowded hallways and trying to crack the code of cafeteria cliques. No matter how hard I tried, I just didn't fit in. Also, it took me so long commuting back and forth from school, and it was super tiring. So when I spotted a neon flyer at school advertising available spots in new on-campus housing, I saw my chance to make some real friends. Sure, there would be chaperones around, but I'd also finally have a little space for Mom and Dad.
Be yourself, and please, trust that your new roommates will see how brilliant you are. And maybe this time, try not to do the whole which seat is the most perfect analysis out loud.
Noted. I was bouncing with excitement to meet my new roommates, praying they'd like me. Turns out, I had nothing to worry about. The door opened to the most handsome guy I'd ever seen, with blonde waves and sparkling blue eyes.
Hi, I'm Rupert. Let me get those bags for you.
He casually lifted my heavy suitcase with one muscly arm like it was nothing. Winnie was like a walking fashion magazine, with highlighted curls cascading down her back.
Ooh, what fun. Somebody needs a makeover. You can borrow my clothes anytime. And you should.
Teddy was this cute tech hippie who was always meditating in designer clothes.
Your aura is amazing. Now, tell me everything about yourself.
Finally, someone who wanted to know about me. We all clicked instantly. Even when I started my usual Goldilocks seating analysis, they didn't flinch. Okay, so sitting on this end of the sofa would give me a chill because it's by the door, and the other end is no good because you can't see the TV. But the middle, it's just perfect, halfway to the kitchen and the exit.
Wow, I've never thought about it that way.
So cute. You should live in my pocket.
Please, tell me more about your seating philosophy.
At first, they seemed like an absolute dream. Winnie and I would spend hours laughing as she styled me.
You're practically my twin. You must come to New York and meet my family. They'll probably want to adopt you.
Rupert always offered to help put up shelves and fix stuff and always wore a tool belt.
Sometimes it's hard being this beautiful. I've heard it can stall your career.
Teddy always complimented me and had my favorite frothy coffee in hand.
Here's a little thank you. Now that you're here, the room's brighter, and the energy levels have skyrocketed.
I felt most at ease with Teddy. I couldn't help wonder if he liked me, and a part of me hoped he'd ask me out. But just as I was settling in, things got weird. I started wondering where Winnie got all her clothes. She rocked the latest trends daily without repeating outfits and kept giving me tons of clothes too. Seriously, how could she afford that on a high school budget?
Oh, my mom has a boutique in San Fran.
I thought you were from New York. I noticed Winnie blushing.
Oh, yeah, they moved because of bed bugs.
Then one time, when I asked Teddy to fix the Wi-Fi, I caught him frantically searching YouTube for a tutorial.
I was just double-checking. Old electrics. Better safe than sorry.
The building was brand new, and wasn't he a tech guy? But the real head-scratcher came when I found Rupert coming out of a room I'd never noticed before. He was locking it up when I caught him.
Oh, it's just my personal gym. I'm a bit funny about people using my equipment, so please respect that and don't go in.
Here's the thing, he was never sweaty afterward. My curiosity got the better of me, and one day, when everyone was out, I stood in front of the mysterious door. Rupert must have forgotten to lock it. Mom's warning about curiosity killing the cat echoed in my head, but I couldn't resist. Just as I reached for the doorknob, I felt a presence behind me. I spun around to find Winnie.
You will love this top. Let's try it on.
I saw her impeccable timing as a sign to stay away. I soon had no time to think about the door as Teddy roped me into organizing his costume party. He kept piling on tasks. Food, entertainment, costumes, and I didn't have the heart to tell him I was struggling. I spent most of my time fixing my mistakes to make sure his party was perfect. Finally, on the day of the party, as my roommates were getting dressed up, I was setting out snacks when something shiny caught my eye. The key to Rupert's room. I grabbed it and rushed to the mysterious room. I put the key in and the door opened. Inside was a dimly lit room with monitors showing live feeds from the communal areas. The lounge, kitchen, hallway, even outside Rupert's so-called gym. Has Rupert been spying on all of us? Why? Then, I noticed a desk cluttered with files, each labeled with our names. I flipped open Winnie's. Her real name was Lisa, and she was an actress from San Francisco. The scripts, planned scenarios, and highlighted drama moments told me everything. I wasn't just living with strange roommates. I was the star of a reality TV show. My heart raced as the truth hit me. The friendships, the laughs, the attention, it was all a setup. No wonder Winnie had endless clothes, Rupert posed with tools, and Teddy paid me attention. Because of the cameras. Just as I was about to leave, I turned and saw 3 bears. I grabbed something to defend myself when I heard a familiar voice.
Looks like the cat's out of the bag.
I'm sorry for giving you all those tasks to organize my party, but I wanted to distract you from finding out about the reality show.
I bolted, not wanting to be around them.
No, wait! Goldilocks, let me explain more!
I ran out the door, and to my surprise, they followed me. I stopped and turned to them angrily. Go away! You used me! Winnie stepped forward and put her paw softly on my arm.
Listen, if you sign this contract agreeing to be in the show, you'll make tons of money. Just think about it. You could give your parents everything they've ever wanted. You've told us how much they struggle. They'd never have to work another day in their lives.
Please, Goldie, don't take this away from us. From me. Modeling is my dream.
But it was Teddy's silence that struck me the hardest. He couldn't even look me in the eye. My dad's hands have calluses from years of carpentry, and Mom puts in long hours for almost nothing. But if signing only changes things for me and leaves their quiet life in the woods untouched, then I think I can go through with it.
I promise nothing else will change. I know I was supposed to act like your friend, but I really do feel like we are besties.
Really?
Really. Also, you'll be the most popular girl at school because everyone loves a celebrity. It's what you've always wanted, to fit in somewhere.
I mean, I guess so then.
Wait!
No, Teddy, don't.
Once this thing airs, everything will change for you. The paparazzi will be camping outside your parents' house, hoping to catch you on a visit.
Oh no, the trees, the woodland, it'll all get disturbed.
Come on, who really cares about nature? Goldie and her parents would have better lives. They could even add a pool in the backyard. Aren't you curious about how much their lives could change? Just sign the contract.
I thought about telling Mom and Dad they could finally live in luxury, but would they really want that? Would I? No, because the woods don't deserve it, and I won't be the girl who traded everything real for fake friends and a pool I never wanted. I'd rather be alone and live in the forest. I ran off, Behind me, I heard the roars and cries as Winnie and Rupert realized their TV reality dreams were over. I had reached the forest when I heard someone behind me. It was Teddy, now out of the bear costume, who'd followed me all the way here.
Just hear me out, then I'll go. I'm sorry, Goldie. Hurting you was never my intention. The producers of the show wanted to bring something different to the cast. Not an actress or model, but a person living a simple life. It was decided it would be kept a secret from you, because you might not have agreed to be on the show otherwise. I know it's wrong, and you shouldn't have been made a part of this without your consent. I only agreed to do the show because my dad thought I needed to experience life without butlers and chefs, but I never expected to meet someone like you. Your background makes you so special. I got so nervous around you, I couldn't think. Like when you asked me to fix the Wi-Fi.
Turns out, Teddy's dad is the freaking king of Norway. Anyway, a family out on a picnic had caught me on camera talking earlier to Winnie, Rupert, and Teddy in their Teddy costumes. The footage soon went viral, and the internet was buzzing about the girl who befriended 3 bears who had escaped from the forest. Prince Theodore, yes, Teddy, reached out after it all came out, and before I knew it, we were dating. Our families soon met, bonding over my mom's homegrown meals, hikes, and a few glitzy parties. But the best part? The king renewed his love for nature and promised to protect my parents' land. So, when you hear the tale of me and 3 bears, just remember, sometimes a little curiosity leads to discovering that high school friends can be as ferocious as grizzly bears. Hey friends, I'm Ella from New York. Please like and subscribe. People say fairy tales are just stories, but today, I'll tell you my story, and you'll see how this is wrong because I can confidently say that I'm a modern Cinderella. I'm an only child, and my parents loved me so much and cared a lot about my musical talent, which they noticed when I was only 6. I played the piano, wrote songs, and sang too. She's gonna be a famous star one day. She sounds like an angel. Believe me when I tell you, I love music. I spend all my time singing and playing or listening to music. When I was 10, I even wrote my first song. Sadly, everything changed when I turned 13 and Mom and Dad divorced. Mom left us and we were devastated. But after 2 years, my dad met someone new. I didn't like the idea at first, but I didn't say anything because I wanted to see him happy again. One day, he told me that he had invited this woman and her 2 daughters over for dinner. You're gonna like the girls, I promise. They're so nice, and they're your age as well. You can finally have the sisters you always wanted. When they finally came over, my soon-to-be stepmom Lindsay and her 2 daughters, Anna and Joanna, pretended to be nice to me, but I don't know why I felt like they were lying the whole time. Oh my, look at you, aren't you a dear?
I feel like we'll be best friends. I like your hair so much. Can I see your room?
My dad and Lindsay got married after a short time, and she and her daughters moved in with us. Our house is bigger than theirs, so we'll all fit in nicely together here. Anna and Joanna will keep you company all the time. Isn't this amazing? Yeah, Dad, it is. I'm so, excited. I really didn't like the idea because there was just something weird about them. But I didn't have the heart to say that to my dad. Not long after the wedding, my father came home one day looking extremely happy. Girls, guess what? I got promoted. Really? Congrats. How much will they pay you? I don't know yet, but I'll have to travel every now and again. It's a very important position. But Dad, I don't like having you away for long. Don't be silly. He'll make a lot of money. He has to take the job. When are you gonna travel? What will you bring for me? I need a new phone. Please. What about me? I want a new laptop. Mine is old. Baby, I've always wanted a diamond ring. The golden one is not so nice. Can you please get me one? What about you, Ella? What do you want me to get you? Nothing, Dad. Just don't stay away for too long. See, this is the sad part. I discovered that Lindsay had married my dad for his money, and she literally cared for nothing else. When Dad started to travel a lot, Lindsay, Anna, and Joanna showed their true colors. They were terrible. They treated me horribly. They were only nice to me when he was around. Just stop playing the stupid piano. Your playing sounds like nails on a chalkboard. You think you're a musician? Such a loser. Oh, yeah, stop it, will you? You're giving me a headache. Just like that, Lindsay didn't let me play the piano anymore. She didn't let me do anything, basically. Wait a minute, is that my shirt you're wearing? It was your shirt. I liked it, so I took it. Do you have a problem? Anna, why is your stuff in my room? I'm bored with my room, and it's very small. I want yours. It's bigger and nicer. Get the rest of your stuff out of my new room now. That was the last straw. I couldn't take it anymore. I planned to tell my dad everything when he got back. Oh my God, I never did that. You told me you wanted us to exchange rooms. I'm really hurt. Didn't you give me this shirt because you took my orange one? I didn't take anything from you. Oh my, I didn't let her play the piano? Why would I ever do that? If anything, I encouraged her to practice more. What? What are you saying? I'm not lying.
Ella, I am very disappointed in you. I never thought you would lie to me. Lindsay and the girls are trying to be a family to you and you're telling lies about them? I never want to hear anything like that ever again.
I mean, the audacity! 2 years passed like this before everything changed, when I learned tragic news. Apparently, the company Dad was working for was a fraud, and he was in jail, miles away. And if things were bad in the beginning, they got even worse. Lindsay and her daughters made my life terrible, and I didn't know what to do. Music was the only thing that helped me. When I saved enough money, I bought a secondhand microphone and downloaded an app that would let me play different kinds of instruments on it. I kept writing songs and music and recording them on my laptop and listening to them because I couldn't live without music. Wait a second, why don't I upload one of my songs online? Of course, I can't use my real name or picture because God knows what would happen if Lindsay or one of her daughters found out. But the idea isn't so terrible, is it? It's better than being this far away from music. After only 2 days, it had 100,000 views. In the comments section, I could see that people loved the lyrics and the music despite the low quality of the video. So I started to post more and more songs. Soon, everyone at school was talking about my songs. That made me happy and sad at the same time because I couldn't tell them that it was me.
Have you listened to this new song by this mystery girl? Let me tell you, it's amazing.
Not yet, but I have to check it out now. I adore her songs.
If only we could know who she really is.
I literally know all her songs by heart. But things didn't stay good for long for me. Joanna recognized my voice and playing somehow and told Lindsay.
What do you think you're doing? Playing smart and thinking I won't know?
I don't understand how someone like you got this number of views and likes.
She won't anymore. Give me this laptop now. I'm going to delete those stupid videos. If you do one more thing like this, you won't like what happens.
Please, don't. Please. Wait a minute, Mom. What if we could use her fame? We could make a lot of money if we let her write and record those silly songs of hers, and I'll pretend that I'm the one who's actually making them. The camera loves my face anyways. What? You want to steal my music? Are you crazy?
Oh, that's a brilliant idea, darling.
And you, Ella, have no say in this at all. You either do what we say, or you can say goodbye to your dad forever.
I'll make sure he can't get out of that jail and stays there forever. I won't hire a lawyer or anything to save his butt. Got it?
This family was crazy. They were heartless. Lindsay bought better equipment and forced me to use it to record my music and songs. Later, Joanna would shoot videos of herself pretending to sing and play the piano, but it was actually my voice, my music, and my lyrics. The number of views and likes on the video was crazy. She was becoming the new social media sensation, and she was making an insane amount of money. At school, everyone wanted to be her friend because she was the popular girl now. Joanna, please come to my party this weekend. It would be a blast having you there.
Sign my shirt, Joanna. Please, please, please.
Can I get a selfie with you? Please, say yes. Meanwhile, I wasn't allowed to go anywhere other than school. It felt like I was in prison. Lindsay, Anna, and Joanna were watching me all the time because they were worried I'd reveal their secret. But I didn't because I was afraid they'd leave Dad in jail forever. But things changed once more one afternoon. Ella, you better listen to what I'm gonna tell you carefully. There is a huge musical competition that's happening soon, and if I mean you, created the best song, I can win a record deal with an important record label. And how are you planning on recording an album exactly? Are you planning on dragging me behind you to the studio, letting everybody know your truth? That's none of your business. My mom will think of something. Start working on that song now. I had no choice but to write a song on the required theme and record it. Now, I need to shoot a video for this song, but it needs to be perfect because I have to win this competition. Guess what happened then? She won. She and Lindsay were over the moon, quite literally. Mom, I just got a call from the record label. They want you and me to go tomorrow and sign the contract for the album. That's perfect, honey. You'll be a star. Hey, Ella, you're coming with us tomorrow. What? Me? Why would you want me to go with you? What if they asked us some stupid question about music and singing? You'll be there to help Joanna answer. Understood? Wasn't it enough that they were stealing my music and money? They also wanted me to watch them doing it? When we got there, Liam, the CEO himself, welcomed us.
Welcome to our company. It's been a pleasure meeting such a young and promising talent as you, Joanna. For how long have you been playing the piano and singing?
Oh, since she was 10. She's the most unique kid ever.
That's nice. And have you had any teachers?
Well, I don't... Oh no, she taught herself all that she knows about music. Isn't she amazing?
Sure. And you are?
Oh, that's Ella, my stepdaughter. She's one of our family and we love her dearly, just like she loves us. Right, darling? What? Yeah, sure.
Nice to meet you, Ella. I feel like you're surprised I'm the CEO because I'm young. I hear that a lot. But the truth is, this company belongs to my dad, and he only trusts me to run things around here.
I was sitting there silently, not saying much. This Liam was very nice, and to me especially. He kept trying to include me in the conversation, but Lindsay didn't like it. Ella, dear, be a dear and bring me my shawl from the car, could you? I'm cold. Sure. I understood that she wanted me out of the room because she wanted his full attention to be on Joanna. So I left the room and started walking aimlessly around the corridors of the company. Wow, look how many musical instruments are in this room. What is that? A huge piano? It wouldn't hurt if I played it for a minute, will it? I hadn't played a real piano for years because Lindsay sold mine. I miss this so much. I closed my eyes and started to play and sing my heart out. I didn't even feel the time passing. I didn't even feel Liam standing behind me by the door.
What's that? How's that possible? How is this your voice and not Joanna's? I don't understand.
Please, just forget what you saw and heard.
Wait here.
After a couple of minutes, he came back with Lindsay and Joanna, who looked really scared when she saw me near a piano.
Why don't you play us that song that won you the competition before we sign the deal? It's only fair that I hear you play live.
What? Mom? Let's leave that to another day. I'm afraid Joanna's not ready today. She's recovering from a bad cold.
I insist. It's actually part of the contract's conditions.
Believe me when I say, at that moment, I wouldn't want to be Joanna for anything in the world. She sat at the piano, tried to stroke the keys, but of course, she couldn't play. She tried to sing in a low voice, but it was very clear that her voice wasn't even good. She was about to cry.
Ella, why don't you give it a try?
I was terrified for a second, but I told myself, come on, have some courage. Liam knows the truth now. I played and sang the song perfectly.
Ella, we would be honored to sign a deal with you.
What? What do you mean with her? It's my daughter who won the competition, not this girl.
Your daughter can't sing, ma'am. I know the truth now, so no need for more lies. What do you say, Ella?
Sure. I'd be crazy to say no. Let me tell you that the album I made with Liam was a hit. I had enough money to hire a lawyer and fight Dad's case, all with the help of Liam, and he was finally home. Please, Ella, you know we love you, honey. Please don't throw us out. Please, I am so sorry. We're really sorry, Ella. You can have your room back. It was just a misunderstanding. Please. It's too late now. The whole world knows the truth. Now, please leave because I have to prepare for my first live concert. The concert was amazing. Thousands of people came. I was living the dream. Liam was even waiting for me backstage with a bouquet of flowers. Oh, thank you so much. I love them. You're the best, you know. You saved me from my evil stepmother, exactly like a fairy tale.
And because I did that, don't I deserve a date? Just to be authentic to the story.
You do. Let's go get some ice cream.
And a kiss?
Yeah, and a kiss. And that's how I wrapped up my story. I got rid of the evil stepmother and her daughters, I became a superstar, I got the Prince Charming, and I had the happily ever after that everyone wishes for. So, after all that, can you deny that I'm a modern Cinderella? Hey there, I'm Natalia, and I just moved from Moscow to LA to live with my grandma while my parents are still in Russia. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Imagine being a young girl from Russia, starting 3rd grade in an American elementary school without your parents by your side. That's me. My parents sent me to live with grandma, and they said they would come when they got the opportunity. Fitting in at this American school wasn't easy, especially the language barriers. They can lead to some hilarious misunderstandings. One time I said, "Excuse me, can anyone tell me where the strawberry is, please? Are you trying to find a fruit or a place to read?" I meant the library. "Excuse me, can I borrow a racer, please?"
Sure, Natalia. Do you want a Ferrari or a Lamborghini?
"Oh, I meant an eraser. Excuse me, can I have a sheet of paper, please?"
I have a cow of paper. Would that work?
Hey guys, cut it out. She's new here and learning the language. We all make mistakes, right? Here you go, Natalia. Here's a sheet of paper. I don't know why, but I just hugged Jake and mumbled a thank you. The whole class laughed even louder. "When are you guys getting married?" Jake just smiled and shrugged off the teasing. Over the next few weeks, my friendship with Jake grew stronger. He became my go-to person for navigating both the school and the English language. We'd sit together at lunch, share stories about our families, and even work on homework together. One afternoon, after school, Jake invited me to his family's small flower shop. Jake's mom warmly welcomed me and offered me a cup of hot chocolate. As we explored the shop, Jake asked me about my favorite flowers, and I told him about the beautiful jasmine that grew outside my home in Russia. To my surprise, he found a small jasmine plant tucked away in the corner. "Here, Natalia, I'd like you to have this jasmine plant. It's not much, but maybe it'll help you feel more at home." I couldn't help but smile. It was a sweet moment that strengthened our friendship and also made me feel more connected to my new home. I envied Jake for having such a lovely family, and I missed mine so much. Once in the 7th grade, my grandma fell ill and had to be admitted to the hospital. The doctor said it would be about a week before she could return home. With no other family nearby, I felt lost and worried. But when Jake's mom heard about my situation, she kindly invited me to stay with them at their place till Grandma was out of the hospital, and I gladly accepted. Jake had been telling me that his dad was the sweetest, but that was far from the truth. His dad was a very moody man. Some days, he'd be yelling at his mom and having fights with Jake and his siblings, but some other days, he was just a cool, cheerful, annoying dad. While I stayed in their house, I took Jake's bed and Jake slept on the couch. One night, Jake's dad burst in yelling,
Jake, time for a little wake-up prank.
With that, he splashed a bucket of water onto the bed, soaking me completely. Startled, I gasped and sat up. He immediately realized his mistake and his face turned red.
Oh, Natalia, I am so sorry. I thought Jake was in here. Are you okay?
But just then, Jake came in looking super angry. He pushed his dad away.
Can you just behave normally? Like a normal dad? It's not always the right time to joke or prank. You're the most...
It's okay, he was joking.
Stay out of it, Natalia. My dad is crazy. I don't know why he's here instead of being in a mental asylum.
Suddenly, his dad started crying like a little boy. It was so loud that he woke everyone up. This was crazy. But what happened in the morning was crazier. When Jake's dad saw me, he started yelling at me and threatening me for shouting at him yesterday. No, sir, it wasn't me.
Shut up. Just leave my house.
Jake held my hand and took me out. He started apologizing and told me that his dad had some issues and he was very ashamed. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Jake. Some parents just love their children in their own way. The important thing is to understand them and respect them.
Respect a crazy psycho like him? Easy for you to say. You're lucky your parents don't even care enough to come for you. Oh, darn. I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
It's okay. Let's go to school. We're late. After that incident, Jake became a bit distant with me. It was as if he felt ashamed that I knew about his family secret. I wanted to talk it out with him, but then summer break started and life got hectic when my family came to visit. My parents and younger sister Sasha, who's 2 years younger than me, flew in from Russia. Sasha was a true people pleaser. She was always willing to go above and beyond to make others happy, even if it meant sacrificing something personal. One night, she and I went out to explore the city. We stumbled upon a street musician playing a dope tune, and Sasha started clapping like crazy. But then the musician just stopped and yelled at her.
Yo, your clapping just wrecked my jam. What's the deal?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to mess up your performance. Let me make it up to you. She quickly grabbed some cash from her pocket and dropped it into the musician's hat. Here, I hope this helps. Seriously, I'm so sorry. Okay, fine. Just take all my money. Here, please smile. I stopped her and took the money back from the musician's hat. In fact, I took everything, and we both ran like crazy. I mean, I didn't take all the money, but he started it by being a rude person. When we got back home, I started yelling at Sasha. Can you stop being such a fool? Just be okay with making people upset, especially those who deserve your anger. Sasha, my sister, I love you. That's why I'm insulting you. Please listen to me. Just then, Mom barged in. Lucky for her, she has her entire life to listen to you. We're going back to Russia next week, and Sasha's going to stay with you and Grandma. We're coming to live here as soon as we can, honey. On the first day at school after summer break, Sasha was super excited to join me. As we walked through the hallways, I introduced her to my friends, and soon enough, we bumped into Jake. Hey, Sasha, nice to meet you. Your sisters told me a lot about you. Oh, really? I hope it's all good stuff. Because, sometimes I can be a disappointment. And I'm not saying this because I'm nervous or anything, but I mean, in general, I am a disappointment. Just then, the principal walked in, tripping on her own shoelace and accidentally dropping a stack of papers. Sasha immediately rushed to help her. Oh, looks like school's off to a flying start, huh? The principal laughed at her joke, and everyone around joined in. I liked that side of Sasha. She's kind and always rushes to help. I could see in Jake's eyes that he was also impressed. Maybe also because Sasha was prettier and taller than me. Maybe now he'd like her and something romantic would happen between them. That didn't bother me, right? Jake is only my friend.
I think you need to go stop your sister. She's giving away all her school supplies to some girls.
Oh God. Things between me and Jake started to go back to normal, and the three of us spent a lot of time together, and Jake even started coming more often to our home. He almost felt like a family member. One day, Grandma fell ill again, and we were very worried about her. To make us feel better, Jake offered to stay next to Grandma all night, especially since Sasha and I had exams the next day and needed to sleep well. I think maybe he'd also take any chance to spend time away from his dad. During the night, I heard some loud noises. I woke up and didn't find Sasha next to me. I rushed downstairs to find a group of shady-looking boys about to leave the house with Sasha, who seemed unsure and anxious. Sasha, what are you doing? Hearing my scream, Jake dashed downstairs.
Hey, let her go.
Jake threw a punch at one of the boys, making him stumble back.
Get out of here and don't come back.
The boys realized they were no match for Jake and scrambled out of the house. I turned to Sasha, feeling confused and shaken. Sasha, what just happened? Why were those guys here? Please don't be mad. They said they needed me to help them with their science project, and they were scared that someone would see them and tell the teacher. That's why they wanted to work at night. I just couldn't say no. Are you stupid? God knows what they wanted from you at this late hour. This is not about pleasing people. This is just pure stupidity, Sasha. She started crying, and Jake patted her back and winked at me to stop.
Hey, Sasha is smart, and I'm sure she won't do this again. Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, Natalia, would you be my girlfriend?
What? What a weird timing.
No, it's perfect. I feel like I'm the man of the house. Just saved a damsel in distress. So what do you think?
I think I want to be your girlfriend. And with that, I kissed him. We started dating, and Sasha got stronger, and Grandma felt better. Life seemed good and peaceful. Jake was the perfect boyfriend, sweet and protective, and I loved him so much. I couldn't imagine my life without him. Years went by, and we both graduated high school and went to the same college. We lived together until we graduated college, and it was the best time of my life. Then Jake proposed, and I said yes. On my wedding day, everything was perfect, and I was the happiest. Just as I was about to put on my dress, Sasha came into the room, her face filled with worry and fear. Natalia, I need to tell you something important about Jake. I've been keeping this secret for years, but I can't let you marry him without knowing the truth.
What are you talking about, Sasha?
Do you remember that night when those shady boys came to our house? They were actually Jake's friends. He promised them a girl they could take to a dance club with them, and he convinced me to do it, saying he'd always protect us. He threatened me, saying that if I told you, he'd hurt me. I was young and terrified, but now I can't let you marry him without knowing the truth. He's gonna be your husband and the father of your kids. No, you're lying. Jake would never do something like that. Maybe you're just jealous and trying to ruin my happiness. Why did you wait all these years to tell me? I was scared, and I didn't want to hurt you, but I can't let you marry him knowing what he did. Please, believe me, Natalia. Leave, now. You're not invited to my wedding anymore. Soon after the wedding, we left for our honeymoon, but it was cut short when we received a phone call that Jake's mom had been in an accident. We rushed back to see his parents, who we hadn't visited much since graduating high school. Jake Jake had mainly kept in touch with his mom through phone calls and social media. At the hospital, Jake went into his mom's room while I sat in the waiting area. His dad, who was sitting beside me, started to berate Jake.
You know, my son is a heartless jerk. You never should have trusted him. You made a mistake marrying him.
Just then, Jake walked in and heard his dad's words.
Shut up, Dad. You have no right to talk about me like that. I'm ashamed that you're my son. You never stood by my side. You were born a jerk, and I bet you're cheating on your wife.
Jake couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed my hand and we left the waiting room together. I could see the pain in his eyes, and I chose to believe in the man I knew and loved, pushing away any doubts starting to creep in. A week later, we both returned to work. Jake left the house earlier than me, accidentally leaving his personal laptop open. On an impulse, I started going through his social media and stumbled upon his Instagram account, where I discovered he was chatting with several girls. Some of them were even sending him their pictures, to which he responded with compliments like gorgeous. I couldn't believe my eyes, and anger surged through me. But the next moment, I felt a strange sense of relief. Despite everything, he had chosen me in the end. I began rationalizing his behavior, thinking maybe he'd grown bored of being with just one woman for so many years, and that somehow made it acceptable. I started to blame myself, thinking maybe I'd been too busy with my studies, work, and life in general. In that moment, I made a promise to myself to become a better wife and to give Jake the attention he needed. Days went by, and I did everything to become a better partner to Jake. I even decided to become a stay-at-home wife, dedicating my life to our marriage. I also made up my mind to get pregnant, even though Jake had suggested waiting for 2 more years. I thought a baby would solve all our problems. Eventually, I got pregnant. I planned a romantic surprise dinner to share the news with Jake. When I finally told him, he snapped.
What? Are you serious? We agreed to wait 2 years. I don't want kids right now.
I thought it would be a good surprise, and it might bring us even closer.
Look, I'm sorry for reacting like that. It caught me off guard. I didn't mean to upset you.
Still horrified by his outburst, I told him I'd be sleeping on the couch that night.
I said I'm sorry, but if that's what you want, then fine.
The next morning, I apologized to Jake for my mistake and asked for his forgiveness because my reaction was exaggerated. He simply said, "I forgive you." Weeks went by, and it seemed like my plan didn't work, as I could still see Jake smiling at his phone, and I started getting depressed. One day, while pregnant and cleaning the house alone, I slipped. I called Jake multiple times, but he didn't answer. I had no choice but to call Sasha, who rushed me to the hospital. After the doctors examined me and said everything was okay, Sasha came to me. "Hey, I'm glad you're okay, and so is the baby. Jake is on his way. I'm gonna talk to him outside your room. Please, pretend you're asleep and just watch." Soon enough, Jake arrived and met Sasha in the waiting room, where I could see them, but he couldn't see that I was watching. He held Sasha's hands and touched her cheek in gratitude. I was stunned. Then Jake entered my room and kissed my forehead while I pretended to be asleep. As he leaned down, I grabbed the vase next to me and hit him on the head. "I've had enough of you, Jake. Just leave me and the baby alone. He's been hitting on me since forever." I sent him a message an hour ago telling him I agreed to be his girlfriend, and the rest you saw, Natalia.
Don't listen to her. She's lying.
Shut up, you lying jerk. Your dad was right about you, you heartless snake. I choose to believe my sister, to believe my own eyes, and what I saw on your laptop. I'm such an idiot for putting you first, but I know better now. I come first. I'm an amazing woman, and I deserve better. Just get lost, or I'll start screaming until security takes you out. Go to hell, Jake.
You're such a witch, a stupid immigrant that I felt sorry for and took care of. And this is how you repay me? An ungrateful monster?
He kept screaming like a madman till security guards took him away. I knew I'd never allow Jake to come back into my life again. I turned to my sister and I hugged her tight. I was walking towards the lockers one day when I noticed the 3 most popular boys in school looking at me, like I was some kind of snack. It was the first time in 2 years they'd noticed me. Then they were suddenly smiling at me. What's going on? I got so nervous, I crashed straight into an open locker door and my books fell to the floor. Wow, what an entry.
Seriously? Her? The nerd? Well, she is cute, but are you sure she should be our new target? She looks too innocent. Heck yeah! I'm gonna make her fall in love with me and win the bet. Get your $10 million ready, losers. We'll see about that.
Hi, my name is Athena, and let me tell you how these 3 annoying playboys pulled me into the most confusing situation ever. First though, please hit the like and subscribe button. After my class, I was walking down the stairs when I suddenly tripped, but someone caught me just in time. It was Andre, the guy who was literally dating half of the female population in our school. He was staring at my lips as he pulled me close.
Your lips look lonely. Do they want to meet mine?
Please, get off me.
Whoa, easy there, baby girl.
I'd rather kiss a trash can, by the way. Oh, wait. What's the difference? I smiled at seeing the shocked look on his face. Walking away, I almost tripped over a random calculator someone had left on the floor. I dropped my books, and before I could pick them up, someone was doing it for me.
You should watch your step next time, princess.
For a second, I was stunned to see Tanner, the guy with the biggest Instagram following. He was grinning at me, and boy, he looked like a prince.
Would you mind taking a picture of me for my Insta?
He pushed his phone and started posing like he was God's gift to women. I didn't know how to react, so I put his phone down on the floor and awkwardly walked away to find an empty classroom. As I walked in, I was surprised to see someone sleeping in there. I shook his shoulder to wake him up, only to gasp when I realized it was Lucas, the handsome sleepyhead. What are you doing here? This is my place.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see your name on the door.
I ignored his sarcasm and was about to head out before he spoke again.
We can share this room, if you want.
Suddenly, the teacher came in and thought we'd been making out in there or something. She kicked us out, and it was so embarrassing, even more than all the tripping over. I had to avoid these heartbreakers. They were called the triple threat for a reason, and I hated guys like them. After my classes were finished, I found the three of them outside waiting for someone. They all smiled at me. Uh-oh.
Hey, baby girl. I think you're an engine, because my car won't start without you. Come on, princess. Let's get out of here. I'll give you a ride home.
Lucas just gave me a nod and signaled for me to get in. What in the world was happening? I hurriedly walked out of the gate to avoid them. When I entered the cafeteria the next day, I was greeted with milkshakes, coffees, burgers, and nuggets. It was the boys again. I turned them all down and chose to sit on a table alone as I ate. I heard some girls behind me talking about me. Seriously? Why are they after that lame junior? It must be a prank. There's no way they'd notice her otherwise. She's ugly. I turned to look at the girls and said, I really want to punch all you girls right now. But, you know, I'm busy dealing with attractive boys drooling over me now. Ciao. But I was furious. I had to know if I was really the target of a stupid prank. A few days later, as I was passing by the boys' locker room, I noticed that the door was slightly open. I saw the trio inside. I hid behind a locker to listen. God, what is that smell? Do boys even shower?
Give me 2 days, and she'll be following me around like a puppy. I don't think so. She's kinda challenging. Nah, she's just playing hard to get, Tanner. You guys should learn from me.
I couldn't believe it. These players had put a bet on me. I'd show them. They'd pick the wrong girl to mess with. I was gonna make them pay. Let the games begin. The drama club I was in had a show the next day, and my role was a stupid tree. The scene had a windy day, so when I started swaying my arms, someone gave a standing ovation from the audience.
Woo! Best actress ever. That's my girl.
What was he doing? After the show, he came over and gave me a bouquet of flowers and a gigantic teddy bear.
Babe, you know what? There's something wrong with my phone. It doesn't have your number in it.
He wouldn't leave until I put my number in his phone. The next day, while I was walking to school, I noticed a familiar sports car following me.
Hop in, princess.
It was Tanner. This time I got in. Let's see what his deal is. During the ride, I spilled my coffee over his squeaky clean dashboard on purpose. Oops, sorry, I'm just so clumsy. I was expecting him to get mad about it, but instead, he reached for some tissues and cleaned my hands with them. I found myself staring at him while my heart raced. No. It was all just an act. Get a grip, Athena. When we reached school, he helped me get out of the car.
Right. Slow down.
Geez, I'm not blind.
Seems like it sometimes.
I glared at him. Is there something you want to say? He just flashed a big smile and turned to fix his hair in the car window. So annoying. I walked off to class. Halfway through the lesson, when the teacher had her back to us, someone from the table next to me whispered, "Psst." I looked up to see that it was Andre.
Why'd you come here with Tanner? You know guys like him are jerks who will just break your heart. You know I'm totally serious about you.
Then he kissed my hand. Oh, please. How serious are you?
There's no number to express.
Then prove it to me.
Sure, baby girl, but how?
I'll tell you about it at lunch.
I can't wait. I swear. I'll do anything for you.
Just then the teacher kicked him out of the class for making all these noises. Everyone giggled, but he didn't look the least bit embarrassed. He winked and walked off. Lunchtime came and he was already waiting. I wanted to ruin his reputation, especially in front of the girls, so I whispered my dare to him and his eyes grew wide.
If I do it, will you be my girlfriend?
I nodded. He immediately walked to the front of the cafeteria, jumped on a table, and shouted,
I have something to confess. I wet my bed every night, and I don't know what to do anymore.
I burst out laughing when he made a whole drama out of it while fake crying. But to my surprise, the girls started comforting him. What? My plan had backfired, so I sneaked out of the room, devastated. The next day, while I was reaching for a book in the library, Lucas suddenly appeared and grabbed it for me. I gave him a smile, but he just nodded. While I was doing my homework, he sat across from me and started reading a book. I waited for him to say hello or something, but he totally ignored me. I asked him what he was reading, but he just gave me a glare. Oh, I get it. He was using the snobbish bad boy style. I moved beside him and leaned in. Are you mute, or does your breath just stink? I was caught off guard when he grinned.
Do you really want to know?
I immediately pulled away when our lips almost touched. I cleared my throat and got myself back on track. Are you free tomorrow? I just need someone to go somewhere with me.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Later that night, I did a little research on Lucas and grinned when I read a comment about him having a phobia of heights in one of his Instagram posts. He was surprised when I brought him to an amusement park the next day. I forced him to try all the rides, and I was laughing my butt off whenever he screamed like a girl. Stop being such a wuss, Lucas. Let's try the pirate ship one more time. Just then, he started throwing up, and I couldn't stop laughing. I wanted to have more fun, so I acted like I'd sprained my ankle and let him carry me all around the place. Then I asked him to buy me some fries. When he bought them, I said, oh shoot, I'm also craving a banana split and a cheeseburger. I could barely stop myself from laughing at his annoyed face. Poor guy later fell asleep on the bench while I ate all the food. All of a sudden, I screamed in his ear. He jolted awake and asked what had happened. I told him that I was just thirsty and I needed some soda. He finally snapped.
Buy it yourself, girl. Jeez, you're so annoying.
And just like that, Lucas gave up. 1 down, 2 to go. Andre continued pestering me at school while Lucas was nowhere to be found. During lunch, Tanner sat beside me and asked me if I'd like to go on a date with him to the Bahamas. I want to get to know you first before going anywhere alone with you. I don't even know anything about your family.
Not a problem. You could join us for dinner tonight.
I did a happy dance on the inside. Everything was going according to plan. I told him that I'd come myself, so I just asked his address. That night, I borrowed my friend's hyperactive cats and brought them with me. Tanner looked so happy as he opened the door. My mom's out, so no one can babysit them. I put the basket down and the cats started running everywhere, scratching paintings and knocking over expensive vases. Sorry, they get their clumsiness from their mama. He looked totally unaffected.
Your kittens are adorable. Like you. Come on, dinner's ready. And they're all waiting for you.
His parents looked so sophisticated, and I was surprised to see that he had 4 little sisters. They all flocked around me like it was their first time seeing a girl. I started fake crying when dinner was served.
What's wrong?
I don't eat chicken. Poor little creatures. His mom asked me, oh, are you vegetarian? No, only for chickens. Chicken saved my life one time when I was crossing the road. Tanner immediately told the cook to change my food, and when we started eating, my cat suddenly jumped on the table and turned everything into a disaster. The look of horror on the faces of the Tanner family was epic. Sorry. I was shocked when his mom took the cats and started petting them. Unbelievable. It's fine. They're just asking for some love. I then placed my feet on the table and let out the loudest burp. Thanks for the splendid meal.
Anything for you.
Darn, he was such a good actor. After dinner, his mom showed me their family albums, and I couldn't help but notice how cute baby Tanner was. As I watched him play with his sisters, I realized that he wasn't really a self-absorbed jerk after all. While heading out that night, I tripped over something as usual. and dropped my glasses. Tanner picked them up from me and looked at my bare face lovingly.
Wow, your beauty is so unreal, so perfect.
I realized that he was actually talking to me. I felt my heart beating faster. He looked so sincere, and it made me feel like I was the most beautiful girl in the world. Apparently, my efforts to get rid of him hadn't worked tonight, but why was I smiling? The next day, Andre sneaked in through my window. "Why are you here?"
There's a party nearby. Come on.
I told him that parties weren't my thing, and besides, I didn't have anything to wear.
Say no more, baby girl. Come with me.
I needed to mess with him more, so I went with him to the mall. He bought me a cute red dress and gave me a makeover.
Wow, you look like someone I know.
Who?
My next girlfriend.
Oh, please. I went to the party with Andre, and everyone was shocked upon seeing me. They thought I was a totally different person. While dancing with Andre, I couldn't help but notice Tanner and Lucas looking at me from across the room. A girl walked up to Tanner and started dancing with him. For some reason, the sight made my blood boil. I excused myself to the toilet, and when I came back, Andre was now dancing sweetly with another girl. Of course, he was a player, so I wasn't surprised. Lucas followed me when I went outside to the garden.
I'm sorry about what happened the other day, Athena. I was so stupid for doing such a horrible thing to a pretty girl like you.
Oh, wow. From a jerk to a Romeo. He really wanted to win that bet.
I really like you, and I hope you feel the same way.
He looked so genuine that I almost got carried away. I was about to say something, but then someone snatched me away from him. Tanner.
What's your problem, dude?
That's it.
We need to stop this. I won't let you play with her feelings. What are you talking about? I really like her.
And pigs can fly, Lucas. Before they could punch each other, Andre came over to stop them, and I just stood between them, looking like a confused little kitten.
Cut it out, you idiots. She's mine. Stay out of this, loser. You're hopeless. She was about to say yes to me.
Excuse me? I don't even like you.
Shut up. You know what? Take the darn money. Here's 10 million for each of you. Just leave her alone. Best decision ever, Tanner.
I was shocked. Did he just give away $20 million? Just like that? Tanner then grabbed my hand and said,
"Get out of here, Athena. You don't deserve to be treated like this. Stop pretending like you really care, Tanner."
Tanner looked so furious. Cut it out. I've known about the bet all this time, and I've been playing all of you idiots. You all lose. They were all shocked at my revelation. Andre and Lucas grabbed the bags from Tanner and ran away, while Tanner just stood there, shocked.
I'm sorry for everything, Athena. Goodbye.
My heart sank as I watched him walk away. My wish was finally granted. The jerks had finally stopped bothering me, and I should have been happy and relieved, right? But I wasn't. The next day, my mom came running to me with shocking news. Someone called Tanner had put $10 million into our account. We're rich. Wait, what? What was he doing? I ran to the school to talk to him, but he wasn't there. For 2 weeks, there was no sign of Tanner. Then one day, he finally showed up with a gorgeous blonde. She was all over him. After school, I found them kissing behind the bleachers. I tore him away and asked him about the money, but he walked away saying,
"I don't know what you're talking about. Go away."
As he walked away, I knew he was lying, so that night I went to his house. His mom told me to wait in his room. As I looked around, I saw something that shocked me. My lost anklet. It was placed carefully on his desk. Just then the door opened and Tanner came in. He looked shocked to see me and the anklet in my hand. "Explain this." For a minute, he looked like he was going to deny everything, but to my surprise, he came forward and held my hand.
"I'm sorry I agreed to that stupid bet. I'm sorry that I hurt you. I don't want to do that anymore. I tried to forget you and what I did to you. That's why I was with that girl. Athena, I love you. I always have since the day I first spoke to you and found your anklet. Can you forgive me?"
"Yes, Tanner, I forgive you." He looked at me expectantly.
"Oh, that's it? I said I love you. Do you, love me?"
"Oh, yes, that too." He rolled his eyes at me and said,
"I can't believe I fell in love with you."
"Kinda late for that. Just shut up and kiss me now."
Every moment tonight, they led me to you. Every single time you look at me.
Hi everyone, I'm Meredith, and I can't trust anyone. But I have a good reason for that. Want to know more? Like and subscribe to MSA. My dad was the most special person in my life. He made me homemade milkshakes and taught me how to throw a kick and a punch when I was only 6 years old. He always said that I should know how to take care of myself, and I thought he could do no wrong. Except a day after my 11th birthday, I woke up to Mom crying. What's wrong?
Your dad left.
Like, left to get some milk?
No, he left us, Mare. Look at this note. He'd been stressed for weeks at his job, and I thought he'd be okay, but I guess he wasn't. I tried calling him too, but he left his cell phone at home.
What? Dad can't leave me just like that. He tells me everything. I'm sure there's some mistake. He must be around the corner. And I darted outside the house and started running around the neighborhood, screaming for Dad, but he really wasn't around. Finally, Mom caught up to me and took me home, and I was a crying mess for days. We tried looking for Dad for weeks, but it was like he'd vanished into thin air. I was heartbroken, and since then, I just couldn't trust anyone around me. What made it worse was that Mom started dating soon after, and she had the worst taste in men. This one time, Mom invited her boyfriend over, and he ended up stealing all her jewelry. And another time, she introduced me to this guy who was arrested a week later for robbing a bank. So, yeah, my home life was a mess, but at least I had school. I was a good student who loved writing poetry, and by the time I was 16, I was writing poems for a small publication and also leading the school newspaper. Life was good until this new guy Xander joined my class. At first, he didn't bother me at all and always had this permanent frown plastered on his face. He hardly spoke to anyone in class, and a few times he was rude to the teacher and got sent to detention. Then one day in the gym, I was sitting on the bleachers when this ball came flying out of nowhere and hit me in the head. Ow! Watch it, morons! I could have died!
But you didn't. And you're in a gym class. We're supposed to play here, not sit in a corner and sulk over a notebook. Now give me that ball.
Apologize first.
Bite me.
With that, Xander snatched the ball from my hand and left. I was so mad I charged after him to give him a piece of my mind, but instead, I tripped and fell right into Rod's arms. He was my senior and the captain of the football team. Girls tripped over each other to get a glimpse of Rod's handsome face and athletic body, and looking into his green eyes, I could see why. I'm sorry, I just lost my balance.
And I think I lost my heart. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Sure about that? You could have a concussion. You know, we've never had a chance to talk, but I think we'll have a pretty good conversation. How about we find that out over dinner?
I don't eat dinner.
Coffee?
Nope.
Water then?
I'm late for class, but thanks for the help. And I just quickly left before Rod saw my knees shaking. I knew most girls would kill for a date with him, but all men were jerks, so I decided to ignore Rod. But boy, Rod was persistent. He would send me flowers in class, leave chocolates and notes in my locker, and one time, he even showed up at my home in a limousine. I was just trying to figure out how to get rid of him when Mom walked into my room.
That boy looks fancy.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not interested. He will break my heart like Dad broke yours, and
You don't know that. Not all men are the same. Now get dressed and go.
I reluctantly agreed to go out with Rod, and it wasn't so bad. He was cute and fun, and he took me to this cool pizza place. So I was wondering, you could date anyone. Why me?
'Cause you're smart. I've never dated smart girls before.
Did you just call me a nerd?
No, I called you a pretty nerd.
You're sweet, unlike that rude Xander. He's such a brat. You'd know him, actually. He's on the football team.
Xander has always had temper issues. If I were you, I'd stay away from him. Anyway, let's not spoil our date by talking about him and concentrate on more important things, like me.
Rod reached for my hand, and my stomach felt like it was in knots. We ended up talking some more before Rod dropped me home, and soon after, we started dating. School was twice as fun with Rod around. We'd have lunch together, and Rod would take me to these amazing parties, and things were going well. But then one day, I walked into my class and saw Xander bullying a student. I barged in and pushed Xander off.
What's your problem, weirdo? Just mind your own business.
I will when you stop treating people like trash.
I was just asking some questions about chemistry.
I'm not blind or stupid. Just get away from this poor guy, or
what? You'll hit me, princess?
Xander inched closer, and I could feel his breath on my face. I wanted to move, but I just felt numb. And seconds later, the teacher walked in, and we all went back to our seats. I tried to ignore Xander after that, but I guess luck wasn't on my side, because a week later, I was picking up a cake for Mom's birthday at the local cafe when someone tapped on my shoulder.
May I take your order, You! I don't remember the last time I turned around and didn't see your face.
I don't like looking at your face either.
It doesn't look like that. In fact, it looks like you're stalking me.
Excuse me, but before I could get another word out, my stomach made a loud rumbling noise. Xander's face softened and he smiled.
Looks like someone's starving.
I'm fine.
Just come with me. You can be angry while you eat.
I wanted to say no, but my stomach made another really loud sound. Xander took me to the back kitchen and quickly fixed me a sandwich. As I gulped it down, a cat crawled in and Xander filled a bowl of milk for it. I watched him play with the cat and he looked so calm and peaceful and really cute.
If you keep staring like that, I'll get uncomfortable.
Thank you. You're good. I mean, the sandwich is good.
It's my specialty. My mom taught me. And you're staring again.
Sorry, I was just wondering. You're rude to teachers. You barely have friends and you pretend like you're mean, but you're actually soft. You're nothing like I imagined.
You're nothing like I imagined either. Meredith, why are you with Rod?
What do you mean?
I mean, he's not what he looks like. I know it's not my place, but I don't think he's right for you.
You're right. It's not your place. And why should I listen to you? You're literally the biggest bully in school. Just because you fixed me a sandwich doesn't mean you get to comment on my personal life.
You're taking this the wrong way.
I guess I was taking it the wrong way. But now everything is clear. Thanks for the sandwich and bye-bye. And with that, I just picked up my cake at the counter and left. But I couldn't stop thinking about what Xander had said. What did he mean that Rod wasn't what he looked like? I wanted to talk to Rod about it the next day in school, but he was absent. I tried calling him, but his phone wasn't reachable, so I decided to go to his place. I was at the gate when suddenly I saw Rod screaming at some woman.
What do you mean you can't do the job anymore? Tell Xander that I still have the video proof, and I will send him to jail if he doesn't get me what I asked for.
But he's already done so much for you. Please, sir, we are poor and vulnerable, but you're rich and kind. Please understand.
Don't touch me, you filthy woman! And just tell your son that if he doesn't deliver the papers by tonight, I will show the video to my dad and have him arrested.
Rod pushed the poor woman away and she fell on the ground while he simply smirked and left. I rushed to help her up, but before I could ask her anything, she started wailing and ran away. What was happening? Xander's mom knew Rod, and from what I heard, Rod had some video he was using to blackmail Xander. What was this video? And what papers was Xander delivering? I wanted to get to the root of everything, so I waited all evening outside Xander's cafe where he worked and then followed him. To my surprise, he parked his bike outside Rod's house, slowly making his way to a slanted door on the ground. Xander opened the lid of the door and jumped in. I left my bike behind as I made my way to the same basement door and saw Xander throw a huge envelope on Rod's face.
These are all the exam papers you wanted. We're done. And one more thing, if you ever touch my mom again, I swear I will bury you alive.
Don't be so mad, pretty boy. Also, we're far from done. You still have to write me that essay for my college application. Make sure it's perfect, or you know what I can do, don't you?
I've already done everything I can, Rod. Just quit torturing me.
It's nothing to what you'll go through in jail. All I need to do is make one phone call and tell the police how you stole from my dad.
Rod smirked at Xander in the most evil way before moving closer and spitting in his face. Xander lost it and hit Rod, and the two of them got into a huge fight. I wanted to do something, but before I could, the basement door I was leaning on broke and I dropped to the floor. Thankfully, it wasn't too high, or I would have ended up breaking my bones. Both Xander and Rod looked at me in shock as I got up.
Meredith! Oh my god, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Step away from her, she's my girlfriend!
What are you going to do, spit in my face again?
You bet I will.
Rod tried hitting Xander again, but this time I got in the way and pushed him away. Don't hurt him!
Why are you so worried about this worm? You like him, don't you? I dated you even though you're way beneath me. You should be thanking me, but instead you're choosing him?
I'm not choosing anyone, but I do know now that I don't want to be with a psychopath like you. Rod turned to me with crazy eyes, and I thought he was about to hit me when suddenly his dad barged in. He must have heard the noise when the door crashed.
What is this mess? Xander, what are you doing here? Dad, Xander is a thief! Remember you lost your favorite watch? It was Xander who took that. See, I have proof. Everything was caught on camera.
Rod's dad looked at Xander in shock as Rod showed him the whole video, and then Xander explained the whole story. Apparently, his mom worked with Rod's family as a housekeeper, and he and his little sister grew up with Rod's family.
Last year, my sister was diagnosed with a lung condition. We really needed a lot of money for the treatment, but Mom didn't have any. So one day, while the whole family was away, I broke in, stole one of your watches, and sold it to pay for my sister's treatment. I thought I'd somehow collect the money and replace the watch eventually, but Rod found out, and since then he's been blackmailing me to cheat on his college applications. He told me that you'd cut him off if he didn't get into a good college, sir. I didn't want to go to jail, so I did what he said. But Rod's demands never stopped. I'm so sorry.
Xander broke down in tears, and I felt so bad for him. Thankfully, Rod's dad understood and forgave Xander and said he wouldn't press charges. Rod lost his mind and started throwing things like a maniac, but his dad called in security and they dragged Rod away. Xander escorted me outside and called me a cab. We were waiting when he finally spoke.
Meredith, I've never said this before because you were with Rod, but I really like you. I always have.
You're a good guy, Xander, but I can't be with someone I can't trust. You should have just told Rod's dad the truth.
I know, I was a coward, but I felt I didn't have a choice.
You always have a choice. You had the choice of being honest.
Meredith, I
want to go. Saying that, I slid into the cab and left, leaving Xander alone. I didn't hear from Rod again, but Xander tried calling me a million times, and I ignored him. I didn't even want to go to school and felt totally lost. I guess Mom saw that because one night she walked into my room and asked me what happened, and I ended up spilling everything. I loved your father, and I know you did too. He suffered some hard knocks and didn't deal well with it, and it hurt us, but that doesn't mean everyone else will be the same. Well, Rod turned out to be crazy, and what if Xander is dishonest again? Look, he shouldn't have stolen from Rod's dad, but he did it for his family, not out of some greed, and that says something about him. Go talk to him, Meredith. I hugged Mom and rushed to the cafe Xander worked at, but he wasn't around. Luckily, the manager recognized me from before and handed me Xander's address. I went to his place and knocked, and seconds later, a cute little girl answered the door. Hey, is Xander around?
Nope, but you can wait. You're Meredith, right?
How did you know?
Xander told me you were the prettiest girl he'd ever seen, and you are pretty.
I didn't say that. I said she's pretty, but she's the smartest girl I know.
I turned around and saw Xander behind me. He signaled his sister to leave, and then it was just him and I.
So what brings you here? I thought you didn't want to see me.
Xander, all my life I've hated my dad for breaking my trust. It's really difficult for me to open up to people. And dating someone like Rod, who turned out to be a complete psycho, messed up my mind, and I just needed some time to figure out my feelings.
And have you figured them out?
Kind of, but I need you to promise that you won't lie about anything to me.
I promise. Now can I ask you out on a date?
Depends on how well you kiss.
Let's find out.
All her life, Elizabeth had been obsessed with astrology. Every decision she made was based on horoscopes, even the birth of her daughter. When she realized that her daughter would be born in the worst astrological year, Elizabeth refused to accept it. Instead, she decided to fake her daughter's birth date. She waited 2 years to tell anyone about her child, and even made fake documents to back it up. Baby Lisa Marie had no idea that she was 2 years older than she thought, living in her mom's lie. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I had a very quirky mom. She believed in astrology, kept crystals all around the house, and loved everything supernatural. People thought she was a bit strange, but to me, she was an angel. I adored her, and she was my best friend. I grew up a lot faster than other kids. I was super smart, tall, and very big compared to kids my age, which made people uncomfortable. Why is your baby so big? She looks and acts like a toddler. When I was 5, I noticed kids my age were still so small and baby-like. Mommy, why am I so much bigger than the other kids? People think I'm weird. Nothing about you is weird. You're just special. Mom always made me feel loved. Life was perfect with just the two of us. But all that changed right before my 6th birthday. I was fast asleep one night when suddenly I heard something under my bed. Nervously, I peeked over the side, and a little boy jumped out and howled like a wolf. I screamed and Mom rushed in. When she saw him, she laughed. I meant to introduce you two in the morning. This is your cousin Charlie, and he's going to be living with us.
I'm a werewolf. Ow!
Wait, what? Mom explained that he was an orphan, and if we didn't take him in, he'd have to go live with strangers. Charlie is a handful, I know, but he's family, and family comes first. That's my girl. Life turned upside down after that day. Charlie was naughty and wild, but Mom never got angry with him. No matter how crazy he acted, she always took his side and asked me to be patient with him too. I tried my best to ignore him, for Mom's sake, but he didn't make it easy. One evening before dinner, I was studying in my room when I heard loud voices downstairs and rushed to check. Charlie had invited over a dozen neighborhood kids, and they were eating all our food. What's going on here? They're my friends and they'll be eating with us. Or I'll throw sand in your food, on the couch, in your bed. You'll find sand everywhere. Why are you so annoying? Why are you such an angel? Just shut up or I'll make my friends kick your butt. Mom had walked in too, and she just told me to let him be. I stormed off angrily, and he and his gang raided the fridge. I didn't understand why Mom put up with him. But he got even worse when Mom got a job as a substitute teacher at a fancy private school and enrolled us in the 7th grade. He became friends with a bunch of bullies and would land in detention every week. I had a hard time fitting in too. I was still the biggest kid in my class, and everyone stared at me as I towered above them. One day in gym class, we were playing dodgeball when I accidentally hit a girl in the head. She blew up at me. "Coach, this giant almost killed me. She shouldn't be allowed to play with us." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." "I know, Lisa Marie. Maybe you'll be more comfortable with the 9th grade kids. You'd fit perfectly in there." I was so humiliated. When I told Mom, she gave me a big hug and told me the same old stuff, that I was special. Well, I'd rather be normal, but the stars had different plans for you, love. For the first time, I got annoyed at Mom. I didn't want to talk about the stars. I wanted to talk about my feelings. I wasn't buying her theories anymore, but I pretended to believe her. In the 8th grade, I decided to own my weirdness and not let it get me down anymore. I began playing sports with the older kids. I made friends and even met the cutest boy there. His name was Alex, and I had the biggest crush on him. My life got so much better at school, but at home, Charlie's attitude really changed towards us. "I can't believe you're driving us to school in this piece of junk. You never had a problem with my car before." "Yeah, that's because I didn't realize how poor we were. It's embarrassing." "Hey, you could be a little more grateful." "He doesn't mean it, honey." "Yeah, I do. I don't like him treating you like this, Mom." But Mom just asked me to ignore it, as always. Ugh. The next day at school, Alex asked me to join him for lunch, and I was over the moon. I didn't even think he knew I existed. We had such a fun time talking, and when I got home, I wrote all about it in my diary. But the very next day, something horrible happened. I was playing basketball with Alex and the other kids during recess when suddenly Mom barged in, waving my diary in the air. "Lisa Marie, you're in love and didn't tell me? Who is this Alex? It says you want to marry him someday." "That's not happening, Missy. Not until I find out that your stars are perfectly aligned." "Mom, stop!" "Why? Please don't tell me he's a Scorpio." My face burned as I felt everyone's eyes on me, and I couldn't even look at Alex. I just ran out of the gym and locked myself in the girls' bathroom. How could Mom do this? I'd never felt so angry at her. I skipped the rest of my classes and went home early. But when I entered my bedroom, I saw Mom inside doing some cleansing ritual with my diary in the center. And I just lost it. I picked up the big jar with some weird liquid and smashed it on the ground. "Lisa, what have you done? That was important. For what? To become a bigger joke than I already am? What were you thinking, Mom?" "I'm just trying to protect you." "Because some stupid horoscope said so? You're insane." I slammed the door and went out into the backyard for some air and found Charlie smoking. "What do you think you're doing?" "Whatever I feel like. I heard you shouting at Auntie, and that's a side of you I've never seen." "Get lost, Charlie." "No, I like it. I think I want to show you something." Curious, I followed Charlie to his room. He dug out a huge bag from under his bed, and I was shocked to see piles of school documents inside. Copies of all the major test answers. I sell them to rich kids and can make a killing. I can hook you up too. "Are you crazy? You could get into so much trouble. You have to get rid of them." "Why do you always have to be some goody two-shoes? Is it to please your crazy mom?" "I know she's a lot, but don't talk about her like that. She's been nothing but good to you." "She's just an embarrassment. People talk about how nuts she is, and they laugh at us like we're a big joke. I make sure to tell everyone she's not my real mom." "You're such a jerk, Charlie." "And you're so blind. You don't even know all the crazy things she's done. If you knew, you wouldn't love her so much. What do you mean? But Charlie just grabbed his bag and began to walk away, only to turn around and say, "If you tell anyone about this, I'll make sure you regret it." He never came home that night, and Mom was so worried. But then we found out he'd gone to live with one of his rich friends from school, and he wasn't coming back. Mom was really sad, and I decided to forgive her. I was completely dreading the next day at school, but when I bumped into Alex at lunch, he was so sweet.
I'm sorry your mom did that, but in a way, I'm glad. I found out you like me because I like you too.
For the next few months, things were calm. Charlie completely ignored me at school, and I did too. Alex graduated from high school soon, but we started dating, and thankfully, Mom didn't bring up his horoscopes again. Soon, it was time for me to send out our college applications, and I was anxiously waiting to hear from my top university where Alex had gone to. But then one day, I got a call that rocked my world. My application was rejected because my birth certificate was fake. Why would Mom have a fake birth certificate of mine? I contacted the Home Affairs office, but they couldn't find my certificate. According to their records, there was no Lisa Marie born in 2006. I was so confused. I begged them to keep looking, and the next day, I got the most shocking email from them.
We found another Lisa Marie in your area, but she was born in 2004.
I printed out the birth certificate they'd sent me and saw Mom's signature on it. What? Furious, I kicked Mom's door open and demanded an explanation. "Mom, what is this? Did you fake my birth certificate?" Mom looked at me and snatched it from my hands. How did you get this? So it's true. I was born in 2004 and not 2006. Why would you do this, Mom?
I can explain. It's complicated.
No, it's not. All I know is that I just lost 2 years of my life thanks to you. Maybe everyone was always right about you.
Since when do you care about what people say about me?
And I did what I had to do. You lied to me my whole life. You watched me suffer and get teased every day, and you did nothing.
I protected you. It's my job as your mother, and I'm not going to apologize for it. Your original birth date had one of the worst predictions I had ever seen. I had to fake your birth date for a time when they got better.
I'm so tired of your frickin' stars and predictions, Mom. It's a bunch of nonsense. And if you truly believe all this, you're just as dumb and crazy as Charlie said. I regretted my words instantly, but I was too mad to take them back. I rushed out of the room before I made things worse. I sent my real birth certificate to the university, and they sent me an acceptance letter soon after. And now I was even more eager to leave. It seemed like Mom didn't really understand what she'd done, and I just really needed some space and time away from her. I did miss her though, and we began texting soon after. Although our relationship wasn't the same anymore and we'd grown distant, at least we were talking. I couldn't bring myself to visit her though. Not yet. But I really loved life at university with Alex and made so many friends. I truly felt like I belonged for the first time. Things were good until one day in my 3rd year, I got a call from an unknown number, and I was shocked to hear Charlie's voice.
"Lisa, your mom is sick. She has been for a while, and I think you need to come home."
My heart just dropped. Alex and I drove straight through the night, and when I got home, I rushed to Mom's bedside. "Oh, Mom, why didn't you tell me?" "You were so mad at me, honey. I didn't think you'd care." "Of course I care. I just needed some space to deal with everything. That doesn't mean I stopped loving you. You're here now, and that's all that matters. And Charlie's been taking such good care of me. I always knew he was a good boy." As Mom fell asleep, I left her to rest and found Charlie waiting outside. "Thank you for being there for my mom, Charlie. It means the world to me."
No, don't thank me. I'm just so sorry about how I treated her. I was in a bad place back then, and I made friends with all the wrong people and got into some serious trouble. If Auntie hadn't come to my rescue, I'd probably be in jail right now. I owe her everything, and I guess you too. I was really horrible growing up, wasn't I?
He looked so sincere, and I lightly punched his arm and then hugged him. The worst. You were so annoying. I spent every day with Mom while she recovered, and soon after, she began to look like her old self again. One afternoon, I found her digging in the garage for something. "What are you doing, Mom? be careful. I'm looking for your old blankie. Why? She poked me in the belly and laughed. She's going to need it since she'll be born in winter. How did Mom know I was pregnant? I'd just found out and I hadn't even told Alex yet. How did you? Mom winked and pointed to the sky. And then we just burst out laughing. What were the odds?
Hi, I'm Victoria from Slovakia, and this is the story of how my dumb family could never stand that I was smarter than all of them, and they did everything they could to ruin my life. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. It all started when I was a baby. I have a twin brother, Mark, and even though I came into the world 5 minutes after he did, I was always miles ahead of him. By the time he'd learned to roll over, I was crawling everywhere. He was just making spit bubbles when I spoke my first words. But for some reason, Mom and Dad were so proud of everything he did, and I just seemed to get on their nerves. Once, when we were playing with our toys, Mark picked up a mini train excitedly.
Look, Dada, it's a choo-choo. It's not a choo-choo, Mark. It's a train.
Oh, be quiet. He's so cute when he talks like that. I don't know why you speak like an annoying teenager already. On our 4th birthday, I only got stupid dolls, while my brother got a super cool toy airplane. He just ripped the box open and started pushing the buttons like a maniac. I picked up the manual and read the instructions. I felt fascinated by how it worked.
Here, Mark, let me give it a try.
No, you leave it to the boys.
Even my dad couldn't get it to work.
This is garbage.
And with that, he tossed it aside. I quietly picked up the airplane, and a few seconds later, everyone looked up in shock as it zoomed over their heads. Mark started to cry, and Dad snatched the remote control from me and told me to teach my bratty brother. But after I did, he would never let me have a turn. I would just sneak into his room at night and take it whenever I wanted. Once when we were in the 4th grade, my brother and I were playing Scrabble and my parents joined in. What I thought would be a fun family game night turned out to be a nightmare. I get 54 points for Sphinx.
That's not even a word. You're just making stuff up.
No, I'm not. It's an imaginary creature.
So it's not real. Ha! I knew it. Cheater.
Just because you don't know something doesn't mean it's not true.
Suddenly, Dad lost his temper and knocked the board off of the table.
You think you're smarter than all of us, huh?
I never said that, but maybe I read more books than you guys.
So that's the problem. Well, here's an easy solution. No more books for you.
To my horror, he marched straight up to my room, took away all my books, and put them in his safe. If they thought that was going to stop me from reading, they were so wrong. I'd sneak books into my school bag from the library and read them at night when everyone was asleep. When I was in the 10th grade, I was going upstairs one day when a book fell out of my bag. Before I could pick it up, Mark was already flipping through the pages.
This isn't one of our course books. Mom, Dad, look what Victoria has.
And seconds later, I had my parents breathing down my neck.
Why are you reading this book? What does it have to do with you?
I just really like reading about machines and how they work. I even fixed the kitchen clock that hasn't been working since forever.
That was you? Why didn't you tell me, idiot? I've been terrified thinking it's some ghost messing with the time.
I didn't send you to school to be some mechanic, and this kind of stuff is for boys.
And with that, he ripped the book in half. Dad, that's a library book.
Well, oops. And you better come and watch TV with us. You have to start acting like you're part of this family.
They forced me to watch dumb shows with them all evening, when all I wanted to do was go work on my secret project. You see, about a month ago, I'd entered the science fair, and I'd been secretly working on an amazing robot arm. On the day of the fair, I woke up extra early, snuck out of the house with my project, and put it in my locker. When the science teacher called me to set up my table at the fair, I couldn't help grinning at Mark's surprised face. As the judges and other students gathered around my table, I announced, "This solar-powered robot arm can play catch with you, chop up vegetables, and even write with a pen. Exhibit A." Everyone gasped as the arm started chopping up carrots at warp speed. And then suddenly, something went very, very wrong. The arm started making some strange sputtering noises, and the next thing I knew, it flung the knife towards the crowd, missing one of the judges by an inch. As the horrified crowd started to scatter, I burst into tears. I couldn't understand how this had happened until I spotted Mark's
ugly face smiling in the crowd. Of course he tampered with it. I didn't win anything, and to make things worse, I was called into the principal's office. I gulped when I walked in to see the judge who almost got hurt, but he actually smiled at me.
Victoria, we obviously couldn't give you a prize because your robot failed, but I was still very impressed, and your teachers speak very highly of you. Would you like to join the program for gifted kids at my college?
College? I couldn't believe it.
Why don't you come spend a day on campus? Bring your parents along.
I agreed to the college tour immediately, and I was foolish enough to think that for once my parents might be proud of me. As I went downstairs that evening to talk to them, I was met with roars of laughter.
You should have seen it, guys. It was so funny when the arm went haywire. She almost hit someone.
I wish you could have caught it on camera. Gosh, what was she thinking?
Maybe she wants to build a robot arm one day because she's too ugly to get a real boyfriend.
I turned angrily and went back to my room. I wasn't telling them anything about the college. The next day, I gave the principal the permission slip I'd signed myself and left for the college tour. I had an amazing time touring the campus. Later in the cafeteria, I bumped into someone, and when I turned to apologize, I saw the cutest boy smiling down at me.
Hey, let me help you with that. I'm Luke, by the way.
Luke was really sweet, and we struck up a conversation immediately over lunch. I didn't even notice how quickly the time had passed. When I was leaving, he said,
I know we just met, but I'd love to keep in touch. It's hard to find people you can talk to easily.
I knew exactly what that felt like. I was on cloud 9, but I fell back pretty hard on earth as soon as I got to school. Waiting at the gate were the principal and my parents, and they looked livid.
You forged my signature?
Dad, let me explain.
Where were you all day?
I've been offered a full scholarship at an amazing college.
College? What kind of college would want a stupid schoolgirl?
Sir, your daughter is very smart, and you can visit the college.
I'll be doing nothing of the sort. That's because she's not going. And I want you to stop telling her she's better than the rest of us, or I'll sue you.
As furious as I was, I knew there was no point in arguing with these guys. I would just have to wait a couple of years to get out of here. They couldn't take everything away from me, I thought. I called up Luke and we started seeing each other. As we grew closer, I opened up to him about my crazy family and how my achievements bother them.
That's really unfair. You have a college scholarship waiting for you. Don't let their insecurities hold you back, Vic.
His words made me realize that I didn't need to feel bad for being smart or having big dreams. Luke helped me set up a tutoring gig on the side, and I started making money. A couple of months later, he asked me to move out and come live with him, and I said yes. We decided to break the news to them together. To my surprise, they looked rather pleased to see Luke.
Oh, wow. I was pretty sure by now she was gay. Yeah, she thinks she's so smart she doesn't even need a man.
Luke immediately took my hand.
She doesn't need a man, sir. I'm lucky that someone as smart and lovely as her chose me.
I just wanted to tell you all that I'm moving out, and I'm going to college next week. At first, they looked shocked. Then Dad started laughing.
Oh, now I get why she's with you. You do need a man to pay the bills.
I'm on full scholarship, Dad, and I have plenty of savings.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm pretty sure you'll come crying back soon enough. You've always thought you were something special, but you're not. And you never will be.
Maybe you're right, Dad. Maybe I'm not special, but I'm smart and hardworking, and I love to learn. And now that I won't have you putting me down, I can be anything I want. And with that, I walked out with Luke. I was going to put my family behind me for good. On the first day of college, when someone came and sat next to me in class, I looked up and nearly fell off my seat. Mark, what are you doing here?
Oh, I go to this college now. Dad pulled some strings to get me in here. He says that if you're smart enough to go to college, so am I.
Just seeing Mark every day was ruining my college experience, but I knew I didn't have to worry about it for too long. He was nowhere near smart enough to keep up with college studies, and after flunking for 2 semesters straight, he finally left. I graduated college with honors, and on the same day, Luke proposed to me. I called Mom a few days later to invite my family to the wedding.
Oh, did you say the date is May 15th? Oh, sorry, no, we can't make it. Marky is getting married on the same day.
What? To whom?
Oh, I don't know yet, but we'll be very busy. So good luck with your wedding.
I couldn't believe she just decided to have Mark's wedding on the same day as mine. The moment I told her the news, Mom is horrible. My wedding day was the happiest day of my life, and it was probably because my family wasn't there. A week later, I had a job interview at my dream company, and I was really nervous. As I paced the hallway, I was shocked to see Dad come out of the office. "What are you doing here?" "Same as you. I'm here for the job interview." "But you're not an engineer." "So what? I'm a good actor." Just then, the door opened again, and I was called in for my turn. As I walked in, Dad yelled behind me, "I raised her, and I can tell you, she's not very smart. She won't be any good for this job." Everyone in the room looked rather shocked. I felt so humiliated, but I managed to collect myself, and I aced the interview. I was immediately offered the job. A year later, we welcomed a beautiful baby girl, Maddie, and we decided that we needed a bigger place. We started going to open houses, and I fell in love with a beautiful Victorian cottage. When we approached the realtor, she said, "Oh, don't get too attached to this place. Another family's already made an offer on it." I turned around to see that it was my family she was pointing to. Unbelievable! "I'll match any offer they make, and I'll personally talk to the homeowner about how much it would mean for us to live here." After speaking with the owner, I made an offer. As expected, my parents went up even higher. I didn't want to get into a bidding war, and I let them have it. Luke and I walked by the house a day after they'd moved in. The minute the trio spotted us, they all came running out. "Guys, come in. Don't you want to see our lovely new home?" "Thanks, Dad, but I'd rather not." "Not after the stories I've heard about it." "What do you mean?" "Oh, I spoke with the owner, and she told me that 10 years ago, a tenant mysteriously died in this house, and nobody stays here too long ever since, because strange things keep happening. That's why she decided to finally sell it. Such an honest old lady." And with that, we walked away. My family was truly terrified of one thing. It was ghosts. Luke and I found another lovely home as far away from them as possible. And we're raising Maddie there to do anything she wants, from playing in the dirt to making dollhouses. And nothing would make me happier if she's smarter than me. One afternoon in 1890, Clarissa was sipping tea at a garden party when suddenly a dog came running out of the bushes and tripped her. She fell flat on her back and screamed. Everyone rushed her inside quickly because Clarissa was heavily pregnant. An hour later, she gave birth to an adorable little girl, and that was me. Hi, I'm Agatha Christie, and this is my extraordinary story. Growing up, Mom and Dad spoiled me rotten because I was the youngest. But they were so overprotective, they wouldn't even let me go play in the park. "You'll get lost, sweetums."
But I want to see the ducks by the pond.
"Nasty ducks can bite your tiny fingers. Best to stay by our side."
But there were no schools or kids my age in the neighborhood, and my parents wouldn't teach me how to read.
"You'll hurt your eyes, love. We'll teach you when you're a little older."
Like when I'm 5?
How about 8?
I hated waiting, so I began teaching myself. I started reading when I was 4, and by the time I was 8, I had finished Alice in Wonderland. And I loved telling stories just as much. I didn't have any real friends, but my imaginary ones heard many of the tales I made up. I even had a poem published in the local newspaper when I was just 11. Life was good, but then everything suddenly changed. Dad fell ill and passed away, and a year later, my sister got married and my brother moved overseas. It was just me and my mom in our big house, and money was running out. I eventually wanted to get a job, but Mom refused.
"You're a lady, Agatha. We don't take jobs. We get husbands who provide for us."
I'm 15, and waiting for a husband sounds stupid.
"You're a gentleman's daughter, love, and you can only make money by marrying well."
Mom sent me off to boarding school in Paris to learn music, and I thought this was my chance to make money by becoming a professional opera singer or a pianist. But after 2 years, I gave up that goal because it was quite obvious I just didn't have the talent. I went back to find Mom looking weak, and it broke my heart that her life wasn't as good as before. One day we were out for a walk when we passed an antique shop, and Mom stopped to admire a beautiful pearl brooch. "Should we ask the price, Mom?"
"Sweetheart, I already know we can't afford it. Come, let's go."
"We'll be able to one day, I promise. I'm gonna get you that brooch." Soon after I turned 18, I came down with influenza, and the doctor strictly told me to stay in bed. Feeling bored and restless, I started writing again.
"Agatha, these stories are brilliant. You should get these published."
I thought you didn't approve of working women. I didn't know you could write this well. You have a real talent. But every story got rejected, and I felt so frustrated. And Mom was still obsessed with getting me married. I agreed to go to a dance just to make her happy. I thought I looked cute till I got there. Every girl was dressed like royalty. Just then, a snobbish-looking girl walked up to me. "You, servant girl, why have you arrived so late? Go to the kitchen now and get more drinks for my friends." "Excuse me? Get them yourself." "How dare you speak to me like that? I'm Celeste Clearwater." Is that supposed to mean something to me? I'm Agatha Miller, and it was not a pleasure to meet you. Before she could reply,
If we'd known what was waiting for us in Spain, we probably would have stayed home. But no, we just had to go. And that's how we ended up being chased by a mafia boss and meeting the most beautiful girl we'd ever seen along the way. The moment Max, Sam, and I, James, landed in Spain, chaos hit. After a grueling flight, our luggage had vanished somewhere between here and nowhere. Guys, where's the rest of our stuff?
Maybe they're just delayed? We should check with the airline.
After screaming at the airline's customer service for hours, the reality set in. Our luggage was lost. They told us they've been dealing with a lot of theft at the airport lately. What a lame excuse. How are we supposed to enjoy the trip? We each had only a backpack with some money in our passports.
Well, this sucks.
Who needs clean clothes anyway? We're in Spain! Let's hit the city! We can deal with this later.
Oh, Max is right. We're already here. I mean, how bad can it get? It got bad really fast. Like some unknown force didn't want us to enjoy the trip, because the moment we got to the sidewalk, 3 guys dashed by, snatching Sam's backpack right off his shoulders. Without thinking, we ran after them. The thieves were fast, running through the crowded streets like they knew every inch of the city. Max was ahead, shouting directions.
Left! They went left!
Sam and I struggled to keep up. Just when we thought we were gaining on them, the thieves pulled off some insane parkour moves and vanished.
Are you kidding me? They're like ninjas.
Max managed to jump over a wall, but Sam and I couldn't go any further. Darn, I know I'm not athletic, but I'd never felt so useless in my life. This is not how I pictured our first day in Madrid.
They're gone! Those thieves were pros!
Well, this sucks even more. Now what?
We're not going to let a couple of thieves ruin this. We'll figure it out. First, let's find some food and hit the streets.
Wait! Not all of them are gone! Look there!
We turned and spotted a pair of legs sticking out from a dark alley. The rest of the body was hidden in shadow. We walked slowly, carefully.
It might be a trap. What if they're trying to lure us in?
Lure us in for what?
I don't know. Maybe they'll drag us in and make us rob a bank or something.
You've been watching too many movies.
Shh! I think they're hurt.
We got closer. Max bent down and pulled off the thief's mask and froze. It was a girl. The most beautiful girl I'd ever seen.
Guys, who hurt her? Who did this to her? She stole our money. So what? She doesn't deserve this.
Hey, can you hear us? Are you all right? She didn't move, just stared at us, shaking a little, like she was too scared to breathe.
Maybe she's the shy kind. You guys go get drinks or something. You must get some rest. I'll stay here and talk to her.
Oh, sure. Maybe we'll play the violin too while you charm her. Do you think we're idiots?
Just then, the girl started coughing hard. I pulled out a tissue, but Max snatched it from me and gently cleaned her mouth. She tried to speak, but her voice was barely a whisper. It was like she wanted to talk, but couldn't.
She might be faking it.
But after 10 whole minutes of struggling to understand her, we realized something. She wasn't faking. She was mute.
Who cares? Let's just call the police on her.
She froze, then started crying. A second later, she clasped her hands together, begging without saying a word. She reached into her hoodie pocket, pulled out a pen and a small notebook, and scribbled something down in Spanish. No Spanish. No, nope, none, nada.
Speak for yourself. Sí, señorita. Sergio Ramos. ¿Me o qué? Tortilla. Yeah.
She gave him a look. You know, the one that says, "You're the dumbest creature I've ever met. Me, James. You?" She flipped the page and scribbled something. It was a drawing, and we stared at it, trying to make sense of what it meant.
Poop?
No, idiot, it's gold. Maybe her name means gold in Spanish? The girl just face-palmed herself.
Looks like a pile of rice. Paella, maybe? She's hungry. Let's grab food.
Wait, what should we call her?
We can call her Elsa. The girl looked at me and smiled. She liked it. We couldn't leave her there. I don't know why, but it felt wrong. So we bought some food by the roadside that tasted like stale bread, but that was the best our little money could get. As night fell, the city seemed to come alive in a whole new way. We stumbled upon a lively club and squeezed our way through a crowd to get in. This place is insane! Let's have some fun. Before I could blink, Max was already on the dance floor, pulling out all the moves, hoping to impress the girls, but only made a fool of himself when he tripped and fell horribly. Then he got up and continued like nothing happened. We were having fun, except Sam Sam was too shy. He stayed close to Max and me and avoided contact with all the girls. Max pulled me aside and we made a plan to help Sam talk to one of the girls. Maybe even get his first kiss. You see, when Sam was in 2nd grade, he offered a girl some flowers and got wildly rejected. Ever since, he's not been able to talk to a girl. Well, tonight, we were going to make sure that changed. We tried to convince Elsa to dance with him and give him a kiss. Max tried to explain it to her and even pouted his mouth close to hers. She immediately recoiled and slapped him. Then she hid behind me, like she wanted me to protect her. "It's okay, ma'am. He meant no harm."
Oh, wow. We're calling her ma'am now? The thief?
Maybe she was with them against her will. We don't know. Max gave her a sharp look. "Look, let's just focus on helping Sam right now." Max, being his smooth-talking self, managed to chat up a girl who seemed way out of his league. Turns out, she was the daughter of the club owner. She was so beautiful, like a supermodel sent by the gods.
Him? No way.
Just then, Elsa appeared behind her. The girl walked off with a dramatic hair flip, and we immediately noticed something in Elsa's hand. She had the girl's phone.
What the heck, man?
Wait, where's my phone?
She turned around, just in time to see Max snatching the phone from Elsa's hand.
Aw, how sweet. Spain is full of these smug little street thieves like her. Thanks for saving my phone, babe. Wanna dance?
I will, but after you dance with Sam.
Fine, I'll do it because you're a chivalrous guy. American and chivalrous. Can't resist this.
She agreed to approach Sam and dance with him, and even kiss him on the cheek just for fun. We were all standing by the bar when she came by, and before Sam knew what was happening, Max, Elsa, and I bolted.
Hey, handsome. Wanna dance? Don't be shy. I'll show you some moves.
Before he could blink, she pulled him to the dance floor and started dancing. Sam was struggling to keep up, but she did her best to guide him. We made sure to take enough pictures. We were making history. "Hey, Elsa, why did you take her phone?" Elsa made a funny gesture by holding her neck and shocking it, as if she was saying the girl deserved it. "I know you meant well, but that doesn't mean we can commit a crime." Elsa nodded her head and smiled innocently like she agreed with me. Then it was time for the main event. The girl stepped closer to him, pouting her lips to give Sam a kiss on the cheek. Just as her lips touched his cheek, he froze. "Yeah, go Sam!" Then a huge guy appeared out of nowhere and punched Sam so hard that he sent him flying to the floor. I mean, it wasn't just a punch, it was like something out of a movie. Max and I rushed over trying to help Sam, but 2 other guys appeared and joined in, shoving us back. Suddenly, it was chaos. Max punched one of the guys, and before we knew it, all hell broke loose. Just then, this weird dude in a torn suit came out of nowhere and crashed right into Sam. He looked terrified, like he was running for his life. The guy suddenly grabbed Sam's hand and put a shiny ring on his finger really fast, like the Flash. Suddenly, more men in suits burst in, yelling and pointing at the guy, and he ran off like a terrified rabbit, disappearing into the chaos.
What the heck just happened?
Dude, why are you wearing a diamond ring?
Sam tried to pull it off, but it was stuck, like really stuck. Then, as if things weren't weird enough, the guys in suits who were chasing the dude stopped and exchanged looks like, "What do we do now?" And I kid you not, they decided the best plan was to kidnap Sam. Before we could react, they grabbed him, threw him over their shoulders like a sack of potatoes, and carried him out of the club. We ran after them, but 2 more guys in black suits suddenly blocked our path. I tried to shield Elsa before they totally knocked us out cold at the same time. The next day, I woke up to the sound of a speeding car. I sat up and looked around, trying to piece together. It looked like some dusty old storage garage, dark, quiet, and full of rusted junk piled in the corners. Max was lying beside me, snoring like a pig. "Elsa, you okay?"
Ugh, you ask about Elsa before you ask about me?
"Where the heck are we?"
Better question, what the heck happened? Oh no, Sam!
"Where's Sam?" "Oh, this is really bad, man. And I don't have my wallet."
Same, my pockets are empty. What the heck did we do last night?
I checked my pockets and found something in my jeans. "Max, I've got something. Looks like some kind of ticket. I probably got it off one of those black suits yesterday. Oh, darn it, I can't even remember."
Why does it have the name El Toro Loco written on it? That doesn't sound like a friendly name.
This just keeps getting better. What the heck did we get ourselves into?
We need to find Sam. He could be in serious trouble.
Agreed, but we don't even know where to start. The ticket might be our only lead. First, let's find out where or who El Toro, whatever, is. I tried to walk ahead, but my legs felt wobbly, and I just fell to the ground. Elsa rushed over to help me.
We can't even stand straight, and we're supposed to take on the mafia? And yeah, I thought about calling the cops, but what if that just gets Sam a bullet to the head?
Just then, Elsa stood up like a soldier in command. She gestured for us to wait, then turned and left. "Where are you going?" "Wait."
Let her go. Maybe she's trying to make up for all the trouble she's caused.
"It's not her fault some weird dude slipped a ring on Sam's finger and a gang kidnapped us and dumped us here. Why do you hate her so much? Because she didn't choose you?"
Choose me for what? What am I, some sack of tomatoes? Don't act so smug. And for the record, the club owner's daughter was into me.
"She wanted you because you're American."
How do we know Elsa doesn't want the same thing?
Max, all I'm asking is that you be nice to her. Is that so hard?
Yes, it is.
2 hours later, Elsa came back carrying 2 boxes of pizza and some blankets. Max lunged for the food, but Elsa stepped back and he stumbled, falling flat on his face.
God darn it!
Thank you, Elsa, but how did you even get all this? She just shrugged, handed me a blanket, and tossed the other at Max. Wow, green olives, green peppers. You really love the color green, huh?
Like the green card.
We ate until our stomachs were full, finally feeling like humans again. After a while, Elsa pulled something out of her pocket, a small, worn photo. She held it up to me. It showed a younger version of her, standing in front of the Statue of Liberty, with a man and woman on either side of her, arms around her shoulders. I leaned closer. Wait, is that you? Are you American? She shook her head. Oh, just visiting? She nodded once. I studied the photo. Are your parents still around? She paused, then slowly shook her head. I'm sorry. She blinked a few times like she was trying not to cry, but her eyes were already glassy. Hey, I'm really sorry. Thanks for showing me. She looked at me, quietly nodding. A few minutes later, we were curled up under the blanket she brought, and before we knew it, we were out cold. What we thought would be a quick nap turned into 12 straight hours of sleep. We woke up freaking out. I grabbed Elsa's hand and the 3 of us rushed back to the road to find someone, anyone, who could take us to the El Toro Loco address. We walked along the dusty road for what felt like forever. Every time we waved at a car, it just sped past us like we didn't exist.
Are we cursed or something? Do we look like hitchhiking criminals?
Well, you are wearing a bloody shoe on one foot and a sock on the other. Max ignored me and kept flailing his arms at passing cars, but no one cared. Then Elsa stepped forward. She barely just raised her finger. A truck slammed the brakes and stopped right in front of her. When she walked toward it, the driver noticed we were following her.
No, tú sola, see?
The idiot wants her alone.
Let her go. She's been nothing but bad luck.
Elsa glared at him.
I'm joking. Can you please convince him to give us a ride?
I pulled out the ticket and handed it to Elsa. She showed it to the driver.
Pamplona, sí, yo voy allá, súbanse atrás.
He gestured to the back of the truck, which was filled with sheep and goats. Max and I exchanged a glance, both of us holding our noses at the smell. He wanted Elsa to sit next to him. I was hesitant, but Elsa gave me an assuring look and held up her knuckle ring, like she was saying, I've got this. I gave her a nodding smile and climbed into the back of the truck.
And what if she punches him while he's driving? We all die.
Just get in, man. The animals were noisy, and the bumpy ride made it even worse. By the time we reached our destination, we were thirsty, hungry, and covered in a mixture of sweat and animal odor. The truck screeched to a halt in front of a giant, dusty ranch estate, and guards, all dressed in black, stood at the main gate.
This is it, El Toro Loco's place. We're probably about to die.
Play it cool.
We smell like goat pee. I don't think cool's on the table.
We approached the guards, and I pulled out the crumpled ticket we'd been given. We've got this. It's legit. We're here for a friend, Sam. He's short, nervous, and may or may not be married to a cursed ring.
What's the code?
No one gave us a code, just this ticket. No code, no entry. We have unauthorized visitors.
Okay, wait, code. Loyalty? Godfather? Paella? Jennifer Lopez?
She's Puerto Rican, you idiot, and your goat stink is giving me a headache. Turn around and leave, or else.
Elsa stepped forward calmly, then reached into her hoodie pocket, pulled out a notebook, and flipped it open to a page. It said, like and subscribe. Haha, joking. But seriously, like and subscribe. It was a detailed sketch of a man, shirtless, heroic, riding a flaming bull through a thunderstorm while wielding a sword. The words, El Toro, King of Fire, were written at the top in bold.
Is that the boss?
On a bull with a six-pack.
Elsa turned the page to show more sketches. El Toro sitting on a throne made of gold bars. El Toro arm wrestling a lion.
Do we show him? We show him.
He took the notebook and disappeared into the building. A few minutes later, he came running back.
He wants to meet her, right away.
The guards opened the gates and led us into the ranch. Elsa marched on forward while we followed in shock.
Did she just fan art her way into the mafia?
I have so many questions for her. We were taken to a room filled with rough-looking gangsters, and at the center was El Toro Loco. He was enormous, bald, had a mustache like 2 overcooked churros and a huge belly. He was holding Elsa's notebook and giggling.
Mira esto! Look at me! I am a god on this bull. I want to frame it. No, better. I want it on a cape.
Yeah, no, totally. You look very mythological, sir.
Majestic even, at your peak masculinity. El Toro leaned back and laughed, slapping his thigh, which jiggled for a full 5 seconds.
See, this girl is true artist. Many paint me, but no one get my essence.
So glad you love it. So, we're here about a teeny tiny matter involving Sam.
Ah, you must be his friend. He's here, but he make big trouble. He stole from me diamond ring, and he kissed my precious daughter. This very bad.
Wait, what? We didn't know.
No excuse. Now, he put ring on finger. It must come out. Either he remove or we cut finger. Your choice.
The look on El Toro's face told us he wasn't joking.
What happened to the cape?
The cape is happening. Okay, a deal for you. Maybe I go easy on you if you give me this talented bonita.
Good deal.
No way. Don't touch Elsa. And don't go easy on us. Max, what's wrong with you, man?
I was just saying.
Just then, Sam was brought into the room, looking like he'd seen 2 ghosts. Sam, we're getting you out of this. You just need to, well, you know.
Dude, I've tried. This can't be happening. I think it's a cursed ring. This whole trip is cursed. I should have listened to Mom. She always said you two are walking disasters.
She said that? I thought she liked us.
She was pretending.
So she's a hypocrite. Wow, and she goes to church every Sunday.
Yeah, and she's always lecturing us to be better Christians. She once told me not to play Call of Duty because it's violent and God would torture me the same way I'm torturing those bots.
Can we please stop talking about my mom and just get this stupid thing off? God!
El Toro stood and snapped his fingers. One of the guards handed him a small plastic tub, which he tossed toward us.
Butter, you'll need it.
We caught it, confused.
Butter? Cool. Now we can butter our way out of this nightmare. What are we supposed to do with this?
You find out enough soon.
You mean soon enough?
Sure, fix my English. More importante.
You're right, sir. He's stupid. We'll just take this butter. Don't want you to kill people with greasy hands. They might slip away. Get it? Slip? Okay, sorry. I make jokes when I'm nervous. He gave us a crooked grin and pointed toward the hallway.
Bathroom. You have 15 minutes.
It led us to a small bathroom, and by that point, Sam was seriously freaking out. The ring was still stuck on his finger, and he was yanking on it like his life depended on it, because, well, it did.
Come on, Sam! You've got to get that thing off!
Sam pulled the ring until his face turned red. It didn't budge. Max and I were pacing around trying to think of anything that might help. Try soap! Maybe that'll loosen it up. Sam tried rubbing his finger with soap and twisting the ring, but it was no use. It was like the ring had a mind of its own and wasn't going anywhere.
This is the worst day of my life.
Don't say that yet. Let's try cold water. Maybe it'll shrink your finger.
Or butter. I mean, he gave us that thing for a reason, and it might just work. We slapped the butter on his finger and pulled hard, but the ring was still there. By now, we were sweating. Sam's face was redder than a tomato. The clock was ticking, and I could practically hear the mafia boss sharpening his knife in the next room. Just then, Elsa grabbed my waist, and from her gestures, we understood. She wanted to help pull the ring off Sam's finger.
All right, this is it. One last try. On 3, we pull.
Max grabbed Sam's hand, and Elsa and I grabbed Max around the waist like a human chain. 1, 2, 3! We pulled with everything we had. Sam's face turned every shade of red, his veins popping like he was lifting a car. Max was straining so hard, and I held him like my life depended on it, pulling with all my strength.
Come on! Almost there!
We could feel the ring start to move, just a tiny bit, so we went harder, gritting our teeth like we were in some epic battle. Finally, with a loud pop, the ring flew off Sam's finger, and all 3 of us crashed to the floor.
Did we do it?
We did it! We actually did it! Then, Max's face twisted into something like anger mixed with a wild idea.
You know what? We've had nothing but bad luck since we got here. I say we take this ring and get the heck out of Spain. This is the only good thing we've gotten so far.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. Let's make a run for it.
I seriously have a bad feeling about this.
Trust me, we can do this if you just follow my lead.
We could hear footsteps outside. Max looked at me and I knew he was serious. We nodded to each other and quietly hid behind the bathroom door. The guards opened the door but found it empty. Then we burst out from behind the door, knocking the guards off their feet and bolting out of the bathroom like maniacs. Go, go, go! The guards were shouting and soon the whole place was full of black suits. We ran through the halls, desperately searching for an exit. Finally, we found a side door leading to a parking area.
There! Let's steal a car!
We picked the nearest one, an old but decent-looking sedan. Max jumped in, struggling with the wires. Elsa pushed him aside and managed to turn the engine on. We drove out of the parking lot just as more guards appeared, shouting and waving their guns at us.
We need to be at the airport within an hour, or we're done!
Just when we thought we were in the clear, the mafia boss and his men came charging after us in black SUVs, shooting at us like it was a damn action movie.
I told you I had a bad feeling about this!
Not now!
We were driving through traffic, dodging bullets and praying we didn't crash. But then, out of nowhere, the police showed up, probably because of all the gunfire. The police cars started chasing the mafia SUVs, thinking they were the main threat.
Thank you, Spanish police!
The mafia turned their attention to the cops, exchanging gunfire, which gave us just enough time to escape. But Max, being Max, felt the need to stick his head out the window and curse at them.
Burn in hell, you sons of witches!
And just like that, he leaned out a little too far, lost his grip, and tumbled right out of the car.
He fell! Someone's gonna hit him! He'll die! He's probably dying already!
Elsa didn't wait. She spun the wheel like a stunt driver and tore down the road in the opposite direction. Cars were honking like crazy, but she weaved through them like she'd done this before.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus, take the wheel and forgive my sins.
In seconds, Elsa got us back to where Max was lying in the middle of the street. I swung the passenger door open, and with Sam's help, we yanked him back inside.
Elsa, you saved me.
Are you gonna say sorry now, or?
Okay, fine. Sorry. She's cool. She's awesome. She's James Bond. Whatever. Drive. Get us to the airport.
We took the nearest exit, speeding toward the airport like our lives depended on it. Because they did. We reached the airport, ditched the car in a no parking zone, and sprinted through the hall like madmen. Travelers were dodging us as we jumped over luggage and pushed past security. But just before we reached the check-in gate, I looked over at Elsa. She was standing quietly beside me, hugging herself, her eyes wide as she took in everything around her.
We're never talking about this trip again.
Actually, I think I'm staying.
Wait, what?
Just for a little while. I'll call my dad, sort things out with the embassy. Elsa's got no one here, and honestly, I don't feel done.
You're gonna walk back out there with a mafia boss still loose?
Relax, I'm staying in the airport. I'll wait right here till my dad shows up. The embassy's already on high alert thanks to all the gunfire.
Wow, look at you. Romantic hero vibes.
Yeah, but like quiet romantic. The strong silent kind.
That's my title. He's more like shy with good hair.
Shut up. We all laughed. Even Elsa smiled. They both turned to leave. I stood there watching them walk off, and then Elsa stepped a little closer, took my hand, and smiled. Despite everything we'd been through, I knew one thing. Spain had more to show me.
If you liked this story, watch this next story from my friend who was being bullied at school all the time until he found his inner strength.
In every good comic book story, there must be a villain. And in the comic book story of my life, it was Rex. But the trouble with real-life villains is that they don't wear capes or monologue about their evil plans. They just show up every day and make your life a living hell. Rex and I weren't always enemies. There was a time when he was my neighbor, and we grew up playing together. But then one day, my dad won a lottery, got rich, and we moved to the richer part of town. And things just got weird between us.
Oh look, the rich guy's here in his big rich car with his tall rich chauffeur. What are you trying to do, huh? Make us all feel like we're losers and you're better than us?
That was the beginning of Rex's reign of terror. If there was an opportunity to shove me into a locker, trip me in the hallway, or call me names, he didn't miss it. I wanted to fight back, but that boy was massive. His biceps were like tree trunks, and his scowl could stop a clock. Next to him, I looked like an ant. Everyone was scared of Rex, and since he hated me, no one dared speak to me. I even tried to switch schools, but my dad told me to face my fears like a man. So yeah, I mostly spend my time alone drawing and staying far away from Rex, but he always found me.
Look, everybody! Liam drew his imaginary friends!
No, that's Captain Teddy and his sidekick Ducky.
Looks like your mom, honestly.
His cape is blown over his shoulder as he holds off the meteorite. That's not a dress. Give me my book back.
Or what? You're gonna hit me, pretty boy? You can try, but you'd fail, and I'll puncture your face so badly, your rich dad will lose all his money to give you plastic surgery that won't work because it'll only make you more ugly.
That's enough, Rex.
I turned around and saw Poppy walk towards us. She was the prettiest girl in my class and my all-time crush. I saw her for the first time in middle school and instantly fell in love, but I never really had the courage to tell her that.
Stop bullying him. Pick on someone your own size. There you go. Are you okay?
I nodded my head like an obedient dog, and Poppy just brushed my hair and walked away. Wait, why did that feel insulting? She thought I was weaker than Rex, which I was, but I didn't want my crush to know that. I had to do something to redeem my image, so I decided to man up and ask Poppy out. I sat up all night, made a beautiful portrait for her, wrote a sweet message, and slipped the drawing in her locker while she was in her violin classes. After class, I rushed to see her reaction, but when I arrived, the portrait was stuck to Poppy's locker, and it had horns and fangs drawn all over it. Poppy,
I've never been so insulted in my life before. What did I ever do to you?
I didn't do this.
It has your name, doofus, and no one in this school can draw as well as you. I should have just let Rex beat you to a pulp that day.
And with that, Poppy just burst into tears and ran away. I was still confused when I saw Rex snickering in the corner. I walked up to him, my fists balled up. What's your problem, huh? Why do you hate me?
I just don't like your face. It reminds me of my old cat who scratched my hand. I hated that little thing, so I left her in the park one day, but she crawled her way back, and my dad went mental looking after her. He ignored me. Can you imagine getting replaced by a cat? Anyway, I hated that cat. You look like her, so I hate you too. What are you gonna do about it?
Rex would have hit me if the teacher didn't walk in. And 2 days later, I found out that he was dating Poppy. It made my blood boil. But did I do anything about it? Nope. I decided to ignore everything and carry on with my day. Life at school was miserable enough already, and I secretly poured my heart and soul into creating comics, and my most favorite one was Star Sketcher, about a boy who saves the world with his magic paintbrush from a menacing alien bully. I carried my work everywhere with me, so one day when my art teacher saw it, he was so impressed, he pushed me to apply to this top art school in New York.
You're one of the most talented students in our school. Show some confidence in your work.
Yeah, I don't think I have any. Besides, who would even want to read stuff like this? Turns out a lot of people. Because the next day, my art teacher displayed one of my short comics in the school hallway, and everyone adored it.
Hey, Liam, love your comics. Please, make a character for me too.
And me, I don't even mind posing for you. Are you free this Friday?
I was basking in all the attention. I barely noticed Rex climbing into the elevator with me. Before I could get out, he pushed the stop button, took me by the collar, and shoved me against the elevator door. What are you doing?
Knocking sense into you. I saw your stupid comic, and this alien you wrote about sounds pretty familiar, right? Was it me?
Don't be silly. He's Dex, not Rex. And you're not green, are you? And you certainly don't have horns. You do have unusually thick brows, though. Have you considered going to a salon?
You think you're funny? You're nothing but a pathetic loser hiding behind your stupid comics.
My comics are not stupid. People love them. I'm popular now, probably more than you. Is that what's bothering you? That people think I'm cool and not the nerd you want me to be? Are you jealous?
Your mom's jealous, buttface!
And with that, he picked up my bag, took out my comic, and shredded it to pieces. How dare you!
This is just the start of what will happen if you don't stop writing your dumb comics. Next time, it'll be your head.
And Rex simply pushed me away and left. I was so angry, I couldn't stop shaking. And that night, I decided it was time to get even with Rex. He'd taken away Poppy and my comic from me. I was gonna take away everything that mattered to him, his girlfriend and football. With the school championship a week away, I wanted to wreck his game, and I knew just what to do. This cheerleader Ruby had a crush on me, but I'd held back because of Poppy. Now, nothing was stopping me, so I asked her out and she said yes. We hung out all weekend, and she bored me out of my mind.
You look distracted.
I'm not. Look, Ruby, I really like you, but if Rex finds out I like you, he'd make your life tough.
Oh, baby boo. You don't have to worry about me. As for Rex, he's a jerk face. You know, last night in the gym, he almost threw a dumbbell at his teammate because his squats weren't squatting. What does that even mean?
It means nonsense. Gosh, I wish there was a way we could get even with him. Actually, there might just be. Can you get me into the boys' football locker room before the match?
I can try. I know where the coach keeps the keys. What's the plan now?
I told Ruby everything, and she seemed impressed. As promised, she sneaked me inside the locker room, and we sprayed itch powder all over Rex's gear. Throughout the game, Rex kept scratching his butt, which really slowed him down. The coach eventually noticed and benched him, and blamed him for losing the match.
Your scratchy butt cost us the match. Next time, shower.
Next time, coach better. So what if I was benched? What were the rest of these losers doing? Watching me scratch my butt?
Get out!
Coach benched him for the rest of the season, and Rex was so angry, he lashed out more at the coach and ended up getting suspended for a whole week. This was my chance to get Poppy's attention, but she was still not talking to me. I had to think of a way to get her attention, and one day, I saw her sitting alone in the cafeteria. Oh wow, that's the most appetizing pizza I've ever seen.
Do you want it?
No, I mean I'd love to, but I just can't. I used to have pizza almost every other night as a kid, and I got so fat, it took forever to shed all that weight. Not that you're gaining any weight eating this. You're not fat at all. You have a great figure. Cherry?
No, thank you.
Funny story. I can tie one of these into a knot using just my tongue. Watch me. I popped the cherry in my mouth and started twirling it around. But instead of a cool trick, I accidentally swallowed the whole thing and choked on it. I thought I was gonna die when one of the students came over and gave me the Heimlich maneuver. I coughed up the cherry and it went flying straight into Poppy's eye. I'm so sorry.
Stay away from me!
Okay, so that went to trash, but I didn't give up and decided to give my luck another shot. But this time, I knew I had to do something bigger, so I turned to Dad for help. I told him everything that happened and he stared at me.
Wow, my son's stupid.
Dad, I don't need your judgment. I've got enough of that already.
Okay, fine. Let me tell you a story. Your mom was pretty popular in school, and I was just a geeky kid with a crush on her. I could never tell her. Heck, I couldn't even talk to her. Then one day, I saw some guys bob bothering her on her way home. I stepped in, saved her, and she called me brave and agreed to go out with me. She said I was her hero.
I never said that.
You don't remember, darling? Now teach me that cherry trick, Liam.
Some other time. Thanks, Dad. Talking to Dad made me realize I had to be Poppy's hero, but her boyfriend ate dumbbells for breakfast. What could I possibly save her from? So I hired some actors to fake trouble her, and I'd swoop in to save the day. She had violin classes near school, so we planned it for then. But on the big day, I got stuck in traffic and was 10 minutes late. By the time I arrived, the guys were towering over Poppy, and they were not the actors I'd hired.
Lose the money or lose your life!
Poppy looked terrified. I had to act, so I grabbed a rock and flung it, accidentally hitting Poppy in the leg.
Ow!
I'm so sorry. One of the guys came at me, but I kicked him in the shin, and he started limping. The other one attacked from behind, but Poppy threw a rock and nailed him in the face. He screamed, and I grabbed Poppy's hand, and we ran for our lives. We finally stopped at a cafe, panting and hiding before those guys caught up to us. Close call. Are you okay?
My legs are on fire. But yeah, I'm okay.
You should sit down. I'll ask if they have first aid in the cafe. Thankfully they did. And while I was gently cleaning Poppy's wound, I caught her stealing glances at me. I'm sorry. I know I say that a lot, but
It's okay. After the way you jumped in to help me, even though you hate my boyfriend, I really can't hold a grudge. Thank you.
Poppy and I got closer after that day. She'd wave at me in the hallway, smile at me in class, and sometimes I'd catch her staring at me in the cafeteria. Rex didn't notice. He was too busy trying to find a way back into the team, but Ruby did, and she was not happy.
I hate the way she looks at you. It makes me so jealous. You know, I even messed up my routine today and chipped my nail.
So? Why don't you get new nails today? My treat. With Ruby at her nail appointment, I called Poppy and asked her if she was free to hang out. We decided to meet at this popular club, and I was pretty excited. That was until 10 minutes later, Rex walked in and pushed me away.
You little weasel! You were the one who ruined my game!
What are you talking about?
What are you? Shut up! Your dumb girlfriend told me about how you put itchy powder in my shorts.
You're lying! Why would Ruby do that?
Because you lied to me.
Suddenly, Ruby walked in and shoved her phone in my face.
My friend saw you walk in with this dumb twig and clicked this picture.
Excuse me? Mind your tongue.
And you mind your hands. He's my boyfriend.
Cool it, girls. This isn't about you. Hey, pretty boy. Itchy powder? Seriously? What are you, 12? Why don't you fight like a man instead of hiding behind pretty girls? Or are you too scared? Do you still wear diapers? I hope you do, because you're about to pee your pants.
Rex threw a punch at me, but thankfully I ducked in time. I picked up a ketchup bottle and sprayed it into his eyes. He got distracted, so I pulled all my strength into one tight punch and smacked him in his jaw. He crashed into a nearby table and was about to charge at me when the manager showed up with the police and got both me and Rex arrested.
That looks bad.
Not as bad as your face. And stop talking to me. We're in this mess because of you.
Me? You ruined my future.
You ruined my life. You've bullied me forever, calling me names, making my life hell, insulting my art. You even went after the girl I liked, and don't pretend it was out of love. You're a selfish prick, Rex.
Maybe. But what about you? You got rich and forgot about me. The day your dad won the lottery, I came to congratulate you. You didn't even look at me. Do you know how insulted I felt? You hurt my ego.
Are you freaking kidding me? My place was packed that night. I might have missed you. You could have talked to me, and we'd have sorted it out.
I thought you didn't care.
God, I can't believe you bullied me for years over that. Now I'm here with my right arm injured, not knowing when I'll draw again, and I have my whole portfolio to finish.
Not like I'm in a better situation. I'm benched for the rest of the season. Do you have any idea how mad my dad is? He's already threatening to send me to military school if I don't work on my game. And now I'm in this stupid jail. My life is sealed.
Your dad was always kind of crazy, right?
Nothing's changed, except he's only gotten crazier.
We really messed things up.
Yeah, we did. I'm sorry. I won't trouble you from now on, and you can ask Poppy out if you want.
I don't think I want to. She clearly lied to you when she agreed to go out to the club with me.
So, what now?
I guess we stay out of each other's way and graduate in peace.
I'd like that.
Rex and I didn't talk much after that, and within a few hours, Mom bailed the two of us out. It took some time, but my hand recovered, and I decided to wait a year to apply for a better college in Paris. Rex was out of my life, but he left me with a very important lesson. Never let stupid people ruin your life. They are stupid for a reason.
I fought back my tears as I desperately tried to stop the love of my life from walking away. My love, please, Don't go. I don't think I could live without you.
Then prove it to me. Give me one more reason to stay.
You can have everything. My heart, my mind, my body, my soul. And most importantly, my lips. The raindrops danced around us as we shared the most passionate kiss ever.
And cut. Perfect. That's a wrap.
The director had already yelled cut, but Reese kept kissing me. I had to push her away because her breath smelled so bad I almost threw up. It's rotten tuna, isn't it? I told you not to eat something stinky before our kissing scenes.
Ignore my calls again, and it's a dead rat next time.
You're crazy! Having Reese as my female lead was a total pain in the butt. Our agencies told us to act like lovers to promote our romance film, but she was too clingy to be a fake girlfriend. She was even worse than my obsessed fangirls who had no concept of privacy. After filming, I escaped to my private gym to work out. But just as I stepped out of the shower, a creepy girl suddenly descended from the ceiling. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I was just destined to be here. Finally, I got to see you up close. I couldn't believe you're real. You're just too handsome. It hurts.
I immediately alerted my bodyguards, and they caught her in midair as she tried to pounce on me like the hungriest tigress alive.
Leon, please. Just one chance.
Jeez. Can I ever catch a freaking break? The gym incident quickly made the news, and instead of addressing it, my psycho mom/manager was thrilled.
The more obsessed fans you have, the better. It just means you're getting even more popular. I'm expecting more movie offers and brand deals after this.
But we should file a harassment case against that girl. And we also need to do something about Reese.
We don't have to do anything, sweetheart. Just be grateful for your fame and enjoy it.
Then could you at least let me enjoy an ice cream today?
You know sweets are strictly out of your diet plan. Your next role is an expert martial artist who hunts robot sharks on land, so you have to bulk up. Girls love abs.
I thought we were rejecting that offer. You know I can't do action. I'm a clumsy, scaredy bunny, Mom.
That's what stunt doubles are for.
Having my controlling mom as my boss and manager was the worst. I just wanted some peace and quiet, but it was impossible with her. Later that day, while we were filming in a park, Reese kept clinging on to me like a leech, even during film breaks. Reese, for the love of God, get off me!
But you told me that I can have everything, including your body.
That was just a line from our movie. And to make matters worse, a group of jealous fans managed to pass through the barricades and sent our filming set into chaos.
Get off him, you ugly, clingy witch!
As I escaped to my car, I noticed a guy around my age peacefully playing with a claw machine on the side of the street. It was nothing special, but it was all I ever wanted. To be in my own world, without others minding my business. It was just a brief moment, but it finally drove me to confront my mom. I told her about wanting to take a break from my career, and she thought I had lost my mind. I just want to live my life as me. No more fake girlfriends, fake personalities, and crazy women around me 24/7. I'm tired of it. So please, just give me this.
Oh, stop being dramatic. What if you do something stupid and ruin the image that we've built over all these years?
As a celebrity, we have this specific image that we project to the public, and mine was the mysterious prince persona that drove the ladies wild. But in reality, I was the complete opposite. It would be cool for Leon to disappear for a while and just be normal. That's it. I just needed to announce to everyone that Leon had gone abroad to take a break and be a completely different person while he was away. Maybe a disguise would do the trick. I tried on a black wig, swapped my blue eyes for green contacts, put on glasses, then wore some weird cheap clothes and boom! What's up, loser? Mom was bawling when she saw me.
Oh my goodness, what an ugly creature! Bring back my handsome son!
It took me a couple of days to finally calm her down and convince her about my plan. Give me at least a year break or else I will never go back to acting. Ever.
Fine. But you have to live somewhere else with no bodyguards, no private chefs, and no driver. Just one maid and a credit card.
Oh, that's totally fine with me. And just like that, I started a new chapter in my life as the nerdy loser Noelle. On my way to my first day of school, I felt like a lost bunny who had just been let out onto the city streets for the first time. My glasses were constantly fogging up, making it impossible to see clearly. As I carefully walked up the city staircase, I unexpectedly tripped. I mentally prepared myself for a painful fall, but out of nowhere, a hand wrapped around my waist and steadied me. My heart skipped a beat as I looked up and saw the most stunning girl I had ever seen.
Watch where you're going, princess.
Just as I was about to regain my balance, she suddenly let go of me. I gasped, but she swiftly grabbed my hand and pulled me back with a smirk. Why would you tease me like that?
Because you're cute.
I was aware that I was cute, but not in this disguise. How dare you make fun of me? Don't you know who I am?
Of course. You're a lost rabbit who needs a little guidance. See you around.
To my surprise, she suddenly jumped over the railings, and I just found myself chasing after her. When I looked down, she was already sitting on a motorcycle while holding her helmet and smirking up at me. Was she expecting me to follow her? Time seemed to slow down when she put on the helmet, turned on the engine, and pumped it up. So pretty and badass. My heart dropped when she blew me a kiss before speeding away. I blinked. Wait! I bolted down the stairs to catch up, but she was already gone, leaving me flustered and intrigued. Who is that girl? Eventually, I found my way to my school building and into my class. As I walked in, all eyes were on me as if I were the president of the Losers Club. Even the girls were giving me a disgusted look, which was totally new to me, and I wasn't complaining. I headed towards an empty seat, but just as I was about to sit down, some dude suddenly kicked the chair away, sending me crashing to the floor. Oh, what the heck, man?
My bad. I was just practicing my signature move for my next blockbuster movie. I'm basically the next action star, you know?
Oh, I didn't expect a fellow actor to be here, but he didn't look familiar at all.
Take it easy on him, Paxton.
I didn't even touch the dude.
And that was when the entire class erupted in laughter. So this is what bullies are like in real life, huh? It's no different from the movies. I stood up, quietly walked to the back of the classroom, and just stood there awkwardly. The door slid open, and the room fell silent as a confident figure walked in. It was that stunning motorcycle girl! So she actually goes to this school too? Paxton and the other guys were practically drooling, which was pretty understandable. She's drop-dead gorgeous without even trying. I was busy gawking at her when she unexpectedly turned to me.
Oh, hello, princess. I didn't expect to see you here. Small world, huh? Why are you standing there?
I don't have a seat.
Come sit on my lap then.
I almost choked on my own tonsils. Before I could process her unexpected offer, Paxton suddenly swooped in and offered me a new chair.
Here's your seat, buddy.
Alrighty then.
Paxton's jealous face turned triumphant, while I was left disappointed. During our class, I kept finding myself staring at my pretty seatmate, secretly. Her side profile looked breathtaking, and the way she effortlessly bit on her pen and spun it around her fingers was so cool. I had worked with tons of beautiful teen actresses my whole life, but it was the first time that a girl got me genuinely intrigued. I wonder what her name was. Later that day in the canteen, I found out that I could eat whatever I wanted, and I was ecstatic. All my life, it had always been my mom, our private chefs, and my assistants who decided what I should eat. And it was such a bummer.
Dude, are you gonna eat the whole canteen or what?
He's gonna eat everything and nothing will be left to us. We're doomed!
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna pay for everything. I handed the lunch lady my credit card, and everyone was looking at me like I just farted.
That's not how it works here, young man. Is this your first time going to an actual school?
Just then, the pretty girl suddenly appeared.
He took a lot of food because it's actually for 2 people, right?
What is she talking about?
Right?
Yes. We're gonna share.
Come on, I'm starving.
Paxton and the others were looking at us with raised eyebrows as she dragged me to an empty table. To my surprise, she sat beside me and started eating with me on the same plate. Seriously? On the same plate? You're kind of freaking me out, to be honest, but in a good kind of way.
So, you're repaying me with an insult after I saved your clueless butt?
Sorry, it's just weird. why a pretty girl like you would be super nice to a new kid like me on my first day.
Hello? Do you realize that angels like me actually exist? But I'm not doing this for free, though.
Of course, there had to be a catch. There was no way she was actually flirting with an ugly nerd. I later realized what her favor was. She asked me to cover for her as she snuck out in the middle of class. And it was nerve-wracking. Through the window, I saw her riding her motorcycle and leaving. What on earth was she up to? Soon, I learned that her name was Kiara, and it was her habit to sneak out of class in the afternoon. She was also very famous among the boys, especially with Paxton. But she just kept turning him down. One time, Paxton gave her a bouquet of roses and chocolates. But what she did next earned some gasps around.
Perfect. The trash has been starving.
Another time, he showed off his brand new car and offered her a ride home. But she headed straight to her motorcycle and started it right in front of his car. But it just made me even more curious about her, and Paxton even more determined. One day, while he and his gang were talking in the hallway, I heard something that caught me off guard.
One day, she's gonna crawl to me and beg for my attention once my upcoming film becomes successful.
Of course it will, bro. I'm pretty sure you will be more popular than Leon. Wait, what? Leon? Were they talking about me? The next day, Paxton showed off his pictures from the filming set to Kiara. And it was the movie that Reese and I were currently filming.
This movie's gonna be out soon, and I'm gonna bless your eyes with immaculate visuals and acting.
So your role is a dead person?
Yeah, and it's not easy to hold your breath for 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. This is Leon's upcoming movie, right?
How did you know that? You're stalking me, aren't you?
I'm stalking that actor because I hate him. I hope his movie flops.
Oh, you bet. Sharing the film set with him was traumatizing. He was a total jerk to everyone. He's dating his co-star Reese, and he was so horrible to her.
That's not surprising at all. I heard he's allergic to girls. Maybe he's actually gay.
Hearing Kiara talking bad about me made my sight dim. I don't think it's okay to judge someone you don't know.
Oh look, we have a fan here.
Kiara just raised an eyebrow at me and walked out. Oh no, was she unfriending me for that? Since then, Paxton kept telling fake news about me on set just to get Kiara's attention. And he was succeeding.
One time, he asked for iced coffee and complained that it was cold.
Oh, so he's a moron, I see.
And I also remember when Reese almost threw up during their kissing scene because his breath smelled like rotten tuna.
A disgusting, dumb jerk. What a lethal combination.
Seeing Kiara believing all his lies made me furious, so I started ignoring and avoiding her since then. But one day, she cornered me.
Hey, princess. Are you ignoring me on purpose?
Stop calling me princess. I'm a freaking guy.
You're cuter when you're jealous.
What? I'm not jealous. Why would I? I just don't like people who talk bad about others without even knowing them.
Is this about Leon? Jeez, you're really a fan, huh? Interesting.
I told you I'm not. Realizing how close her face was to mine, my eyes automatically went down to her lips. I had kissed tons of women on screen before, and expertly on that. But why do I feel like farting at the thought of kissing Kiara? Just then, someone called her and she immediately left, leaving me flustered all over. As I walked out of the room, Paxton suddenly blocked my way.
Kiara will never be yours, so stop dreaming, loser. Or else.
Is that a threat? The jerk just answered me with a smirk and left. The next day, I found a letter in my locker, and it was from Kiara.
Hey, princess. Come to the last room on the 3rd floor before our class. I have a surprise for you. XOXO.
What was she planning this time? Driven by curiosity, I made my way to the room. But the moment I stepped inside, the door abruptly locked. Hey! What's happening? Open the door! In that instant, a hissing sound reached my ears, and when I turned around, I found myself face to face with a menacing snake! My face turned a shade paler than snow, and I let out a shrill scream. Just as it was about to strike, someone swiftly grabbed it by the neck, as if it were nothing, and flung it out of the window. She looked so cool. My heart skipped a beat, but I snapped back to reality when I realized what just happened. Did you plan all of this just to tease me again? Because it's not funny.
What do you mean?
Never mind. Frustrated, I dashed out of the room, only to see Paxton and his friends in the hallway, laughing.
He was screaming like a freaking girl!
Everyone was making fun of me all day, so I decided to skip my remaining classes and head straight home. To make myself feel better after a disastrous day, I decided to treat myself to a nearby restaurant. But as I reached into my pocket to pay the bill, panic washed over me. I left my wallet in my locker. I explained the situation to the manager, but they seemed skeptical of my story. So I ended up washing some stacks of dirty dishes. As a clueless billionaire who had never washed a dish before, the scene turned into a complete disaster. Just as the manager was about to flip over me, a familiar face appeared in the chaos. Kiara, what are you doing here?
I'm about to rescue my princess for the nth time.
As we watched, she revealed that she actually worked part-time in the restaurant. Her sick mom had a massive debt with the owner, and Kiara was working it off. So, this is where you go whenever you sneak out of class.
Yep. Oh, by the way, we need to do something about Paxton. What he did to you earlier is totally not cool.
What do you mean?
I saw him putting that letter in your locker. I got curious, so I followed you after you read it. And thank God I did.
Now that makes more sense. I need to teach that jerk a lesson that he'll never forget.
Let me help you with that.
Kiara and I planned my revenge together, and the opportunity came the very next day. Our drama club teacher chose Paxton as the main character, and I was casted as the waiter. In one scene, Paxton's character caught his girlfriend cheating in a restaurant and was supposed to cry. But he looked more like a constipated frog.
Paxton, is that how an aspiring actor acts? You look so constipated. I need more emotions. Let's do it again. From the top.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you and did everything for you, but this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch? Oh, for the love of God, you are such a hopeless case.
Finally, our teacher had enough and decided to replace Paxton. That was Kiara's signal to start our plan.
Excuse me, sir, but why don't we exchange the roles of the lead and the waiter? Just a suggestion.
Oh, he's ugly, but okay, let's give it a try.
All right, Noelle out, Leon in.
Babe, it's not what you think.
I loved you and did everything for you. But this is how you repay me? It hurts. It really hurts. How could you do this to me, you ungrateful witch? Out of anger, I grabbed the entire table and threw it in Paxton's direction, sending him crashing into the janitor's bucket. I then offered my hand to him with a smirk. Sorry, I just got carried away.
You planned this for revenge, didn't you?
As he tried to get up, Kiara pushed a button on a remote, and everyone gasped as smelly black pains fell over him. But everyone was too amazed by my acting to care about Paxton, who spent the rest of the day smelling like paint.
Hey, best actor. I didn't know you had it in you.
Nah, it's nothing.
Anyway, did you see the look on Paxton's face? That was epic.
I know, right? That scumbag deserves it. Kiara and I became closer over the next few months. We even sneaked out of school together, and I helped her out at the restaurant. Then one day when we were at the mall, she showed me her sketchpad. It was full of awesome motorcycle drawings. She told me about her dreams of becoming a motorcycle designer once she pays off her mom's debts. Looking at her eyes shine as she talked about her dreams made me feel like farting again. Oh! But her mood changed when she saw my face in a clothing store where I was the brand ambassador. To my surprise, she grabbed a pen and doodled on it. The security caught us, so we ended up catching our breaths in the basement. Why do you hate Leon so much? I swear, I'm not a fan of his. I'm just curious.
Well, I have a friend who used to be a huge fan of his. One time, she tried to visit him on set to give him a gift that she had prepared for months. She begged for hours, but his assistant said that he couldn't spare even a second to meet his fans. I've also heard stories about him snubbing his fans and even getting them into trouble. It's just awful.
Wow, that's terrible. But maybe he also has his reasons. Fans can be overwhelming sometimes. Celebrities are humans too.
Look, let's not talk about him. Just the thought of him ruins my mood.
Okay. What she said bothered me all night. I felt like I needed to change her mind about Leon. But how? It was the weekend when Kiara invited me to play at the arcade. While we were struggling with a claw machine, she suddenly received an emergency call.
My brother was rushed to the hospital. I need to go.
I insisted on going with her. Thankfully, he just had a minor tummy infection, and he would be fine in a few hours. And seeing Kiara taking care of her little brother melted my heart.
Is that your boyfriend?
No. He's just a friend, and his name is Noel.
Hey, Noel! Don't ever hurt my sister, or else I'm gonna beat your butt!
Loud and clear, sir. I bought him an ice cream and a burger, and he instantly declared me as his favorite human. That night, while he was sleeping, Kiara asked me to follow her. She led me to the parking lot and went straight to her motorcycle. Where are you going? She pushed an extra helmet on my hands and kicked the engine on. I felt my cheeks burn as she looked back at me. The light of headlights glinted over her helmet, and through her eyes is pure beauty.
You're coming with me. I'll show you something special. Hop in.
I snapped out of my daze and quickly put the helmet on. My heart pounded as I mounted the back of her motorcycle and awkwardly placed my hands on her shoulders. I didn't see her rolling her eyes amusingly and deliberately jerked the motorcycle forward, which made me panic and hug her waist. Kiara laughed. Could you stop teasing me?
I can't help it. You're so cute. Well, hold on tight, princess. Let's go. Yeah!
Then off we go. Kiara drove fast, but it felt like the world stopped moving. The wind touching my face made me feel free, and I never felt free for a very long time. The warmth of Kiara's back seemed to pass right into my heart, and I couldn't deny the fact that I was truly falling in love with this lady knight in her shining helmet. After several minutes, we stopped in front of a lake.
This is my special place. I don't know if it's just me, but whenever I'm here, it feels like paradise.
It truly felt like a peaceful paradise. Thanks, Kiara. I really mean it.
For what?
For always coming to my rescue and for being a good friend. Thanks to you, I'm just really happy these days. It's my first time living without my mom, and I was worried at first.
What's your mom like?
She used to be really nice, but ever since Dad left us, she transformed into this evil witch who controlled me like a puppet, and it was suffocating.
That sucks. So, you ran away from home?
Kinda.
I'm glad that you did. You deserve to breathe, you know? And I'm always here for you.
I looked away as I noticed her staring at me.
Am I making you nervous?
Yes. No, I mean, a little bit.
Look at me, Noel.
Wow, look at those frogs. They're jumping around. Just then, she reached for my face and turned it to meet hers.
You're driving me crazy. Do you know that?
Do you really mean that?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is crazy about you. But why me?
To be honest, I don't know. You're just something else. Something special.
I closed my eyes as she leaned in, and when our lips finally touched, it felt so magical that I felt butterflies, and I had this unbearable urge to fart. I couldn't risk becoming a walking embarrassment in front of her. I had to save my dignity. I need to go.
What? Why?
I'm sorry. I was super ashamed about it, and the fact that I wasn't being truthful about who I really was made me feel bad. A few days later, I finally decided to come clean and confess. As I was looking for Kiara, I saw some guys drooling over a girl in the hallway, and blood drained from my face when I realized who it was. Reese! Holy crap! What was she doing here?
Have you seen my Leon around? I swear my heart tells me he's just here, hiding.
Panicking, I immediately ran to the back of the school and called Mom, and she begged me to come back because Reese had been out of control lately. Just give me more time, Mom. Please. Just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. After talking to Mom, I made sure Reese was gone before I came out of hiding. But Kiara saw me.
What were you doing here?
I was just...
Look, if you don't like me, then just be clear with it and reject me instead of making me look like a fool.
How could I reject a goddess like you? Look, there's something that you need to know, and I need to... Just then, my phone rang, and I excused myself to answer it. It was Mom, and she informed me that we needed an emergency meeting about Reese ASAP because she was throwing a tantrum right now, and she might tell the press that I was in hiding.
What is it you were gonna tell me?
I'll tell you next time. I need to go. After an emergency meeting, we tried looking for Reese, but she was nowhere to be found. The next day in class, I got the biggest shock of my life when Paxton arrived with her, and there were a lot of reporters with them.
Everyone, eyes on here! Reese and I got a little movie to show you.
He suddenly played a video of me talking to Mom about Reese yesterday, and everyone was so confused. Just give me more time, Mom. Please, just do something about Reese. I'm not ready to come back as Leon. I was about to escape when suddenly Paxton grabbed me by my hair.
Let's welcome the best actor in our class. No other than the superstar Leon, who got bored with his life, so he ghosted his girlfriend and decided to deceive us all.
Paxton then snatched my glasses and took off my wig.
Oh, Leon, my Pookie Pie, it is indeed you.
As Reese jumped on me, I met Kiara's eyes across the room, and she looked horrified. No, this couldn't be happening. Just then, the ladies went wild. Before they could devour me alive, I ran out of the school and hailed a cab to go straight home to Mom. We then found out that Reese had arranged a press conference immediately and started spilling everything. Mom and I decided to do a counterattack. It's true that I had enough of the celebrity life, and that is the reason why I decided to take a break. I wanted to be with people who aren't crazy about me. Don't get me wrong, I love my fans, and I'm always grateful. But we celebrities are human too. We also need some peace and privacy. I truly love acting, and I won't quit. But I don't want to live a fake life anymore. I just wanted to be me. Also, Reese and I aren't dating. It's just for the show. I don't like crazy, obsessive girls. Most importantly, I'm in love with someone else. My lady knight in her shining helmet. I hope she feels the same way. Reese went completely bonkers, so I was forced to file a restraining order against her, and our movie was eventually canceled. But who cares? I only cared about one person right now, but she suddenly vanished on Earth. I asked the restaurant manager for her address, and when I went there, her brother told me that she didn't want to see me.
I told you not to make her cry, but what did you do? Now go away!
Please, just let me talk to her.
Fine, consider this as my payment for the ice cream and burger.
He then led me to where she was hiding, inside the fridge. Are you planning to freeze yourself to death here? Do you hate me that much?
No, I just feel so ashamed of myself.
Ashamed of what?
Because it has always been you, you idiot! I hated Leon because the fangirl that I told you about was actually me!
What? So you were actually my fan turned hater?
Yes. Maybe that's why I was drawn to you the first time I saw you as Noel. Maybe deep inside, I always knew it was you. And then I got to know the real you and fell in love, but I hated myself for not realizing it sooner.
I should be the one to apologize for deceiving you. I swear. I have been planning to tell you.
I know. I watched your statement earlier, and regarding your confession, I feel the same way. I mean, isn't it obvious?
I love you, Kiara.
I love you too, Noel. Leon, my princess, or whoever you are.
She finally But when we finally pulled away, I screamed when she suddenly turned into a guy. A familiar guy. Babe, wake up. It's time for your shoot.
Huh? Marcus?
Are you okay?
And then it clicked. Everything was just a dream. I dreamed about a handsome man.
Oh, so you're cheating on me in your dreams.
No, he was the male version of me, and he was actually—
Too late. I'm already mad. And only a kiss could make me feel better.
Okay. Now let me tell you about my dream. It was crazy.
Fine.
My grandfather started a superglue company centuries ago, like 1970 or something, and he made a fortune, because everyone uses superglue, right? You need it for school projects, broken shoe heels, fake eyelashes. I was raised by my single, adoring dad who inherited the family business, and growing up, my life was a fairy tale. I wore clothes from global designers, had food flown in from Europe, and an army of servants waiting on me hand and foot, and I went to the best private school, where I met my BFF forevs, Nicolette. She joined my school in the 4th grade, and
We were sitting together in art class when our teacher, Mrs. Humphrey, started laughing at my work.
Liana, why did you make your elephant blue? It looks so silly.
Why, have you seen all the elephants in the world?
No, but I know there are no blue ones.
How can you be sure until you've seen every elephant? Maybe one is blue.
Nicolette, I said there are no blue elephants, and you'll listen to me.
Why? I don't even listen to my parents. Everyone, color your elephants blue, purple, yellow, green, the whole rainbow.
Mrs. Humphrey carried Nicolette off to the principal, and she was fired. Apparently, Nicolette's dad was even richer than mine, and the principal wasn't about to piss him off. I thought it was cool of her to stand up for me, and we've been friends ever since. And yeah, she can be vain, and she's kinda bossy. Like, we always have to eat where she says or watch the movies she wants. But overall, she's a first-rate bestie. Together, we practically ruled the school. Everyone either wanted to be us or be with us. For my 16th birthday, Dad said he had a special gift for me.
Did you buy me an island?
Another car? The Eiffel Tower?
Eee, a credit card!
Yes, darling. It's time for you to understand how things work and how much stuff costs.
Oh, thank you, Daddy!
And boy, did we make that card work. Nicolette and I went on shopping sprees, got makeovers, then invited our friends for dinner to a fancy new restaurant. We ate till we were about to burst, but the next morning was not so pleasant. How did you spend $30,000 in a day? $3,000 on a handbag, $2,000 on shoes, and $4,000 for a lock of someone's hair? Liana, why?
It's Himmen's hair from BTS.
$15,000 on 20 pounds of gold-plated onion rings?
Oh, those were delish. You have to try them. Okay, I hear you, Daddy. I had no idea it would add up to so much.
I gave you the card to learn exactly that.
I'll be more careful now, promise. It wasn't so hard, because I had new shoes and clothes for a few weeks. Then Nicolette got us invites to a super exclusive costume party, and she'd already taken care of our wardrobe. We're going in some German princess's gowns. Daddy pulled some major strings to borrow them from the museum. Oh, wow. But do you think that's a good idea? They must be worth a fortune. That's the whole point, duh. You should wear the green one. It'll bring out your eyes. Me? Well, who am I kidding? I can pull off anything. I think we're gonna make some headlines, babe. And we sure did. As we waved at the paparazzi, I didn't realize Nicolette was stepping on my dress, and I walked forward, and then I heard a loud rip. We came under fire in the media for being rich brats who ruined a historical dress, and my dad had to pay a lot in damages. Daddy, it was an accident.
No, it was a stupid decision to wear that dress. I'm not always gonna be around to clean your messes, and you don't have a clue about money. Do you think it grows on trees?
Well, money is paper, and paper comes from trees, so technically…
Liana!
I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you.
Yes, you will. You'll start by paying off your credit card debt of $30,000, and you'll have to figure out how. Till you show me you can act like an adult, I'm cutting you off.
And he was dead serious. Why don't you just order another credit card to pay this off? It doesn't work like that. I've got it. Just start your own makeup line. I need money to start that? You've got to meet me halfway, babe. You're shooting down all my ideas. Okay, how about you get one of those job things? What are you qualified to do? Spend money? This is hopeless. And then suddenly, I had an idea. OMG, I should become an influencer and tell other people what to buy. This is perfect. I set up my Instagram page, and the first 300 likes were super easy, because that was everyone in high school. But I felt anxious when I posted the first makeup video with my favorite products. To my surprise, it was quite well received. I became obsessed with my channel and got really busy shooting videos. I was being approached by sponsors and finally started making some dough. Okay guys, we got these vegan, gluten-free bananas shipped from New Zealand. Highly recommended. Now I'll show you how I eat them. You guys, this snail cream from Korea is what you need for glass skin. Yes, snails are gross, but their mucus is everything. Someone sent me these delicious diet cookies. Oh, God, they taste like sawdust. Liana, when will you be done? I'm bored. Come on, let's go for sushi. I can't. I gotta shoot this video again. Fine, I'll order in. I was thinking of doing a video about eating on a budget. Can you order from someplace that's not so expensive, please? Now I gotta eat bad food because of you? You suck. But when I posted that video, I was met with some outrage. You think the average person's meal costs $200. What planet are you living on, princess? I hope you rich brats lose all your money.
My subscribers were going down. I had to do damage control, so I decided on a charity drive where Nicolette and I would give away some of our things at homeless shelters. Please take care of those shoes. Blind children in Milan made them. You know what? Maybe I'm not ready to part with them yet. Nicolette, I'm live streaming. Let the freaking shoes go. One girl looked really displeased when I handed her a makeup kit. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't even have enough to eat. Well, it's better to be pretty and poor than ugly and poor, no? Gosh, you rich people are awful. She threw a cup of coffee at Nicolette, who had a total meltdown. What have you done? This is a real fur coat that my daddy got from Russia? Ugh, you are such a cruel creature. You've ruined the sacrifice of 1,000 squirrels. Oh God, why is life so unfair? Well, that was the end of my Instagram channel. No one wanted to work with me after that. I'd barely made $5,000. So I had to get a waitressing job at a cafe. Girl, are you saying you're not going to the concert because someone else can't wait on tables? Yes, my shift ends at 10 p.m. Also, I can't waste money on a concert ticket. You're crazy for doing all this work when all you need to do is cry harder to your daddy. Ugh, I'm out of here. Nicolette started hanging out more with our other friends, but with school and long shifts, I was honestly too tired to care. Waitressing was hard. I asked for a non-fat soy milk double shot cold brew Spanish latte with sweet foam and cinnamon. Well, that's a lot to remember. I'm just one tiny person. Here's your order, sir. I'll take this one away. Liana, you're needed at the counter. I looked up at this boy who just swooped in, and his dreamy blue eyes left me dazed. Just then, I tripped on something and fell on a customer's table. The manager sent me to the kitchen to do the dishes for the rest of the day. Hey, you okay? Accidents happen. Please, don't be upset. Oh, I'm not upset. It's just that, how should I put this? What? I don't know how to wash dishes. The boy smiled and rolled up his sleeves. He spent the next hour teaching me, and I found myself enjoying it. His name was Jamie, and he just joined as assistant manager. So, Jamie, how'd you know my name? Did you ask around as soon as you got here? No. Your name tag kinda gave it away. Oh gosh, of course. Ugh, I'm so dumb. Nah, you're cute. You got some soap on your nose. Where? There. Work got a lot more bearable with Jamie around, and he even asked me out. We had an amazing date by the beach after our shift, but Jamie had a request. I'm gonna tell you something ridiculous, but please don't judge me. A few months ago, my friend's sister confessed in front of a lot of people that she's in love with me, and she's super weird and smells like tuna, so I just panicked and said that I'm gay. Now, I've been living that lie, and I need to fix it, but till I do, please don't tell anyone that we're dating, not even your BFF. Oh God, I'm such a dummy. Don't worry about it, I won't. Later when he dropped me home, he kissed me. I walked into my room humming, and then I screamed. Nicolette, you scared me. Why are you here? To put an end to all this stupidity? I can't watch you working like a donkey anymore. And she threw cash on my bed. I went into Dad's office and threatened his stupid assistant to give me money. And when he refused, I threw ketchup at him. He cried and said I made him feel unsafe. Like, what does that even mean? Anyway, I think he hates Dad because he gave me double of what I asked for behind Dad's back. So here, take the money. I knew I should have said no, but man, I was so tired of working. So I gave Nicolette a big hug and gave Dad the money, and he returned the credit card. I won't be keeping checks on you anymore, darling. You've proved that you can be responsible. Nicolette and I were back to hanging out, except some evenings I'd be busy with Jamie, and some nights she was away on dates. One day I went to the mall alone when I saw something that made my heart drop. It was Nicolette in Jamie's arms, and they were kissing. What's going on here? How dare you kiss my boyfriend? Oh, what? Have you hit your head somewhere, Liana? Jamie stared at both of us, then ran away at supersonic speed. What the heck? I've been dating Jamie for weeks. He works at the cafe. I know. I dropped by once to see you, but it was your day off, and I met Jamie there. We've been dating since. He told me not to tell anyone. Oh my God, I can't believe he played us both. What a weasel. Total jerk. But if he had to choose, we know who it would be, Avi. Oh, you think it's you? Why's that? You know, I'm prettier and richer and definitely more fun. Come on, you'd be so boring without me. Oh yeah? Remember that time I had to shut down my Insta channel because of you? Or how about that whole dress disaster? That was so fun. It's not like I forced you to wear it. Yes, you did. You're so bossy. You always decide things for me. It's not my fault you're a pushover. You've always had the backbone of a jellyfish. Remember in 5th grade when I had to defend you in art class because I felt sorry for you? Did you feel sorry because I'm a jellyfish or because I'm ugly? Or maybe you just acted like that because you've always been a spoiled brat. You're one to talk, Miss Gold Onion Rings. You ordered those.
At least I was there on your birthday, unlike you. Oh my God, I missed one birthday in 8th grade because I was getting my appendix removed. So you say. Except I'm pretty sure you flew to Paris that weekend to buy the bag I wanted. I felt so annoyed that I tugged at her hair. She pulled hard at mine, and we broke out into a huge fight in the middle of the mall. We finally stopped to catch our breath. You know what? We can't be friends anymore. Why would I want to be friends with you? You've already told me that you think you're better than me, and anyone would choose you over me. Well, we'll see about that. After that, Nicolette and I went to war. We openly declared the end of our friendship in school, and our friends had to choose sides. We always decided the cafeteria menu together, but now we couldn't agree on anything. Liana, we are not eating salads 3 times a week. Fried chicken for the win, am I right, guys? Has no one told you that your butt looks bigger lately? I can tell just by looking at you that you've gained 5 pounds. Oh, you take that back, witch. And another fight broke out. We were co-managers of the dance club, and an important performance was coming up soon, but we just fought non-stop over the routine. We took a vote, and most members wanted to go with my ideas, so Nicolette gave in. But during the performance, half the team started doing a totally different dance. There was complete chaos on stage, with dancers bumping into each other in confusion, and Nicolette was cackling like crazy. Needless to say, we were both suspended from management, but things really got to a head when I announced a party at my place, and Nicolette announced one 2 hours later for the same time. There's gonna be a giant bouncy castle at my party. How lame. There will be exotic dancers at mine. I'll be serving the best food in town, and a mystery pop star will be performing. I knew Dad would be away that weekend, and I'd been really good with money lately, so I decided to go all out. The whole school ended up at my place, and I knew Nicolette's heart would burn. But then some kids started fighting, and it turned into a riot. They completely trashed my place, and our security team had to throw everyone out. I felt squeamish with guilt and anxiety. Dad was gonna kill me this time. But the next morning, I got a phone call from the hospital. Dad had been in a car accident on his way back home. My whole world had turned upside down. Dad was in a coma, and the doctors had no idea when he'd wake up, or if. His manager walked me through the hospital bills and explained Dad's finances, but I just felt so overwhelmed. Hey, Liana, I came as soon as I heard. I'm so sorry. Thanks. I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry, too, for everything. Me too. I can't believe that stupid Jamie set us off like that. FYI, I got Daddy to get him fired. He deserves that, but I don't think our fight was really about him. Clearly, we've had issues with each other that we just never talked about. Let's just call it a truce now, okay? Of course, and I'm here for you, babe. She did try, but Nicolette was Nicolette, and my responsibilities bored her soon enough. I had an entire household to manage, and I even had to learn more about the family business to make decisions on Dad's behalf. I had some serious growing up to do, and one day when I went to visit Dad, I screamed when I saw him sitting up and smiling. Oh my God, Daddy, please don't scare me like that again.
I'm sorry you went through all this alone. My manager tells me you've been handling everything really well, and I am so proud of you, darling.
Dad recovered fully soon, and things went back to normal. Well, almost. Hey, babe, let's go to Hawaii to party. Actually, I just want to focus on school and college applications. I hear you, girl. I am so serious about college, too. I need to get in to access my trust fund. But come on, a week away can't hurt. I'm gonna pass, Nicolette. See you around. A year later, I'm doing really well in business school. Nicolette and I keep in touch, but sometimes you realize you've outgrown certain friendships, and it's totally okay to go down your own path.
You know how people say that when you meet the love of your life, time stands still and your heart skips a beat? Well, my dad had his own version of it.
Love feels like a bunch of fireworks exploding inside your heart.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, honey, it's the most beautiful feeling in the world.
Dad always tells me about when he met Mom. He was playing on the subway, and when she stepped in, he felt fireworks go off inside of him, and that was it.
My life changed forever.
Our life changed forever. My mom was a big shot lawyer, and my dad worked as a music teacher at my own school. I inherited my dad's love for music, but wasn't into singing, so I used Mom's lawyer skills on them and convinced them to buy me a drum kit. My life was simply wonderful, but everything changed when I was 12. Mom got stuck on one big case and was working crazy hours, so there was no time for anything else, not even for me. For months, I kept bugging her to notice me, but the answer was always the same. Not now. I can't, Alice. Of course, this also led to fights between my parents. They used to argue in the kitchen at night when they thought I was asleep. Finally, one night, she just left. There were no explanations, no clues, no goodbye letter, nothing. It was a rough time, but my dad and I always stayed together. As time went by, we both started feeling a little bit better. Despite everything, I never stopped believing in true love, and I eagerly awaited the sensation my father had described so many times. When I turned 16, I witnessed the fireworks of love up close. I was at home cooking an egg when these bratty kids kept ringing our doorbell and running away. My blood was boiling, so I decided to teach them a lesson at the next bell. I flung open the door and spattered the egg right onto them. To my surprise, it was Luke, one of my dad's guitar students. He was one of the most popular, truly dreamy, funny, and kind guy in our school. Oh no. This egg! Lucky you! You just won a tuition discount from Dad! I quickly made this up, but he kept staring at me in complete awe. Then it happened. It struck him like lightning, just like my dad described. The whole fireworks and electricity package.
Hi, Alice. I love you.
But here's the twist. I didn't feel the same way. However, from that moment on, Luke embarked on a mission to win my heart, while I tried to refuse his advances without hurting him.
Flowers for you, beaut.
Bees! It has bees!
I baked brownies for you.
Thanks, but I prefer vegetables. He invited me to the amusement park, but I pretended to be dizzy when he was gonna kiss me on the Ferris wheel. And then he also asked my father for my hand.
So, what do you think?
Tell him that he has to provide 4 sheep, 5 cows, and 1 unicorn in exchange. Yet Luke never gave up, and finally, he went all in. He performed for me on my balcony, singing the very same song my dad used to woo my mom back in the day. And I swear I could see Dad helping him the whole time. Then he asked the big question.
Do you want to be my girlfriend?
Luke, I like you, but
I'll take that. It's a love story, baby. Just say yes.
I know what you might be thinking. How could you not love Luke back? He sounds like the perfect guy. And you'd be right. He was everything I could have wished for and more. He even quoted Taylor Swift for me. I decided I should give him a chance. Maybe the fireworks would appear slowly for me. Okay, let's do it. After a few months, things were going great. He was a great boyfriend and I cared for him. One day, as we hiked up a hill, my foot clumsily met a cluster of rocks. I was about to fall when Luke grabbed my hand and held me.
Are you all right?
I nodded. The sunlight hit him just right, and he looked just beautiful. He leaned in and he rewarded my safety with a kiss. It was a scene right out of a movie. Come on, guys. You see? I tried, but I just couldn't help feeling nothing. By the time we reached the top of the hill, I decided to end things. Luke deserved someone who could truly love him. After a brief pause, I managed to muster the strength to share my feelings. However, as I looked at him, tears were welling up in his eyes.
Alice, there's something I have to tell you.
Yes, Luke?
I'm thrilled that we're together. I've been looking for the perfect partner for what feels like forever.
Tears began to fall down his cheeks, and I hugged Luke tightly. How could I break his heart after that? I just couldn't. I needed a new plan, a way to end things without hurting him. Just then, I got an idea. I needed to find my boyfriend a new girlfriend. Yet, it was easier said than done. Finding the perfect girl for Luke was certainly a tough mission. I introduced him to Sarah in a bowling alley, but it turned out she was only interested in using Luke to make her ex-boyfriend jealous. On trivia night, Claire and Luke had a heated argument about the best pizza toppings. They didn't get along after that. Lastly, how can I forget about Julie? When I introduced her to Luke at a party, it was pretty clear that she was more interested in me than in him, much to Luke's amusement. Of course, he knew nothing of my plan. I introduced so many girls to him, pretending they were my friends, but none of them sparked even the slightest explosion. Luke only seemed to have eyes for me. Darn him! After a few weeks of failures, I was about to give up hope. But then, right in my dad's class, the solution seemed to fall from the sky, almost literally.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student from South Korea. This is Moon.
That new girl seemed quiet, but she was a total stunner.
We have a little welcome tradition here. You've got to sing us your favorite song while standing upside down.
What? You could actually see Moon's soul leaving her body.
Kidding. But come on, it'll be a blast. So, which song are we going with?
For a brief moment, Moon seemed to be torn between making a mad dash for the exit, pretending to faint, or fighting my dad to ignore his request. Love Story by Taylor Swift. Bingo! That was the girl who was gonna sweep my boyfriend off his feet. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Above all, she had a beautiful voice. She was perfect for Luke. As soon as the class class ended, I walked up to Moon. Hi, I'm Alice. That was amazing. Thank you. I just hope I don't have to do that to introduce myself in math class. Don't worry about it. The gym teacher might make you do some push-ups in front of the whole school, but apart from that, well, that's it. I'm going back to South Korea. She even had a great sense of humor. By the way, the music teacher who just made you sing in front of everyone is my dad. But don't hold that against me. I won't. He seems cool. He is, in his own unique way. Surprisingly, considering that if my plan worked, Moon would steal my boyfriend from me, the two of us immediately hit it off. I was happy to make a new friend, but the most important thing was that I had an inkling right from the start that she and Luke were a match made in heaven. I had to rush to my plan. By the way, I'm in a band. Ever considered becoming a rock star? A rock star? Sure, but only if we get to wear sunglasses indoors. Of course! You can't make great music if you don't look cool. With my master plan in motion, I organized a rehearsal in my garage for that same night. As usual, Luke and I began a friendly battle over which song to play next. But just as the tension was mounting, Moon made her grand entrance. Hi there. When Luke turned to meet her gaze, something magical unfolded between them. Their fireworks were so intense that for a moment, I thought the neighbors were bombing my house.
Hi, I'm Alice's Luke.
Nice to meet you, Alice, Luke. I'm Moon.
That's a beautiful name.
Moon turned red as a tomato.
I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's not a horrible name.
They were so awkward and cute that they looked like two penguins trying to dance. The first part of my plan was complete. Over the next few weeks, I did everything to bring my new friend and boyfriend even closer. I planned this adorable picnic for the three of us, but then I faked a stomach pain, so they both got time together.
Alice, are you okay?
Oh no, not again. What's wrong, Alice? It's my, pigmatitis.
Okay, let's go see the doctor.
Clearly, my plan failed. Next time, I took them to the movies to watch an old, sappy romantic film. Where's Alice?
She told me she wasn't coming because she hates Sandra Bullock.
She hates Sandy B? Is that even possible?
Right? I said exactly the same thing.
They watched the movie together. All the while, I was lurking secretly in the background. In a particularly romantic scene, their shoulders leaned against each other. They locked eyes, and their lips came closer. It seemed that it was the moment, but...
Want some more popcorn?
Yeah, sure. So close. By the way, I, of course, don't hate Sandra Bullock. Slowly, I was running out of ideas and excuses. I even signed us up for a romantic bread baking class, only to remember right beforehand that I was gluten intolerant. Silly me.
Since when?
It's very recent. I don't want to talk about it. We can make gluten-free bread. It's not the same. Go on without me. Tragically, I had to keep up that lie and not eat a sandwich in front of them for way too long. Oh, the lengths I went to. But despite all my efforts, nothing was happening. They clearly had feelings for each other, but neither was making the first move. I was determined to give it one final shot, so I orchestrated an irresistibly romantic date at Rochester High Falls, Luke's cherished spot. I prepared the scene, and it looked spectacular. I stood there, admiring my masterpiece. This must have been how Billie Eilish felt when she composed Bad Guy. My plan wasn't complete without the final touch. Two mysterious and alluring letters, one for Luke and one for Moon. That evening, they both arrived thinking the other had organized the date. I should have respected their privacy and left, but I sneaked a peek at the date and sat in a nearby grove with popcorn and soda. It seemed like they were still too shy to make the big move. Just as I was about to fall asleep, Moon slowly moved nearer to Luke's lips. The excitement was so intense that I could feel it moving through my body, particularly in my ankle. In my ankle? I looked at my leg and saw a raccoon clinging to my ankle. Freaked out, I totally lost it. I sprang from the bushes just in time to disrupt their big moment.
Alice, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi! Just taking a walk.
Around the falls? Alone? At night?
Well, you know what they say, when nature calls. Don't judge me. That's the best I could come up with. Alice, this isn't what it seems.
We were just...
Their embarrassment and guilt were clear.
I'm sorry.
They clearly felt terrible, and I felt even worse. It was entirely my fault. It was time to tell the truth. You don't have to feel guilty. I orchestrated the entire thing.
What?
You? Yeah. I couldn't help but notice the magic connection between you two. This is my strange way of giving you my wholehearted blessing. Well, at least I told them part of the truth. For a brief moment, Luke and Moon exchanged puzzled glances, and Luke turned to give me an earful. However, after what felt like an eternity, they both enveloped me in a hug simultaneously.
Alice, I can't believe you'd do something like this. You could have just spoken to me. And I'm sorry. I tried to fight these feelings.
No need to apologize. The heart wants what the heart wants. Are you sure you're okay with this? Absolutely. You two are meant for each other. I'll step aside and let you enjoy the rest of your date. I walked away swiftly, but before I got too far, I turned back to see them finally sharing their first kiss. Well, you could have at least waited for me to leave. Just kidding. Carry on. This may appear like the happily ever after ending, doesn't it? But believe me, there are still some more fireworks to discover. My grand plan had succeeded. Moon was perfect for Luke, and they were really happy. However, sometime later, I started to feel increasingly sad. While I was genuinely thrilled for them, a feeling of loneliness began to take over me. Eventually, I decided to share with my dad my deepest fear. Dad, what if I never experienced those fireworks?
Alice, just like music, love has its own tempo. It won't come if you're expecting it. But trust me, sooner or later, your moment will come.
But what if I end up with a broken heart, like you when Mom left us?
That can happen. Love is not perfect, but believe me, it's still worth it.
After that, I decided to give the whole love thing a rest. I just focused on school, my friends, and of course, music. For several months, everything went smoothly. Surprisingly, my dad was right about love. My moment was bound to come just when I least expected it.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student, this time from Italy. This is Camillo.
And that was it. Boom, boom, boom! Just like my dad had predicted, my moment to feel the fireworks had arrived, and it came on strong when Camillo strolled into the classroom. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. And to be fair, no one else in the class could either. He was so irresistible, incredibly handsome, cool, stylishly dressed, and smart. My dad tried to get him to sing a song to introduce himself, but Camillo instead recited a poem in Italian. I didn't understand anything. I was too captivated by him.
Ah, right. It's a very lovely and romantic poem.
Not really. It's about what hell is like.
Marry me. I knew I had to beat out tons of other girls to win his heart, but if there was one thing I was truly confident about, it was my matchmaking skills. Game on. During lunch, I went up to him. He was sitting by himself, with all the girls gazing at him from afar, too mesmerized to strike up a conversation. But I wasn't like the other girls. Hi there. What's cooking, good looking? Not my best pickup line, I know.
Hi, you.
Alice.
Oh, right, Alicia.
Already? My name, or a variation of it, coming out of his mouth made me shiver. What are you reading?
Robert Frost.
Oh, he's the one who invented frosting? Because if so, I want to congratulate him.
No, he was one of America's most renowned poets.
I felt like my confidence had crumbled like a house of cards. I guess I'm more of a takeout menu reader. Camillo shot me this weird smile and went back to his book. I left feeling defeated and humiliated, all while the surrounding girls erupted into laughter. Still, I wasn't gonna give up so easily. You guys know I can be very stubborn. Over the next few days, I did everything I could to get Camillo's attention and interest. So, you're a photographer?
Yeah.
Me too. I love selfies. And when I thought I couldn't get any lower, Camillo, I wrote you a poem.
Oh, okay.
Twinkle, twinkle in your eyes, like the stars in moonlit skies. In your arms, I feel so right, like a star that's shining bright. He rested his hand on my shoulder with second-hand embarrassment.
That was very sweet.
What was I thinking? Are we going or not? The most stunning gothic girl was walking towards Camillo.
Sure thing, Bella.
They just walked away while my hope lay shattered on the floor. After the humiliation of a lifetime, I crawled home and locked myself in my own room for days. Is this karma for not loving Luke back? Unwelcome love is horrible. Why didn't anyone tell me? I decided to never leave my room again. But Luke and Moon swooped in to save the day. Alice, what are you doing?
We were worried about you. You haven't been to school for days.
And I'm not going back. I'm officially a hermit now.
Come on, Alice. You can't give up so easily.
What else can I do? He's too cool and smart for me. And he clearly has a thing for goth girls. Well, maybe that can be arranged. Moon showed me the flyer for a costume party happening the next day at school. Maybe this wasn't quite over yet. The following day, I visited Moon's house for the first time for a unique makeover session. She was determined to transform me. And after an intense half hour of makeup and dressing, I emerged as a whole new person. Camillo will be head over heels for you. After a while, I headed downstairs upstairs to her kitchen to grab a glass of water. Moon's house was massive and a bit eerie, with dim lighting and an unsettling silence. As I turned the corner, I bumped into a tall, mysterious guy. I let out a scream of surprise. Who are you? I'm Alice, Moon's friend. I glared at him. He was wearing a suit, like a gangster from a lousy movie.
I'm Quan, Moon's big brother.
Oh, right.
Why are you dressed like that?
We're going to a costume party.
A costume party? So childish.
You're like just a year older than us. Besides, you look like you're dressed up too.
Whatever, just watch where you're going, kid.
Kid? Just then, Moon showed up, probably after hearing my screams. When I turned to face him, Quan had already disappeared down the dark hall. What? Why are you smiling? You know, your brother is a real piece of work. Uh-huh. Moon acted weird. I think that runs in their family. Shortly after, we left for their party. Luke, dressed as a mad scientist, welcomed us.
Alice, you look like you just stepped right out of a dark and mysterious fairy tale. Great job, baby.
Thanks, baby. Alice, Camillo's there. Go do your thing, girl. Thank you, guys. I took a deep breath and walked towards Camillo, who was dancing with his friend. Of course, he was too cool to wear a costume. With a boost of confidence from my outfit, I saluted them. Hello, my fellow creatures of the night.
Alice, what are you wearing?
Tonight, I embrace the shadows. I'm a goth. Being a goth is not a costume, you phony. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean of course you didn't. You are just a little suburban princess who gets whatever she wants, playing dress up, and the way Camillo looked at me, that hurt more than any malicious comment. Once again, I was humiliated. For the rest of the party, I hid in the halls of the school. How could I be so stupid?
Should I respond?
I looked up and saw Quan. What are you even doing here? I thought you were too fierce for a costume party.
I am. I'm just here to pick up Moon.
I just got her text. She already left with Luke.
Oh, okay.
Quan leaned his back against the lockers.
Rough night?
That's an understatement.
So, do you want me to take you home, or would you rather stay here crying?
What? These are not tears.
Don't try to tell me you got something in your eye. Come on, let's go.
I was shocked. He was rude, definitely, but not that bad. Quan held out his hand for me to stand up. As I was getting up, our eyes met. Time stood still. Electricity. And yeah, it happened again. Boom, boom, boom.
What? Did you hit your head or something?
No, it's just that, I don't know. Forget about it. I'm fine.
If you say so.
As Quan drove me home, I kept looking at him out of the corner of my eye the whole trip. I was spellbound. I tried to strike up a conversation with Quan, but he didn't pay much attention to me. So, tell me about yourself.
Pass.
Come on, what do you like?
Silence.
Clearly, Quan was not very interested in getting to know me. Soon after, he dropped me home. I couldn't believe it. After years of dreaming about those fireworks feelings, I finally got them. Twice in 1 week. Plot twist, both guys are just not that into me. This was obviously karma. It was Cupid's way of getting back at me. Destiny laughing in my face. Or maybe it was just my teenage hormones. I hate my life. But what I didn't know was that Moon hadn't left the party when Quan arrived. In fact, she was in the bathroom and saw and heard my entire conversation with her brother. Although Quan didn't notice my fireworks explosion, Moon did, and decided it was her turn to play Cupid. Moon started finding excuses and forcing situations for Quan and me to spend time together. She would invite me to her house, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. Is Moon home?
For the 4th time this week, she's not.
Despite how Quan acted like he didn't care, Moon was determined to make it happen. She even locked us in an escape room. I guess we're gonna have to solve this to get out. This could take a while.
The key is under that armchair.
Oh, right. Then, Moon planned a movie date with Quan and me, and then left us. Yeah, she used my own little scheme against me. We got into the wrong screening room and ended up watching a children's movie. This is so boring. Wait, are you crying?
No, I'm not. You're crying.
OMG, you are!
Shut up. It's just a beautiful tale of friendship between a duck and a shark.
After that, he started talking to me, and slowly, I understood that his whole bad boy facade was simply a shield Quan put up when he moved here to cope with this unknown and new place. He actually could be really kind and sweet. One day, Moon set up a sort of double date with me and Luke and dragged Quan quite literally into a bowling alley. The evening turned out to be an absolute blast. We enjoyed some good food, sent those bowling pins flying, and shared laughs like there was no tomorrow. Quan even dropped his tough guy persona and had an amazing time. I felt that slowly, we two were growing closer.
Great strike, Alice!
Thanks, I learned from the best.
I didn't know I was the best.
Who says I was talking about you? The only problem was that Luke found out what Moon was doing and he wasn't too happy about it and cornered me.
Alice, Quan's not right for you. He once told me,
if you hurt my sister, I'll turn your hair pink.
And he walks around in sunglasses indoors too. And don't even get me started on his weird spoons collection. Did you see the massive plastic to fancy spoons display in his room? I'm just worried you'll end up hurt.
But I wasn't very convinced. And then the next day, as we were preparing for our band rehearsal, Luke arrived with a surprise visitor.
Camillo came to rehearsal, if you girls don't mind.
If looks could kill, Luke would be dead now.
Oh, that's why you said not to bring Quan.
We'll talk later, baby. I tell you, man, we have the best drummer in town.
So, he has decided to play matchmaker too.
Go on then.
During our practice, I was super nervous, way more than usual. But then Camillo did some really nice things that made me feel a lot better. I think I did pretty good in the end.
That was great, Alice. I didn't know you were so talented.
Thanks. That made me melt, literally, right there on the spot. For the next few weeks, I was caught in a love triangle with Quan and Camillo, and tangled in a dispute between friends. I felt bad, but chose to go with the flow, hoping to solve the puzzle of my heart. But things turned into some kind of competition between them, and in order to win, they went big. Luke orchestrated a fantastic carnival date for Camillo and me. Amidst the chaos, we laughed, won games, and feasted on cotton candy. I even won him a huge stuffed animal.
Thanks! Elephants are my favorite animal.
I'm more of a grizzly bear girl, but elephants are pretty cool. Then, Camillo and I rode on an intense roller coaster in an odd moment of calm. Before the car sped off again, Camillo pulled out his camera and took a picture of me. What are you doing?
I want to capture this moment forever.
That was one of the most magical and romantic nights of my life. For her part, Moon convinced Quan to take me to his favorite spot, a haven he had never taken anyone to before. It was a dark and murky place. Quan led the way, nodding to some guys. All eyes were on me, so I tried my hardest to copy his attitude. Needless to say, I failed. Quan, we are too young to be here.
Relax, what is life without a little risk?
Right, but maybe this is a little too dangerous? Okay, I admit it, I was scared, but you would be too if you saw those people there. It looked like the whole cast of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Don't worry, Alice. I know the owner and most of the guys. They are cool.
Quan took my hand, and not only did I feel safer, but I was also ecstatic. The rest of the night turned out to be surprisingly amazing. Everybody was fun and welcoming. Quan revealed his secret technique to cheat in poker, and an energetic punk band put on a spectacular show. Hours later, we watched the sunrise on the hood of his car at the highest point of the city. Hey, okay, I hear you all yelling, pick a lane, girl. But come on, deciding between Camillo and Quan is like choosing between chocolate and vanilla when you love both. It's driving me nuts too. It was impossible. Like Camillo wrote and recited to me in an open reading the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. But then Quan got us the chance to play our first gig in the same place he took me. Clueless of what to do, I turned to the greatest source of wisdom I knew, my dad. Okay, yes, I was truly desperate. Dad, is it possible to be in love with two people at the same time? My dad took a deep breath before answering.
Alice, time has taught me not to put any limits on love. Love can be many different things. It constantly mutates, so maybe it is possible.
And what should I do? I can't date two people at the same time.
No, you have to be mature and thoughtful. Take care of your feelings, but also those of others.
But I don't know how to decide this.
If you are stuck in this situation, you might not be ready for love. Maybe the best thing to do now is to focus on yourself.
And it wasn't very helpful. Maybe my dad wasn't the fountain of wisdom I thought he was. Before you guys go off in the comments, I know this is like the best kind of problem any girl my age could have. For days, I ignored both Camillo and Quan, but finally, the day of the concert arrived. Surprisingly, I was pretty calm. Well, that was until I saw both Quan and Camillo in the audience. At that moment, all my fears surfaced and I completely panicked. I couldn't face it and locked myself in the dressing room's bathroom.
Alice, what are you doing?
We have to go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't do it. This is all too much pressure. After failing to convince me to go out, Moon and Luke took it out on each other. Why did you invite Camillo? This was Quan's moment. He got us the gig.
And Camillo can't be here? He's really supportive of the band too.
Why are you doing this? What do you have against my brother?
He thinks he's a Yakuza or something like that.
And my brother is a great guy.
But he's not good enough for Alice.
And Camillo is? He's so pretentious. I was listening to their fight behind the bathroom door. It was like I had traveled back in time and they were my parents. I had to put an end to all this chaos. I gathered my strength and opened the door. Stop! This ends now. You can't be fighting over my love life. That doesn't make any sense.
But...
No buts. We were just trying to help you, like you helped us. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. I was wrong. Love should be spontaneous and free, not something we try to control and mold to fit our convenience. It's my life and I can make my choices. You're right.
We're sorry. I'm sorry, Moony Toony.
I am too, Lukey Doofy. That's really sweet. But for now, enough with the cheesy stuff. We've got a show to give. The room was silent and expectant when we got on stage. The air was tense, but we were ready. Hello, we are Cupid and his broken arrows. Are you ready to rock?
Let's do this!
1, 2, 3, 4. The show was incredible. To be up on stage playing our music was a life-changing moment. There, I felt everything. Electricity, adrenaline, nervousness, and fireworks. And I can proudly say that it was the first of many shows. As for the guys, I decided to follow the advice of my father, who, as always, was right. I wasn't ready for love, and I didn't want to risk hurting them. I took them aside individually and told them the truth. Luckily, they both understood, or at least I think they did. I decided that I should focus on my first love, music, and that would pay off big time.
Cupid! 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 Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, it's a good thing you are, because this is Cupid and his broken arrows!
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, as you can see, a lot has happened since the last time we chatted. Where were we? Oh yes, after our first show at that shabby place, Luke, Moon, and I promised to do everything we could to get to the top of the music world. First, we decided to go on tour. We rented an old van and set off on the road to our dreams. Well, at first, it was looking more like a nightmare than a dream. Not exactly the Four Seasons. Tell me there's no cockroaches. I can't sleep here if there are cockroaches. Of course not, Moon. Maybe just some eight-legged roommates, but I'm sure they're very friendly. The top bed's mine! Those first few weeks were challenging and scary, but Luke, Moon, and I stuck closer than ever. Sometimes literally. Relax, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to teenagers in horror movies, right? Initially, our gigs were confined to really small and quiet venues. Good night. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Yeah, there were literally more crickets than people, but slowly, people caught wind of our shows. Our songs started popping up everywhere, and we gathered a group of loyal fans. It wasn't an overnight thing, but somehow we became kind of famous. However, the sudden fame had its downsides. The biggest downside of them all was him. That's Trevor, our manager. He discovered us when we were playing in a tiny, sleazy venue in Los Angeles.
Hello, kids. I'm gonna make you stars.
Talking about terror? Oh, I mean Trevor? See? It's like his name was meant for a crooked manager role. I'm just spitting straight facts here, guys.
Where do you dream of playing? Just name it. In the forum?
That's a little too ambitious.
I'll make it happen. Sky's the limit for us.
Despite Moon and Luke's excitement, something didn't smell right to me, so I decided to keep an eye on Trevor. Follow that car! I always wanted to say that. I tailed him to the forum offices. Oh, tailed is what spies say when they follow someone. Too many spy novels, I guess. So, Trevor got out of his car, but returned as if he'd forgotten something. What could it be, you might ask? His briefcase? His parking permit? Maybe his wallet? Well, not exactly. A gun? Who brings a gun to a business meeting? It's like bringing a gun to a business meeting. I figured he was a little shady, but he was actually dangerous. After a while, he walked out of the meeting with a big smile and put his gun back in his suit. Oh my god! That night, after Trevor gave us the news that he got us a slot at the forum, I revealed what my fierce investigation had unmasked. It's over, Trevor. I saw your gun and how you used it to get us this concert. We can't be involved in something as dark as that.
Oh, you mean this?
Trevor pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at me. My life flashed before my eyes. Moon, Luke, and I screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. To find out what happened next, join part 4 of the story. Now relax, I'm just kidding. Trevor fired, but all that came out of the gun was water. Phew, that was a close call. Well, maybe not really. Are you crazy? Why are you carrying this with you?
For protection, in case, a small cat attacks me.
And why did you use it in the meeting?
Oh, that! Those guys never water their plants. They were so dry, poor things.
Maybe I had misjudged him.
Still, if you don't want to be involved in something as dark as me, I understand. Maybe it's for the best.
No, Trevor, please don't take this personally. Alice is just like that.
Excuse me? Yes, we really want to work with you.
Great then. Are you in, Alice?
Outvoted, I had no choice but to accept Trevor. His impact was soon felt. He devised everything for us, from trying on silly, smelly costumes, which I'm sure he had stolen from the thrift store to keep the extra money for himself, to making us do some bizarre and really embarrassing publicity stunts. Yet, while I hated to admit it, he did take us to the next level. He even got us a record deal. Maybe he isn't all that bad. He certainly wasn't the worst thing that came with fame. Paparazzi were a real headache.
Hey Alice, aren't you dating someone? People want to know about your love life.
Oh, it's a full-blown love triangle. Me, my cat, couch and my Apple. iPhone. Seriously? Can it get any cringier? Well, I know what you must be thinking. What about Juan and Camilo? You guys are so predictable. Okay, after I told him I was not ready for love, our paths simply parted. Camilo moved to the big city to try his luck as a poet, and Juan went back to South Korea. I had accepted that love wasn't my thing, and I was fine with that. Really, I was. But it seems that not everybody was.
Alice, people are interested in you and your love life. We must give them something.
And before I could say anything, Trevor launched his enormous Find Alice a Boyfriend operation. When he was choosing from the pictures, from his looks, you'd think he was attempting to assemble an atomic bomb. I wish you people would stop meddling in my love life. You're one to talk.
Fair point.
Must I suffer all my life for that one time I played Cupid? Besides, you two are practically soulmates. I only intervened in the name of true love.
Maybe Trevor will find you your soulmate.
If he does, he deserves a Nobel Prize in matchmaking. Haha, very funny.
Bingo! We found our man. Get ready, Alice.
Trevor orchestrated a date with one of the buzziest actors in town. Naturally, he gave the paparazzi a heads up, turning the dinner into a spectacle that rivaled the Super Bowl coverage. I won't deny that he was good looking. The man could make any Greek god jealous, but he seemed to be already in a committed and very toxic relationship with his phone. It was like they were stuck in a never-ending staring contest. If a UFO landed on the table, he'd probably just assume it was dessert. So, tell me something about yourself.
I have 5 million followers.
Wow, I'd be concerned if that many people were following me. That's next level stalking.
Huh? Alice, when's the wedding?
This was beyond ridiculous. I needed a bulletproof escape plan. Something as sophisticated and brilliant as my mastermind can scheme. Hey, isn't that one of the Kardashians?
A Kardashian? Where?
I took advantage of the commotion to sneak out, but just as I was about to fulfill my genius escape, I bumped into a waiter sending his tray flying in the air. It landed on the head of my date. Oh my god, I'm so... Camilo? Is that you?
Alicia, hi. What are you doing here?
I was super surprised to see Camilo, but I had to move fast. I'm actually in the midst of an escape. Care to help me?
Absolutely.
Camilo wheeled over a waiter's cart covered with a tablecloth.
Your chariot awaits, Your Majesty.
I hopped in the cart, and Camilo carried me unnoticed out of the restaurant. After we were in the clear, we two went for a walk.
By the way, I must confess, I'm a massive fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
People don't believe me when I tell them we used to date.
Do you tell people that?
Well, I know we didn't exactly date, but I don't know, maybe I'm just expressing my wishes out loud.
Are you flirting with me right now?
I am. Who knows when I'll cross paths again with another star, especially with one as strikingly beautiful as you.
He was going all in. I tried to play it cool. That's smooth, but I'm not gonna fall for it that easily. I did. I'm not the same girl I was a couple of years ago. I was. Besides, I know you have a way with words. He did.
You know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Of course. My inner fireworks were about to start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys, I'm too weak. The rest of the night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camilo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi. They got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drama ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camilo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camilo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camilo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now. Camilo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camilo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers? Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I? Try to relax a little bit, kid. Kid? We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park. It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Quan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect. The mention of Quan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she? Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me? I was was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Quan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show.
Of course it is.
What else would it be about? This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow. Oh my god, you're completely delusional. Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Quan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Quan, snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start.
She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's the farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my god, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad. I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family, to my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started, and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we 3 reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks! We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally. Someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe, what are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but But when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed. Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy. Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me? Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot, but I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him. How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks, leave him alone. I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it.
Mom needs that surgery soon.
So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was gonna get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No. Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you gonna be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't gonna stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off fuming. But then, Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends, and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so—
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now, I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents gonna be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich?
That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me, you. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage.
Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, because this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
You see this mess? It's all my fault. Even though this may look like an action movie, this is actually a love story. When I was 15, me and my mom went on vacation. I basically didn't say a word the whole time. I had just gotten braces and I felt so ugly.
Come on, honey. Just try to enjoy your vacation.
How can I? I look like I just ate a fence. But you need your braces. I know I do. That's why I told you I didn't want to leave the house all summer. Yeah, I was a bit of a brat. But can you blame me? I was a moody 15-year-old girl and my smile looked like a meat grinder. I stayed in the vacation house all day and would only go out at night to take walks by the beach. One night, I was walking and I saw someone in front of me. It was a boy. I couldn't really tell what he looked like because we were both in the shadows. The moon was the only light we could see.
Can't sleep either?
Something like that.
Actually, that's not why I'm out here. I don't want people to see me during the day because
I apologized to the others and explained that I thought I had forgotten something. Charles is eyeing me oddly, but I think he's actually buying my disguise. Now we go into the gymnasium with everyone for gym class. I quickly realize another problem. The gym teacher, Miss Luna, doesn't know anything about a new student. George and I go to try and make her believe that I'm an exchange student who hasn't been added to the class list yet. She still seems uncertain, eyeing me suspiciously. She even tries calling the principal to confirm our story, but luckily, he doesn't pick up his phone. I'm beginning to realize how crazy this idea is. Miss Luna finally allows me to play volleyball with everyone else, but warns me that she'll be watching me with a menacing glare. I gulp and go to join the others. Everyone is already in position to play on either side of the net. It's my turn to serve. When I do, the ball goes way off the court. People laugh, and Charles tells me that I serve like an inept girl. I can only gape at him in response. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Charles always seemed like the sweetest man alive, to myself and others. Maybe he just dislikes this new kid? The rest of the game, I try to keep a low profile. I'm actually really good at volleyball, but I'm worried if I show off my skills, my boyfriend will recognize me. He did go to a lot of my volleyball team's games over the past few weeks. I'm determined not to get caught yet. I still have to go into the locker room and find out what Charles has been saying about me to the other guys. Finally, the game is over and we return to the locker room. Despite my efforts, I wasn't able to fully disguise my volleyball skills. And it's majorly thanks to me that my team won the game. Charles and some of the others are glaring at me with jealousy. Once we are back in the locker room, everyone starts taking off their shirts and changing. I have to keep my eyes to myself to stop myself from admiring all their toned physiques. Charles's best friend, Anthony, asks me why I'm just standing around. I excuse myself to the bathroom. Inside, I try to calm myself down. I have no change of clothes or anything. I really didn't think this through. I'm sure that I'm going to give myself away. George comes to visit me. He brings me a change of clothes and reassures me that I only have to make this work for a few more minutes. Charles is bound to start his bragging any minute now. After George leaves, I quickly change and hurry back to join the others. Charles grudgingly admits that I did a good job at volleyball. I smile, but then duck my head away. I don't want him to see me too closely or recognize my smile, even though he must think that this new guy is acting like a weirdo. I sneeze and my hand goes to my mouth, coming away with some of my fake stubble. I groan, but luckily, Charles is too busy admiring his reflection in the mirror to notice, while the others are busy getting changed. I pretend to lean over and retie my shoelace. Charles asks me if I want some advice on girls. Knowing that this may be it, my heart skips a beat, and smiling, I tell him that I do. Charles takes out his phone and tells me that for girls, the more's the merrier. Take him, for instance. He has 2 girlfriends, and they don't have a clue about each other. One of them, Patricia, is even a little crazy, but he's been getting away with 2-timing her and Giselle for weeks. I laugh in his face. This must be some kind of joke. I'm Patricia, and I'm certainly not at all crazy. No way would Charles cheat on me, especially not with Giselle, the stupidest girl in our school. But Charles gets angry and grabs me, telling me that I have bony girl arms. He shows me 2 pictures on his phone, one of me and him holding each other, and another of him and Giselle kissing. Something in me snaps. I rip myself free and tell him that the first girl looks like a nice girl and that he is scum. He gets mad and lunges for me. The other boy's cheering. I punch him in the face. He falls to the ground and starts moaning. Good thing I'm a whiz at Krav Maga. It's dead silent in the room. All the other boys are staring at me. I have to get away. No way do I want to get caught and prove Charles right that I'm a little crazy. I make a run for it, but slip and fall on my butt on the slippery floor. Charles scrambles up and after me, and the other boys move to block my way. This is my worst nightmare. If I get found out, I will never live this down. I try to back away, but there is nowhere to go. Suddenly, George says, "What's that in the shower?" With the boys wheeling around to look in the shower and distracted, I make a run for it. Outside in the school hallway, I run as fast as I can. I pass Giselle and yell to her that Charles is going out with her and me at the same time. She gets confused and asks, "Who are you?" I remember that I'm still disguised as a boy and keep on running. I almost run right into Miss Luna and the principal, who she must have got because she was suspicious of me. They order me to stop and I run in the opposite direction. As I pass the locker room door again, I can see the boys coming out, including Charles and his friends. Seeing me, they start to rush after me. I need to get to the exit and get out of here. The bell rings and students come out of the classrooms and fill the hallways. I groan. There's no way to go fast now. I quickly duck into the nearby classroom, hoping that I won't be seen. Inside, there's a miserable-looking janitor sitting on a chair with a mop in his hand. Seeing me, he stands up. He asks me not to tell on him for slacking off. I agree not to, but ask him what's the matter. I really should hide into the closet in the back of the room, but I want to put it off as long as possible since I get scared in confined places. The janitor makes me promise not to tell anyone. I promise. He then tells me that his toupee is falling off and that he's completely bald underneath. He was teased by his ex-wife about being bald, so he's very self-conscious about it. He also tells me that he's bored by his job and wants a bit of excitement, even just for a day. I get an idea. I tell the janitor my situation and suggest that we switch disguises. Without my fake goatee and wig, and with the janitor's uniform and toupee, hopefully I can escape the school unnoticed. The janitor thinks the idea is funny and agrees. We switch disguises. Just then, there is furious knocking on the door. In marches Charles, the principal, and Miss Luna, all looking furious. The janitor looks at them, says, "Oh no!" and runs for the window. Luckily, we are on the first floor, so he is able to open the window and jump out and run off, whooping as he does so. "Get him!" yells Charles, and he goes to follow him out the window, while Miss Luna and the principal rush out of the room. Now alone, I wait a few seconds before leaving. Now I have to get out of the school. If they catch the janitor and he gives me away, I could still get caught. Outside, I run into George. He asks me if I've seen a guy with a goatee, and I laugh at him. I whisper and tell him that it's me. He is very relieved to see me. Together, we shove our way through the students milling around, rushing through them as fast as we can. Some students got angry and yelled after us. One even swore he'll get me fired for this. Finally, we reach the school exit. Once we get outside, check to make sure that no one is around, change back into my normal clothes, I breathe a sigh of relief. It looks like I've actually gotten away with everything, but I feel bad for the janitor who helped me. I want to return his toupee, too. I'm also crying because my perfect boyfriend, Charles, is anything but. I sink onto the grass, not caring who sees me now. George tells me to cheer up, that Charles is a jerk anyway. I realize that he's right, as well as the best way to make myself feel better. Get revenge. George and I quickly come up with a rescue and revenge plan. George and I go back to school. Everyone is talking about the crazy goatee guy who punched Charles and was chased through the school. Miss Luna is back too, and seeing us, starts hurrying towards us, glaring at us ominously. We head straight for the principal's office. Inside is Charles's rich father, who is threatening to sue the school if they don't find the goatee man and expel me. Charles has clearly told him some kind of lie and won't even look at me. I get out my phone and show it to the principal. He is shocked and left speechless. When Charles's father demands to know what is going on, I show it to him too. He can't believe what he sees. Evidence that his son is a criminal. Charles goes white in the face and demands to know what's going on. I show him it too. A screenshot of the test answers he has been selling to other students. Charles gasps and asks me when and why. I tell him that I took the screenshot last week after trying to convince him to stop doing it, even though he cited the reason as wanting to take me on a luxury vacation. Charles grabs my phone and makes a run for it. Everyone just watches him go. Even the principal secretly wants him to escape since his father donates so much money to the school. George and I rush after Charles, but we don't have to run far. Charles runs straight into the janitor, who came back too. The adults rush after us. I grab for my phone, but Charles throws it. It smashes onto the hard floor. Even though it's clearly broken, I grab the remains of my phone and tuck it into my bag. I laugh at Charles, telling him that all my data is backed up, including that incriminating photo. The principal looks at the janitor suspiciously and asks if he's the janitor people were complaining about. Francis tells him that he's been at McDonald's for lunch and has the receipt to prove it. The principal tells us all to go into his office since he doesn't want to cause a scene. Inside his office, the principal tells Charles that George and I won't be punished and that he's being suspended. Charles's father gets furious and begins throwing things and threatening to shut the school down. He's sure that the evidence against Charles is fake. Charles maintains his innocence and throws things too. Everyone leaves in the pandemonium, including Charles's father, swearing that this school will pay. But my revenge isn't complete yet, especially not after Charles destroyed my new phone. George and I sneak back into the now empty office. I access my Google Drive files on George's phone and start to play one audio file over the loudspeaker. A weepy song Charles made for me the one time I did try to break up with him. On the loudspeaker, Charles's teary voice declares his undying love for me, how he'd do anything for me, absolutely anything. He sobs a bit, then tells me he's nothing without me, life is nothing for him without me, that he hates everyone in the school and feels like a slug, a horrid little slug, without me. After George and I sneak out, the hallways are dead silent. Seconds later, the school erupts in laughter. A few paces away, Charles's father leaves with disgust, while Charles has sunk to his knees. Giselle stalks by and screeches at him that it's over. Seeing me, Charles hisses that this is all my fault. I tell him that it's his own fault for cheating on me and bragging about it, then stealing test answers at school too. Students walk by and laugh at Charles, who insults them. Charles's old friends pretend not to see him. As I walk away, Charles snivels after me, asking if this is it. I tell him, sorry, my horrid little slug, but it is. As we walk away, George and I chuckle. To think this was the guy I disguised myself as a boy to get into the boys' locker room for.
I woke up to the sound of glass shattering. It was 4 a.m. My heart was beating fast as I hurried out of my room. I hate you! I don't want you in my life, you jerk! I froze. That was my mom's voice, but she didn't normally sound like that. My parents often fought, but this time it was different, and it scared me. Goodbye, George! She shouted, and I heard the front door slam. Wait, did she actually leave? I ran downstairs as fast as I could. Mommy, please don't leave! I screamed as I opened the door. She was already in the cab. I was sure she'd wait for me, but she didn't. Our eyes met as she gazed at me through the window, and in just a few seconds, she was gone. Watching the cab leave seemed like a dream. Everything was moving in slow motion, and my vision started to go dark. Suddenly, I felt my dad's arms holding me as I fell down onto my knees. He was shaking uncontrollably. We held each other tightly until the sun came up. Mila, are you awake? I'm asking a simple question. Why does a mother bear hide her children from their father? My teacher was angry. There was silence. I didn't want to answer. I don't know, ask someone else, I shouted. The whole class stared at me in shock. I stormed out and slammed the door behind me. I knew I was getting detention, but that was the least of my worries. I was seeing the flashbacks. The memory of the last day I'd seen Linda began haunting me once again. I blame Jason for it, my boyfriend who's always pushing me to talk about my feelings. He kept nagging me to tell him what had happened until I had enough of it. To be honest, I couldn't reveal to him that my own mother had left me 10 years ago without so much as a goodbye or an explanation. So I lied and told him she had passed away from a disease. Jason seemed to pity me, but his sorrow meant nothing. Even if I told him the truth, he wouldn't realize how I really felt, abandoned. I waited outside for my driver, Andrew, to come pick me up. Andrew was like a father to me. He always listened to my problems. Sometimes it felt like we had a better relationship than the one I had with my dad. As soon as I got into the car, Andrew informed me that my father wanted to have a talk with me. It seemed strange as my dad never asked to have a talk, not even when I did terrible things at school. When I walked into the living room, my father looked devastated. Hey Dad, did the school call? I swear I can explain. I started nervously. But then my father covered his face and started to cry. Feeling really worried now, I asked him what was going on. His reply completely shook me. Mila, it's Linda. She's back and she wants to take you away from me. Completely taken aback, I just stood speechless as Dad went on to explain that she had finally filed for divorce after 10 years and was demanding full custody of me. The world felt like it was spinning. My mother? That's impossible. Why now? I clenched my teeth. I hated her guts. I went over to my dad, and even though it felt a bit awkward, I hugged him and promised that there was no way I would ever abandon him to go live with her. You're my only family, Dad. We'll get through this together. The date for the divorce trial arrived. My father and his lawyers had prepared me well on what to say. I wasn't really nervous about going to court, but the idea of seeing Linda after 10 years kept me on edge. What would she look like now? Would I be able to recognize her? I was going to keep hating her, of course, but a part of me was kind of excited to see her. When I went inside the courtroom and looked around, she wasn't there. I thought she'd show up at some point, but she didn't. It was just the lawyers. I couldn't believe that she'd be this heartless. After 10 years, she didn't even make the effort to show up in court. As the trial went on, things just got worse. Linda's lawyer claimed that my dad was an unfit parent who kept my mother away from me by force. They also claimed that my father was involved in some serious illegal activity and should be in jail. On top of that, they made it very clear that they had evidence to prove it. After the court session, I was shocked when my father pulled me aside and admitted that he had stolen money from his company. It was a long time ago, but it could still send him to jail. He went on to say that he only started doing those things because Linda had left him. Life had been so cruel to him, and he had temporarily stopped caring about right and wrong. I'm not proud of it, but it was your mother's fault, he said, looking ashamed and avoiding making eye contact with me. It's okay, Dad, I stuttered, with tears in my eyes. I can't judge you for what you had to go through. I will stay by your side and help however I can. My dad went silent for a while, but then he said, there's actually something you could do. There is? He told me that Linda's lawyer had suggested that I spend the week with her, and if I agreed to it, I could help my dad find the evidence she had against him. I immediately agreed, even though it kind of scared me. Spending a week with the mother I hated sounded like a trip to hell, but I had to save my dad. As soon as we got home, I packed my bag and sent a message to Jason telling him I would be away for a few days. Linda sent a cab to pick me up, and apparently she had moved back to the city. When I arrived at her house, I was shocked to see that she was staying in a huge villa. My heart stopped for a second when I saw her waiting for me outside. I hated to admit it, but after 10 years, she still looked beautiful. She greeted me with tears in her eyes and said, "Welcome home, honey." She hugged me tightly for a very long time. All I could think was, if she missed me that much, she should have shown up a little sooner. Linda showed me around the house as she explained that we'd have a lot of time to argue about the past. For now, she just wanted us to relax and get to know each other. I mean, sure, let's just skip over the fact that you were gone for 10 years and act like a normal mother and daughter, I thought, but didn't bother to argue. I was here on a mission, to get rid of her for good. The next few days were a bit of a nightmare. I wanted a little time by myself to snoop around the place, but my mom was stuck to me like a magnet on a fridge. Every time I thought I had a chance to look through a drawer or closet, there she was with a tray of freshly baked cookies, asking me to come try one while they were still hot, or asking me to go on a walk with her. As it was such a lovely day, it was always one thing or another. The only option I was left with was to try looking for the documents at night when she was asleep. On my third night at her house, I crept out of my room and looked down the corridor. The room in her light was off. Good. I quietly went down the stairs and headed straight to the library. I was really hoping I'd find a folder or something there. As soon as I turned the doorknob, oh my God, make that terrible screeching stop! I just stood there completely in shock as alarms blared all around me. In a matter of seconds, my mom had come running down and switched all the lights on. She had a baseball bat in her hand, and she looked pretty scary. "Mila, oh thank God, I thought it was a break-in," she said as she lowered the bat. I stammered, trying to think of something quickly. I couldn't sleep. I thought I'd just come downstairs and grab a book to read. "Don't do that again, Mila. It would be better if you didn't leave your room at all at night," she said in a quiet voice. I just nodded and headed off to bed without saying another word. Okay, that was really creepy. Other than the fact that I was completely failing at my mission, I eventually found myself having a good time with her. I didn't want to like her, but I couldn't help myself. She was charming and funny. It would have been nice growing up with her around. The thought made me really angry too, and gave me the urge to confront her, but it wasn't the right time. My father was my priority, and I had to stick to the mission. On the last day of my stay, I was very nervous. My time here was about to end, and I still hadn't found the evidence. Mila? I jumped as Linda shouted from upstairs. Can you get me some shampoo? I'm in the shower. I went into her room and handed her the bottle from behind the door. But as I was heading out, I noticed something that looked like a folder peeking out of the drawer near her bed. My eyes widened as I opened it. These were the documents I'd been looking for all week. I grabbed the folder and hurried outside with my packed bag. Andrew came to pick me up in seconds, and he started asking questions, but I refused to tell him why I was upset. I stared at the house with tears in my eyes as he drove off. I would have had a nice life, if only it were real. When I arrived home, my father greeted me with the joy of victory. "You're my little hero," he said as he looked through the documents I gave him. After my return, the court arrangements stopped abruptly. Linda knew that I'd taken the evidence, and she had nothing to go to court with. Now that my father was safe and my manipulative mother was no longer an issue, I thought things would be different between my dad and I. But I was wrong. The truth was, I couldn't blame him. How could he love me when I reminded him so much of her? After a few days, I was unpacking the bag I had with me at Linda's when I noticed an envelope inside. I opened it with shaking hands as I read my mother's words. "Dear Mila, in case we part ways before I get a chance to speak to you, I want you to give me one last chance. Go to your father's office. He has a secret drawer near his desk on the bottom left side. That's where he hides all of his secrets. You must remember, there are two sides to every story. Love, Mom." My heart started racing. How did she slip the note inside my bag? Suddenly, I heard loud knocking at the front door. Oh God, it was her. "Open the door right now." You scared the hell out of me. I shouted at Jason as he walked in, looking a bit angry. "I scared you? You're the one who disappeared for 2 weeks. What is going on with you?" I handed him the note and confessed that my mother was alive. His jaw dropped. I promised I would explain everything, but first I needed his help in finding my dad's secret drawer while he was still out. We both went to my father's office. We looked around for the secret place for a long time before we found it. What we found was shocking. Hundreds of old envelopes with my name on them. The envelopes seemed as if they belonged to a fake magazine subscription. As soon as I opened one, I found that they were secret letters from my mother. Quickly, I took everything out of the drawer and we ran to my room. I quickly told Jason everything about my past and what had been going on lately. As I started reading the notes, I couldn't stop. There was so much information to process. I started to understand a lot of things. How my mother was kicked out of the house, how my dad forbade her from ever contacting me, and how he even threatened her and demanded that she move to another state. She had left him after she found out that he was embezzling money. She wanted me to go with her, but my father was a very powerful man, and he knew dangerous people. She couldn't do anything about it. Just then, I heard a loud knock on my door. It was my dad. Quickly, I slid all the notes under my bed and pretended to kiss Jason. I needed to hide what I was actually doing. My dad opened the door and said angrily, "What is this?" I moved away from Jason and saw to my horror that my father had a letter in his hand. We must have dropped one by accident. My father smiled, and I felt a shiver down my spine. "You stupid girl. You just opened the gates of hell. Don't talk to her like that," Jason warned him. My father started laughing like a lunatic. "At least I can tell you now how much I hate you. You're just a copy of your terrible mother. I guess it's time that you know that the only reason I've kept you around was to make her suffer." I stood still as a statue as I tried to process what was happening. I remembered the way he was crying when Mom left. That was all an act? Jason grabbed my hand and said, "Mila, grab your stuff. We're leaving." I gathered my things quickly. I wasn't going to live with this monster anymore. I didn't even know who he was. "You can't leave," he laughed. "You're still in my custody. I'll have the police bring you back soon." He stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, blocking our way. "It's too bad that you think the police will return her to a monster like you," Jason said, shoving him aside as we stormed out. Jason's car was outside. We got in fast and drove off. "This isn't over," my dad shouted. Shocked at what had just happened, I hugged Jason and told him I was sorry he had to witness all this drama and that I wished I'd told him the truth sooner. He wiped away my tears and said he was just glad he'd helped me get out of my evil father's clutches. Jason dropped me off at my mother's where she was waiting at the door, as if she were expecting me. I went inside quickly. My whole body was shaking. My life was a lie. For 10 years, I despised my mother, while the real enemy was him. He's gonna come for me, Mom, I said, shivering. I know him. He won't let it go. He's gonna hurt us both, Mom. I was scared to death. I won't let him, honey. I've been preparing for this. She held my hand tightly. Life with him was a nightmare from the start. Not only was he cheating on me, I found out that he was a criminal and a very dangerous man. I started to secretly gather evidence against him, but when he found out, I had to leave. I always wanted to come back to you, but he always had people looking for me to find the proof I had and destroy it. I was always on the run. I'm so sorry, Mom. I had no idea you... Before I could finish my sentence, the house alarm went off. He's here, my mom said calmly. I hurried to call the police, but it was too late. My dad had already broken in with 2 of his men. Oh, Linda, it's such a pleasure to finally see you after all these years. Boys, why don't we give her a nice welcome gesture, eh? The 2 men grabbed my mother by the arms. I'm not scared of you if that's what you think, my mom said, daring him. My dad came closer to her, smiling. He placed his hand gently around her neck and said, You know what I'm capable of, Linda. Don't test me. What if I do? She said with a smile. My mother was acting insane. I will finish you, my father said, not smiling this time, as he started to tighten his hand around her neck. Father, no! I cried while trying to get him off of her, but he was too strong. All of a sudden, everything went completely dark, and I felt my body hit the floor. I saw Andrew coming in before I lost consciousness. Hey, honey, are you okay? My mom said with her soft voice. She's alive, but how? I looked around, and the police officers were all over the place. My father and his men were nowhere to be seen, and one of the investigators was speaking with Andrew. What is Andrew doing here? I asked. Did you really think I would leave you without making sure someone was watching over you? Mom said. Andrew looked over at us. Glad to see you 2 back together, he said with a wink. I was speechless. The only thing I could do was hug my mom and cry. I was so glad she was okay. Andrew came along and joined us. I couldn't thank him enough for what he did for me. As for my father, he was going to be behind bars for a good long time. If he were to come back for revenge one day, my mom and I were strong enough to face him. He didn't scare me anymore, but I do know him well. He said this wasn't over, and he's a man of his word.
I was just a month into my freshman year at college, and I never in a million years would have guessed that the night I was pinned against the bleachers of the school football field by bullies was the night that would change my life forever. Well, Sydney, you have 2 choices. You can kiss my shoe or lose your hair. I have a rule that I never kiss cheap shoes. Now get away from me. Oh, look, she's gonna cry. I have a lot of practice holding in my tears, and these bimbo bullies weren't gonna break me. Hair grows back. I guess you've made your choice then. After they threw me to the ground, I prepared myself for what was coming, but a voice boomed from behind them.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Leave her alone.
The girls turned around and sprinted away. The person walking toward me was silhouetted by the field's lights, so I couldn't see him. When he got close and helped me up, I saw who it was, and my jaw nearly fell off my face.
Are you okay? Did they hurt you?
It was Ian Gallagher, the son of the president. He also just started at my school and was the image of perfection. Flowing blonde hair, a chiseled jaw, and deep green eyes. Other than my pride? No, but there wasn't much of that to begin with, so I'm good. Thank you.
Maybe you and Sydney should go get some food, Ian.
Who was this guy, and how did he know my name?
Yes, absolutely. Are you hungry? Joe Jr.'s Diner is just up the street. I'm Todd, Ian's assistant. Our driver will be happy to take you and then bring you back to your dorm room afterward. Right, Ian? Yeah, absolutely. Please stop saying absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, right.
I wasn't sure what was happening here, but whatever it was really frickin' weird.
Okay then, shall we go so you 2 can eat and get acquainted?
Can you 2 hold on for just a minute? I need to pause this here. As you already guessed, my name is Sydney, and it would be awesome if you clicked like and subscribe. And while you do that, I'm gonna fill you in on some quick backstory. I grew up in a huge house with everything a girl could want. Giant stuffed animals, so much chocolate that Willy Wonka would be envious, and an arcade packed with every video game that ever existed. There was only one thing missing: my parents. Sure, I had an amazing nanny who hated children and would lock me in my room when she wanted to be left alone. But all I wanted was to spend time with my mom and dad. They ran an international hotel business and traveled the world visiting their properties.
Even when they were home, all they would do was criticize me and compare me to others, like my spoiled brat of a cousin who screamed whenever she didn't get what she wanted, or their friend's daughter who was forced to perform at the most ridiculous beauty pageants, or even the little girl on the cereal commercial who ate the cereal, acting like it was the best thing ever. That little girl appreciates her life. I've never seen you enjoy your cereal that much, Sydney. I felt so bad about myself that I developed this nervous facial tic where I would squeeze my eyes shut and then open them really wide. Yeah, weird facial tics are like catnip for bullies at school, and when you're the smartest kid in class, it just adds to their joy when they stuff you in the garbage can. So I kept to myself and didn't care about my appearance because there was no point. No makeup, big glasses, and my hair in a bun. I looked like a mini version of the school librarian. Okay, I did have one friend, Monty. We were friends since kindergarten because he was as awkward as me. He was also really smart and had asthma, so he was always walking around sucking on his inhaler. Also catnip for bullies. Okay, that's enough backstory. I think you get it. I thought college would be better, but clearly I was mistaken. Once an outcast, always an outcast, it seems. Now, back to the night I met Ian, because it just gets weirder from here. He took me to the diner, but our table was guarded by his two big, serious-looking Secret Service agents. His tiny assistant, Todd, sat in the booth across from us, just staring. Sorry about all this. It must be really weird for you, Sydney. This? Weird? Nah, I'm used to it. Happens every time I meet a president's son. He laughed. Someone actually thought I was funny besides me. And then he leaned in. Just imagine that your whole life is like this. It was manageable when I was a minor because the media left me alone. But now that I'm 18 and my father is running for re-election, it's like every move I make is under a microscope. Sometimes I just want to disappear. In a weird way, I completely understood. I felt the same way, except I always wanted to disappear. Just then, reporters swarmed into the diner and started taking photos of us. Todd signaled for us to smile, so I did, but I had absolutely no idea what was happening. Okay, that's enough. Everybody out. Why do they want pictures of me with the president's son? My own parents didn't want pictures of me. I think it's time you head back to your apartment, Ian. If it's okay with Sydney, I'd like to stay and chat some more. Considering all the insanity of the last couple of hours, the one thing that didn't feel completely nuts was the connection I had with Ian. It's like we instantly got along. I'd like that. Yeah, no. Sorry, we're leaving. Car's waiting outside to take Sydney home, so it's time to say goodnight. I couldn't believe how Ian's assistant was treating him like a child. And then I felt something touch my hand underneath the table. Ian slipped me a piece of paper with his cell number. But then, Tiny Todd stuck his face in mine. Listen to me carefully, Sydney. Under no circumstances are you to try and make any contact with Ian unless you check with me first. Is that clear? Sure. Good girl. And if he or the press tries to talk to you, you call me. Wow, this little man just good-girled me. Yeah, no. Maybe I won't feel like it. Well then, I'll make a single phone call and have you expelled, which I will also do if Ian learns about this conversation. So we're gonna keep this between you and me, right? I was frozen. If I got expelled, my parents would disown me. All I wanted to do at that moment was to wrap my fingers around Todd's throat and choke him. But instead, I just nodded. When I got back to my dorm room, the first thing I did was call Monty. Yeah, we both applied to and got into the exact same colleges. And then, like the weirdos that we are, we chose to go together. That's crazy. So you hit it off with Ian Gallagher, like for real? I wouldn't say we hit it off, but I feel like we kind of get each other. You mean like you and me? Yeah, but the difference is, he's the president's son. But why me? Because you're amazing, Sydney. You're like the smartest person I know. You're funny, you're not deserving of Ian's attention, that's for sure. That's not true. You're deserving of anyone's attention. You're just saying that because you're my best friend. I want to call him, but I'm scared his tiny jerk assistant will find out and get me expelled. So, don't let him find out. I stared at the number on the piece of paper for like an hour before I got the courage to call Ian. And then, late that night, he snuck out of his apartment and picked me up. I am so glad you called. Now hold on to me. They let you have a motorcycle? Nope. They have no idea. And then we sped down the road, and it was thrilling. I actually had to pinch myself to believe that I wasn't dreaming. We raced up to a narrow, twisting road to a spot that looked out over the city below. Wow, this view!
I found this spot when I first got to school. I needed a secret place to get away from everything. My dad, his re-election campaign, Todd.
He was so sincere. When he looked into my eyes, I thought I would melt into a big puddle. He's such a jerk.
He really is.
Why do you let him treat you like that? Why don't you just fire him?
I wish I could. My dad hired him to manage me, and now you're in it too. I'm so sorry.
What do you mean I'm in it too? He then handed me a copy of the morning newspaper. On the front page was a photo of Ian and me at the diner with the headline, Ian Gallagher's new college girlfriend? I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
If you never want to see me again, I totally understand. This is my life, but it doesn't have to be yours.
I had spent my whole life avoiding attention, and here I was, about to be on the front page. My instinct was to run away as fast as I could, but Ian needed someone, and for some reason, that someone was me. We just sat on a rock and talked and laughed for hours, but as the sun came up, Ian looked at his watch and panicked.
Oh no, they're gonna be looking for me. We have to go, now.
We sped down the road, but suddenly there were flashing lights behind us. It was the police. At that moment, I knew I was gonna get expelled. My life was officially over. But instead of being pulled over, Ian floored it. We raced down the road away from the police car. Forget about being expelled, I was going to jail. Ian pulled behind a tree and shut off the motorcycle lights. We watched as the police car sped by. My heart was racing, but Ian looked at me, and we both just burst out laughing. The next day, when the papers came out, I walked through campus, and everyone at school was just staring, including the 3 bullies. All I could do was smile. For the first time ever, I cared about how I looked. Monty went with me to get a prescription for contact lenses, then to the salon to get my hair done, and finally to Sephora to get a makeover.
Listen, Sid, something feels off about this whole thing with Ian.
Wow, is somebody getting jealous because someone else is taking up my attention for once?
No, that's not it at all. You said it yourself. Why did Todd know your name?
But I wasn't listening. All I could think about was seeing Ian again, and then the cosmetologist turned my chair around. So, how do I look? That bad, huh?
You're beautiful.
I hugged him as hard as I could. I don't know what I would have done without him all these years. For the next few months, Ian and I snuck out nearly every night and went on crazy adventures. We went to a closed amusement park and turned on one of the rides, did a Ouija board in an abandoned house, and went for a midnight swim in the park fountain. During the day, I struggled to stay awake in class, and my grades went down, but I didn't care. I was falling in love. I was so caught up in Ian that I barely ever saw Monty anymore. I didn't even care that Todd kept posing us for the press. Until one day, when things took a dark turn, Todd had Ian and I meet.
Well, look at you 2 lovebirds. It just warms my heart.
I didn't know you had one of those, Todd. Every day, there's a new surprise. Ian tried to contain his laughter, but Todd was not amused.
When the press gets here, Ian, I want you to kiss Sydney.
Ian and I hadn't kissed yet, which I thought was strange, but I felt like he was just taking it slow. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Monty sitting alone on a bench eating his lunch.
Is that necessary, Todd? Of course it's necessary, Ian. And I want you to kiss her like you mean it. Understand?
What the heck was that supposed to mean? Why wouldn't he mean it? And like clockwork, Ian's bodyguards ushered a dozen reporters over to us. But Ian looked so uncomfortable. He gave me the most awkward, quick kiss. Now, I'm no kissing expert, but I would have to say it was pretty terrible. I looked over and Monty was gone. Ian and I got to the back seat of his limo. Todd got into the front and just exploded.
What the hell was that? I'm sorry, Todd. I'll do better. For your father's sake, you better.
For your father's sake? What does that mean, Ian?
What does it matter to you, Sydney? You're not bullied anymore. People admire you, which I'm guessing is a first. So be a good girl and keep your mouth shut. Hey, don't talk to her like that. Or what, Ian? You gonna fire me?
I was waiting for Ian to defend me, but he just went quiet. When I opened the door to my dorm room, Monty was waiting. I had given him his own key at the start of the year. I was so happy to see him. Monty! But that happiness didn't last long. You're being played, Sid. Played? Oh, stop it, Monty. You and Ian? It's a setup because his father is running for re-election, and Todd was hired to craft his image for the public. You're just jealous because I fell in love and I'm spending my time with someone else. And then, Monty held up a printed photo of Ian embracing another boy. I did some digging, and this was Ian's high school boyfriend. Boyfriend? You're saying that Ian is... Yes, I'm so sorry, Sid. And they're using you to give off the image that he's straight, so it doesn't affect his father's re-election campaign. Wow, Monty, you are pathetic. I was a loser until I met Ian, and you're just upset that you're still one. I can't believe I was ever friends with you. Now get out. Monty looked like I just slapped him as I slammed the door in his face. That night, when Ian picked me up, I told him I wanted to go to our spot on the cliff overlooking the city. I'm so sorry about today, Sydney. The pressure to perform in front of the camera just... Before he could finish, I held up the photo. Have you been lying to me, Ian? Where did you get that? Who cares where I got it? This is the reason why you've never kissed me, isn't it? Todd says if the world finds out about this, my father will lose. I was furious at myself. Monty tried to warn me, but I didn't listen. And now I've probably lost him forever. But it all suddenly made sense. Right. Choose a girl with low self-esteem who wouldn't question what was happening, who would be so thrilled with the attention that she would just go with it. And these adventures at night, were they part of it? Not at first, but the police officer that first night ID'd me, and Todd thought it was a great idea to keep them going. He threatened to tell my dad if I told you. I am so sorry, Sydney. I never wanted to hurt you. Your dad doesn't know about you? No, that was the only photo ever taken of my boyfriend and me in high school, and Todd found it too. Goodbye, Ian. Sydney, you need to see this through until the election. My dad is coming to campus tomorrow, and if you're not there, Todd will have you expelled. Doesn't matter. I'm dropping out anyway. I'm done. Ian dropped me off in front of my dorm, and I turned to him one last time. If you want to live your life trying to be someone you're not just to prove yourself, it will crush you. Trust me. The next morning, my face was puffy from crying. I loaded up my car with all my stuff and was preparing to head home, back to a life where I wasn't worth anything, back to face the judgment of my parents who already thought so little of me. I got into the car and tried to close the door, but it didn't budge. Monty was standing there holding it. What are you doing here? Stopping you from making a huge mistake? Didn't you already try that? Yeah, well, that's what best friends do, right? And then I just lost it. I am so sorry. I was such a huge jerk. Why do you even want to talk to me after those horrible things I said? I don't deserve you. Because I love you, Sid. I always have. Why do you think I chose this school? It was to be with you. And then he kissed me with a passion that I had never experienced before. My body felt like it was plugged into an electrical outlet. The president's about to speak. Shall we go watch? Why would I want to watch? And so we went to the football stadium, where Ian was standing on the stage next to his father. Todd was standing behind them. And as I stand on the cusp of the next presidential election, I want to hand the mic over to my son Ian, who means more to me than anything in the world. During my dad's first election, nobody paid attention to me because I was only 14 years old. But now that the world is paying attention, I want them to meet my true love. And suddenly, the boy from the photo walked onto the stage. The whole stadium burst out into applause. It was incredible. And then Ian turned and hugged his father. Todd looked horrified. After the speech ended, the Secret Service let Monty and me backstage, just in time for Todd to walk out. I hope you enjoyed your time here, Sydney, because you're as good as expelled. Nah, but you're as good as fired, Todd. Ian walked over, and for the first time, Todd looked terrified. You can't fire me, but I can. Mr. President, I was only doing this for you. Who told you to do that? You harassed my son for years and misused the power I gave you. Get him out of here. And the Secret Service dragged him away, kicking and screaming. It was glorious. I forgave Ian, and 4 years later, he and his boyfriend became the best men at Monty's and my wedding, at the White House. My parents were there, glowing with pride, but winning their approval didn't matter to me anymore. I was happy that at least they were there. And finally, I was just happy being me. Sophie, honey, your bun is crooked again.
Mom stood behind me in her crisp military uniform, every hair in place. Sometimes I wondered if she came out of the womb perfectly pressed and polished. Maybe if I cut it all off.
Absolutely not. A ballerina needs proper hair. You need to be perfect to get into Juilliard.
That was Mom, always pushing and expecting more. When I got an A, she asked, why not an A+? When I won silver in the regional dance competition, she reminded me gold was better. Even my little sister Rose's social media following wasn't enough. It had to be purposeful content that would look good on college applications. Dad used to balance her out, bringing chaos and laughter into our world. He'd tell us wild stories about his combat missions, teaching us survival skills just in case, and sneaking us junk food when Mom wasn't looking. But then he was deployed again, and this time he didn't come back. So I became what Mom needed, the perfect daughter. Straight A's, perfect pirouettes, student council president. I made sure Rose did her homework, kept her room clean, and stayed out of trouble. Our house ran like a military operation, and I was second in command. Until that morning when everything changed. I was helping Rose edit her latest YouTube video, a review of some new mascara. Even though she was wearing falsies and pretending it was all the mascara's magic, when Mom walked in, she looked scared. And Mom never looked scared.
Girls, I need you to pack a bag. You're going to stay with your Aunt Catherine for a while.
Aunt who?
Is she Instagram worthy?
Catherine, my sister. She lives in Arizona.
The sister she never talked about? The one whose name I'd only heard during late night arguments with Dad? Always with that edge in Mom's voice that meant danger, keep out? Mom, I can't leave. I have summer intensives, college prep courses, the youth leadership program.
This isn't a discussion, Sophie. I'm being deployed on an emergency medical mission. Something's come up.
Mom, what's really going on? She just looked at me as if measuring her next words carefully.
Sometimes doing the right thing means breaking the rules. Your father understood that, and now I need you to understand it too.
Then she pulled me close.
Trust no one and keep your sister safe.
24 hours later, we were in a black SUV with tinted windows, being driven by one of Mom's old friends through the Arizona desert. Rose was live streaming the cacti, turning our exile into content for her followers. I was trying not to throw up.
Oh my god, Sophie, look! Is that a lion?
I've been obsessively checking Mom's last known location on my phone, but when I looked up, my heart stopped. There, sprawled across the front porch of what looked like a junkyard crossed with a fortress, was a full-grown male lion.
The next chapter of Love in Deep Space is here, and it's bigger than ever. Step into the futuristic city of Lincoln and the wider cosmos, where love and destiny collide in the cinematic 3D dating sim. Available worldwide on mobile with the version 5.0 update. The brand new limited banner Throne of Eros is now live, featuring all love interests with new identities. You rise as the queen of the Alor galaxy, standing at the center of interstellar power. Fight alongside Zane, the Grand General of the Cosmic Empire. Meet Raphael, Santark of the Sanctide Court. Face Caleb, High Marshal whose path opposes yours. Rule with Silas, Sovereign of the Rising Power Chaosy. And reunite with Xavier, the Crown Prince lost to time. Version 5.0 also introduces the long-awaited home system. Build and decorate your own house, unlock the garden, and share daily moments together. From quiet routines to unexpected interactions, your home comes alive. This is the best starter experience for new players. Claim livestream rewards, join version 5.0 events, and enjoy new gameplay to enjoy 10 grand, luxurious gifts, villas, 1,000 plus furniture, memory crates, 5-star memories, wishes, diamonds, letters, paper cuts, outfits, props, journals, and more. Many people worry that games will consume too much memory. This update introduces a new quick resource cleanup feature, so you can download without any burden. Enjoy smooth and seamless gameplay. Perhaps you've played this game before, but were plagued with memory issues. Now is the perfect time to be back. Download Love and Deep Space now and begin your journey beyond the stars.
The driver hit the brakes so hard our suitcases went flying. This has to be a mistake. Mom would never.
Oh, that's just Maple. Don't mind him. He's a big softie.
I turned to the voice behind me to see a woman limping down the path. She looked like Mom might have looked if Mom had been raised by wolves.
I'm your Auntie Caddy, in case you were wondering.
A softie? It's a lion! Is that even allowed?
Are you a stickler for rules and regulations?
Rules and regulations keep people safe.
Is that what Angela told you? Funny. You shouldn't take everything she says so seriously.
What do you mean? But she was already turning away, whistling for the lion to follow her.
Come on, girls, let's get you settled. We've got a lot of work to do.
Week 1 was hell. Bad Wi-Fi, no ballet, just lions, chaos, and an aunt who loved wrecking my world.
Sophie, the cubs need feeding.
I'm practicing my routine.
Life doesn't wait for perfect timing, kiddo. Sometimes you gotta dance with the lions you've got.
She was insane. She had to be. Who lets teenagers handle lions? Who builds a fortress in the desert? Who takes in dangerous animals and treats them like oversized house cats? And then Aunt Caddy dropped another bomb on us.
By the way, I enrolled you both at Desert Ridge High. You start Monday.
I paced the dusty yard that night, trying again to reach Mom. Nothing. 3 weeks of radio silence. Dad would have never dumped us in the desert with a stranger in a pride of lions. The morning of our first day, I woke up at 5 a.m. out of habit. I found Aunt Caddy already up, standing over a desk covered with maps and photographs. What's all this? She quickly rolled up a map marked with shipping routes and pins.
Conservation work. Nothing for you to worry about.
She tossed me a set of keys.
There's an old Jeep in the barn. Not pretty, but it runs. It'll help get you and Rose to school.
You're trusting me with a car?
Your mom said you were responsible back home. Besides, we're 20 miles from nowhere out here.
Desert Ridge High looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1970s. The moment Rose and I walked in, the conversation stopped. In our old school, we'd been well known. Perfect Sophie Chen and her influencer sister. Here, we were aliens.
You must be the new girls! The ones living with the crazy cat lady!
I think you meant eccentric.
Whoa, sorry. No offense. I'm Rolo. My dad's the local vet who helps your aunt sometimes. I think what she does is awesome.
Wanna be in my vlog? I'm documenting desert life.
Sure? What's a vlog?
Rose stared at him as if his teeth had turned to fangs, and I almost smiled. By lunchtime, everyone knew we were the Lion Girls. For a second, I was almost feeling like a celebrity. But my delusions were cut short when a girl with expensive highlights and designer jeans stopped at our table.
I'm Kylie Montgomery. My dad's on the town council. He says your aunt's sanctuary is a dangerous eyesore that needs to be shut down.
Her lions are rescued. They'd be killed otherwise.
Whatever. Just don't get too comfortable there, freaks. And tell your crazy aunt that my dad always gets what he wants.
And with that, she walked off.
Ignore her. Her dad wants to build luxury homes on the land near your aunt's sanctuary. He's been trying to force her out for years.
I felt a strange surge of protectiveness. Aunt Caddy might be chaos personified, but those lions needed her. And for some reason, I didn't like the idea of anyone calling her crazy but me. Back at the sanctuary, I found Rose sitting on the porch steps with her phone, but she wasn't filming.
Do you think we'll ever go home, back to our real lives?
I sank down beside her. I don't know. Mom's gone dark, and this place?
It's like we've fallen into some alternate universe where Mom has a secret sister who's basically Lion Mom, and we're the weird new kids, and nothing makes sense anymore.
Exactly.
But is it weird that I kinda like it? Not the school part. Those kids are total zombies compared to my followers. But the lions, they're actually amazing.
I had noticed that Rose's content nowadays was less makeup tutorials and more behind-the-scenes sanctuary life. Her captions were less about herself and more about conservation. Since when do you care about wildlife preservation, Rose Chen?
Since a lion named Maple purred like a motorboat when I scratched his ears. Since I realized these incredible animals are being hunted to extinction. Is that so weird?
And then one day, Aunt Caddy got sick. It started with her brushing off a fever and insisting it was nothing serious. But by the 3rd day, she couldn't get out of bed.
It's just a bug. I'll be fine.
You have a fever of 102. You need to see a doctor.
No doctors, no hospitals. They ask too many questions.
About what? The lions? She didn't answer, just closed her eyes.
There's a notebook in my desk drawer. Feeding schedules, medication routines, everything you need to know.
I can't run this place, Aunt. I'm not qualified.
Sophie, you're a Chen. We adapt.
Suddenly, the sanctuary was on me. Feeding schedules, medical routines, fixing fences. Just me, a crumpled notebook, and a pride of lions counting on me. At first, I panicked and second-guessed myself over everything. But slowly, something shifted, and I started to hear the rhythm in the chaos. When Maple paced around with his tail flicking sharply, I figured it meant his water trough was empty. When Shadow gave a low, throaty rumble, I knew she was calling for her cubs to stay close. I even started watching Sage for signs of an incoming storm. He always seemed to sense it before the first cloud appeared. And then one night, I witnessed one of the lionesses giving birth to a cub no bigger than my hand. I don't know why, but something about seeing that fragile, helpless creature nuzzling against his mom brought me to tears, and I cried like I hadn't allowed myself to in years. When Aunt Caddy finally staggered out of bed a week later, she just grinned at the sight of me covered in dirt and lion hair.
Well, look at that. Turns out you can dance with the lions after all.
I'd grown closer to all the lions, except Wishbone, who was clearly quite different. He kept to himself, his scarred face and ragged mane telling stories of a harder life. But sometimes, I'd catch him watching me with those ancient, knowing eyes.
He was a fighter, that one. Rich folks used him in illegal matches, betting on which lion would kill the other. Took us 3 years to track him down.
I found myself sneaking out one night to the vegetable garden where Wishbone liked to sleep, and one night, I caught him destroying Aunt Caddy's carrot patch. You're really committed to ruining this garden, huh? Wishbone didn't dignify me with a response and just flicked his tail. That night, I heard voices from Aunt Caddy's office. I crept down the hallway, stopping outside the door left slightly ajar.
Angela, it's been 3 weeks. The girls need to know what's going on. Yes, I've been careful. No one's asking questions yet, but it's a matter of time. Fine, another week. But then I'm telling them.
Mom had been in contact with Aunt Caddy all along, but ignoring me as if I was some annoying fly? Back at school, things were changing too. Rose had become something of a minor celebrity. Her videos about sanctuary life were gaining real traction, and Kylie Montgomery looked as hostile as ever when she saw Rose walking by with her growing entourage.
Your sister's videos are actually making a difference. My dad said the sanctuaries received more donations in the last month than in the whole past year.
Yeah, I heard.
Also, I was wondering, there's this bonfire thing Friday night. Nothing too fancy. Would you and Rose want to come?
Oh, I'm not sure.
And before you say no, I should mention that Rose already said yes. And she's bringing, quote, awesome footage of baby lion playtime.
The bonfire was at an abandoned quarry outside town, and while everyone else seemed to be enjoying the fire and music, and Rose had her own audience, I hung back, feeling oddly disconnected from this ordinary teenage scene. Just then, Rollo appeared by my side.
You look like you're planning an escape route.
That obvious, huh?
You know, it's okay to not be okay. Moving across the country, living with an aunt you didn't know existed, surrounded by deadly predators, that's a lot.
When you put it that way, I sound pretty well adjusted. I was beginning to actually relax and have a good time when Kylie walked over, a big smirk on her face.
Hate to be the party pooper, but I had to tell you this. My dad's getting his way, and your crazy cat lady aunt is finished.
What are you talking about?
Daddy says she's operating without proper permits, and he has proof. Once he presents it at the county board meeting, they'll be packing her up, and we can finally develop that whole area. Luxury homes with a view.
We'll see about that. I've got 300,000 followers who might have something to say about it.
Like anyone cares what a bunch of internet losers think.
Before Rose could respond, I pulled her away. We need to tell Aunt Caddy. Back at the sanctuary, we found Aunt Caddy in her office, poring over documents at her desk.
Already ahead of you, kids. Montgomery filed a complaint with the county. Claims I'm operating an illegal exotic animal exhibit without proper licensing.
That's ridiculous! This is a sanctuary!
Legally, it's complicated, and Montgomery has friends in high places.
The same high places Mom is investigating? Aunt Caddy gave me a sharp look, then glanced at Rose.
What? What's Mom investigating? What aren't you telling me?
She pulled out a worn photo album. Inside were pictures I'd never seen before. Mom and Aunt Caddy in jungle gear, receiving some kind of conservation award.
Your mother and I were wildlife biologists. We specialized in tracking animal trafficking networks, the people who smuggle endangered species across borders. We were good at it. Too good, in fact.
She flipped to a newspaper clipping.
We uncovered evidence that high-ranking military personnel were involved in a smuggling operation. Your mother wanted to go public. I wanted to gather more evidence first. We fought. She left. Joined the actual military to change it from within, she said. Then she met your dad, had you girls, and never looked back.
The image of my perfect, rule-following mother was fracturing before my eyes. But now?
Now she's found evidence that the same network is still operating, bigger than before. She's gone undercover to gather proof.
And we're here because...
Because you're a leverage, kiddo. If the wrong people knew where you were, they could use you to get to her.
So our entire lives have been a lie? Mom's perfect military nurse persona was just, what, a cover?
Not a lie, a choice. Your mother chose security for you girls over the crusade we started. Can't say I blamed her, especially after your dad.
But now she's back in it, and we're here because we might be in danger?
We both nodded. Rose was quiet for a moment, then pulled out her phone.
I'm deleting all my location tags, and I'm going to start a campaign about the sanctuary. If Montgomery wants a fight, we'll give him one.
Over the next few days, Rose mobilized her following like a general commanding troops. Meanwhile, I dove into the legal side, researching sanctuary regulations and permit requirements. The night before the county board meeting, we were up late preparing our case when suddenly we heard the sound of an engine approaching.
We're not expecting anyone.
We went to the security monitors, then froze.
3 vehicles coming fast, no headlights.
My stomach dropped. Not county officials, not this late.
Get to the safe room, now.
But what about you?
Now, Sophie, take Rose.
I grabbed Rose's arm, pulling her toward the reinforced storeroom that Aunt Caddy had said we could use in case of emergency. Behind us, Aunt Caddy was grabbing a tranquilizer gun from the cabinet. We'd barely made it to the hallway when the first crash came. The sound of the front gate being rammed. Then there was shouting and flashlight beams sweeping the yard.
I'm calling 911.
Bad signal out here, remember? We huddled in the safe room, listening to men's voices echoing through the sanctuary. Then we heard lion roars, frightened, angry.
They're going after the lions!
Before I could stop her, she'd run past me out into the hallway. I followed to find Rose crouching by a window, filming the scene outside in the yard. Men with cages, loading tranquilized cubs into trucks.
We need this proof.
Through the glass, I spotted Aunt Caddy confronting one of the men, tranquilizer gun raised. But before she could fire, another man emerged from the shadows behind her. A flash of metal, then Aunt Caddy crumpled to the ground.
No!
I clamped a hand over her mouth, and as the men went back to capturing the lions, I turned to her. Stay here. Don't move. I need to see if Aunt Caddy is okay. I slipped out and stealthily made my way over to Aunt Caddy. She was alive, but unconscious. Just then, I looked up, and my stomach lurched. Rose had come out too, and she was hiding in a bush capturing evidence of the men up close. But she was too close. And then, it all happened so fast. One of the men suddenly spotted her, and suddenly, she was being dragged away as she fought and screamed. I ran towards her as they threw her into the truck along with the caged cubs. And before I could get close to her, they were driving off into the desert. Panic washed over me in a wave so strong that I could barely breathe. Oh my God. They'd taken my baby sister. That's when I heard Wishbone's low growl. He stood in the carrot patch, those knowing eyes fixed on me. And suddenly, I understood what Mom meant about breaking rules. I need your help. Please. They took Rose. He lowered his head, and I did the craziest thing I've ever done. I climbed onto his back. We followed the truck's trail, Wishbone's powerful stride eating up the miles. I thought about Dad. About how he'd always said courage wasn't about being fearless, but about being scared and doing it anyway. The chase led us straight into Phoenix, where, unsurprisingly, riding a lion through the city caused absolute chaos.
All units, be advised. We have reports of a teenage girl riding a lion down Central Avenue.
This is Sky 5 with breaking news. I can't believe I'm saying this. An actual lion sprinting through downtown with a girl on its back.
We followed the truck's taillights into an industrial warehouse near a private airstrip. A jet sat waiting, cargo doors open, minutes from takeoff. Wishbone skidded to a stop behind a stack of crates just as I spotted Rose. I got off of Wishbone, holding him by his mane, and then I looked into his eyes. Wait here for my signal. Then I sneaked in as quietly as I could. I found Rose locked in a cage.
Took you long enough.
But as we fell to the ground, I looked up at the menacing bad guy.
Get him.
We heard a huge roar out of the frame, and both the bad guy and I turned our heads toward the direction from which the roar came. And there he was. Our hero, Wishbone, standing proudly at the warehouse entrance. He had heard my signal, and then he made a run at the traffickers. Things got chaotic pretty quickly after that. Rose and I opened the rest of the cages, and cubs spilled from open crates, bolting in every direction. Lions stepped from the shadows, sending the traffickers into blind panic. One guy tripped over a metal bucket, taking 2 others down with him. 2 others made a break for it and landed straight into an empty holding pen, slamming the doors behind them.
Lock it! Lock it!
Wishbone let out one final earth-shattering roar, and that was enough. The remaining traffickers fled just as police sirens wailed in the distance. And in a few hours, they had rounded up all the culprits. But the real shock came when we got home. Aunt Caddy was awake, and Mom was beside her. Mom! She pulled us into a fierce hug and held us for a while. Then she explained that she was here because she knew the trafficking ring would be making a move tonight at the sanctuary, and they had to be caught in the act.
Sometimes the only way forward is to take a risk. Your father taught me that. And you girls, you proved it. Sophie, I'm so proud of you for being brave.
Hi, my name is Kayla. Please like and subscribe to MSA while I tell you my story. My whole life, I've been a book nerd. Stories are my escape into new worlds where I can fight dragons on the top of the highest mountains or move cars out of my way using my mind. However, in real life, I'm virtually invisible and usually powerless in the face of danger.
Hey, watch where you're going, geek!
Sorry.
What's the point of those dumb glasses if you can't see anything?
Thankfully, help was never too far behind.
Ow! You hurt my head!
That was the idea. Now imagine what I can do with all these. Are you okay? I am now. Hey, is that Harry Potter? I love that book. You know, I think we're gonna be best friends. That was the first day I met Faye, and she was right. We instantly bonded over our love of reading, and I was forever in awe of her confidence. Everyone, make way. Your queen is coming through. She proved to me that being into books did not mean you had to be timid. And that ends my presentation on why every Friday should be pizza day at the cafeteria. While Faye's life was forever blasting out loud, I felt like something was missing from mine. I'd read so many romantic tales of a prince riding into town, conquering the angry monsters just to be with the one he loves. And then I wonder, is my prince ever gonna come and save me? Snap out of it, Kayla. Huh? Look around you. These boys are no match for your intellect. They're all stinky and stupid.
Speak for yourself, nerds. That's why you weren't invited to the big house party this weekend.
Your fly is undone.
Huh? Oh, oops.
You see what I mean, Kayla? Is that the prince you were looking for? Yeah, maybe you're right. Except I really did want to go to that house party. I knew there was no way that was gonna happen. Or at least, that's what I thought, until everything changed one day as I was looking for a book in the library. Hey, what's this? Looks like a secret compartment. Pull it up. Whoa! Hidden beneath the shelf was a dusty book we'd never seen before. I blew on it and read its title, The Secrets to Get Boys to Fall in Love with You. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. No wonder somebody hid it. Look at this stuff. How to dress for a man, how to talk to a man. I wonder if it works. Who cares? Shove it back where you found it. Actually, I think we should try it out. What? You can't be serious. I am. We could test it out tonight at the house party. Think of it as a social experiment where we see how easy it is to get boys to fall for us. Well, I do love a social experiment. All right, why not? I'm in. After school, we rush to my house and follow the book by the letter. Always wear bright red lipstick for attention. Check. Clip in hair extensions for more bouncy hair. Check. Learn how to walk correctly by balancing books on your head. Check. Juice your meals to digest them faster. Check. Ugh. Lift weights to tone your figure. I'm exhausted. Don't sit down, you'll get chair butt. And according to this book, boys hate chair butt. Ugh. Eyelashes, short skirts, pink everything, and ta-da! Wow, we look like completely different people. More like complete bimbos. I didn't care what Faye said. I was super excited. And when we arrived at the party, everyone was looking at us, and I felt seen for the first time.
Hey there, good looking. Can I get you some punch?
I'll give you a punch. Faye, remember the book? Like, oh my gosh, I would totally love some punch. Duh. Once alone, I scanned the room looking for my prince. And oh my god, there he was. He was the most beautiful boy I had ever seen. Tall, muscular, well-dressed, and looking so
so cool. I wanted to go over there, but I remembered what the book said. Chapter 13, don't pester boys. Rather, stand against a wall and look mysterious, and they'll come to you. And so, that's what I did. But unfortunately, it attracted the wrong guy.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Ricardo. And let me just say you are a radiant vision of sunbeam perfection.
Oh, thanks.
Please, let's swap numbers.
Okay.
Now, watch my superb dance moves.
This weird dude distracted me with the most bizarre dance in the world. And when I looked over, my prince was gone. And then Faye came up to me. We have to go. Wait, I need to find someone first.
Hey, that's the girl that dumped the guacamole bowl on my head.
Like I said, we have to go. Now. We ran away as fast as we could, but I turned just in time to see Ricardo blowing kisses after me. Ugh. But hey, at least we knew the book worked. The next day, I woke up to 100 messages from Ricardo. Some of them were sweet, but others were a little creepy. Like when he sent selfies of himself with roses in his teeth, or pictures of sketches he'd made of me. And there were a lot of them. Of course, I was just gonna ignore him. I was still hung up on finding the dream boat from the party, and I decided something else that weekend. I liked my new look and how other people looked at me. But on Monday at school, Faye didn't see it the same way. Excuse me, Miss Barbie, why are you still bimbo-fied? I think I want to try this out for a while. It makes me feel different, except it makes you look just like every other bimbo here. Can you stop calling me that, please? You know, I think we didn't fully commit to our social experiment, so let's read a few more chapters and then go to the arcade tonight. Why would we do that? Just then, as I opened my locker, an avalanche of teddies and gifts and love letters poured to the floor. Looks like Ricardo found me. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm starting to get the picture. You think you're actually gonna get your prince this way, don't you? You mean this guy? I don't even like him. Please, just come to the arcade. Do it for me, Faye. Hard pass. I'll be at the library where the smart people usually are. You're on your own. I hated to see Faye so annoyed, but I figured she'd get over it. Besides, I needed to continue my mission. That night, I read a few more chapters and then went to the arcade alone, where all the popular kids hung out. I felt super nervous by myself and considered leaving when—
Hey, are you just going to stand there or are you going to play something?
Oh my gosh, it was the hunk I saw at the party, and he was talking to me. Think quick, Kayla. What did the book say? Oh yes, chapter 7. Always laugh at boys' jokes. You're so funny.
Thanks. My name's Lloyd. Are you waiting to play this claw game?
Chapter 20. Be the damsel in distress. Oh, it's too complicated for me.
Oh, here, I'll show you. The trick is all about timing.
Like, oh wow, you're so good at that. Thank you.
Sure thing. Would you like to get ice cream?
Uh-oh. Chapter 3. Avoid fatty desserts. How about a low-fat milkshake instead? As we shared a vegan milkshake, Lloyd started telling me about his life. He was a part-time model, but his true passion was volunteering at the children's hospital. I mean, can someone be more perfect? I gazed into his eyes, and then we both moved forward to sip our straws at the same time. Our faces were so close, I almost thought he might kiss me, when suddenly my phone rang, and it was my mom telling me to come home immediately. Apparently, my grandma had broken her hip, and my parents needed to go out of town to see her. Since I couldn't miss school, they asked me to stay with Faye for a few days. I know the timing isn't great, and you're mad at me. Don't be silly. What are friends for? You packed all that makeup to bring over? Since when do you even have so much makeup? I went shopping yesterday. And what is this ridiculous bag? Wait, I've seen all the cheerleaders carrying this lately. Are you gonna start waving pom-poms in my face next? Faye, is me staying over gonna be a problem? No, of course not. Fine, I won't say anything. Although, the amount of money you spent on that makeup could run a soup kitchen for a year. Okay, I'm done now. But she really wasn't. She stared at me disapprovingly every day as we headed out for school. She huffed away angrily whenever any of the popular girls gave me compliments or invited me to sit with them at recess. And she gave me the silent treatment as I headed out for the arcade in the evenings. I'd met up with Lloyd there a couple more times, and I thought it was going well. Just as we were sharing another milkshake, we almost came close to kissing again, when suddenly— Hey, bestie! I thought I'd find you here. Ooh, aren't you gonna introduce me to this hunky monkey? What? Faye was here? And she was dressed by the book too? Lloyd Faye Lloyd. That's such a manly name. So Lloyd, can you show me how the photo booth works? Oh my gosh, it's so confusing.
Yeah, I can show you.
This was crazy. Faye was trying to steal the spotlight from me. Well, two can play at that game. Oh wow, look at these photos. We'd make such a cute couple for sure.
If you say so.
Oh, Lloyd, let's have a dance battle.
All right.
Oh, Lloyd, let's sing karaoke.
Okay.
Oh, Lloyd, let's get some cotton candy
candy.
Sure.
Oh, Lloyd, let's shoot some zombies.
Can do.
Oh, Lloyd, let's break the basketball high score.
No,
Lloyd, let's trade some prizes for our tickets.
Well...
Oh, please, Lloyd.
Ow!
Lloyd, this way.
Ouch!
Come on, Lloyd.
Stop! I don't know what's happening here, but it's freaking me out.
It's not me, it's her. She's a phony. Me? You're the phony. Look at her.
What the heck? Look, I don't know what's going on here, but you two clearly have some serious issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Goodbye.
No, Lloyd, come back. I can explain. Wait, Kayla, don't be a fool. Suddenly, I heard a loud crack and turned to see Faye tumble to the floor. Ow, these dumb heels. Faye, are you okay? I think I broke my ankle. Call an ambulance. As we waited for the ambulance, Faye turned to me angrily. This is all your fault. Me? You're the one who thinks all boys are trash, but then you just show up here to hit on Lloyd and ruin my chances with him? What's wrong with you? I don't want Lloyd. I was just trying to show you the mirror by acting like you. You look pathetic trying to be someone you're not just to make some stranger like you. I thought we were the cool, smart ones who don't care about what's on the outside. If you don't care about that, why does it bother you how I choose to dress or what I put on my face? You know what? You're just so used to bossing me around, you're pissed off I'm doing something on my own that you don't agree with. Fine, be a wannabe bimbo. We can't be friends then. Thanks for letting me know that our friendship is conditional on me always listening to you. The ambulance arrived and took Faye away. I didn't want to go to her place right away, so I went to my own house to cry it out. But to my shock, I found my room was overflowing with gifts from Ricardo. Heart-shaped balloons, bouquets, and dozens of teddy bears. This was all too much. And when I looked in the mirror, I didn't even recognize myself. I had lost my chances with Lloyd, and things with Faye were all messed up. Plus, these new clothes were so uncomfortable. And that's when I realized all these troubles started with the book. I opened it up to the final chapter and read in horror. Chapter 31, Charm Boys by cleaning up after their mess. Chapter 32, make boys sandwiches when they are sad. This was not a magic guide to romance. This was the most sexist book in the world. And I had been such an idiot. I needed to make it right. The next day, I returned to the arcade, only this time as boring old Kayla. Excuse me, Lloyd?
Hey, Kayla?
Yeah, this is how I really look, and I'm just here to apologize. I've been acting like somebody I'm not, which isn't cool or fair to you.
Seems like you have some self-work to do.
Most definitely. Okay, well, sorry again. Goodbye.
Hold on. Do you want to get a milkshake?
As long as it's full fat. The rest of the evening, we played arcade games and then went for a romantic walk by the river. And Lloyd seemed to like me for me. I went home on cloud 9 that night, and when I woke up the next morning, I was determined to fix everything else. Starting with, Faye, I just wanted to apologize. You're right, I shouldn't have to change anything about myself to get noticed or be liked by anyone. Kayla, I owe you an apology too. To be honest, I just got jealous and insecure. I mean, you're out there trying to find your Prince Charming, while I'm perfectly happy just the two of us in the library. I just didn't want anything to change. We can have both, Faye. You'll always be my bestie, no matter who else comes into my life. I can handle that, as long as whoever he is appreciates the Kayla that I know. Deal? Deal.
Yoo-hoo!
Huh?
It's me, Ricardo. I've been searching for you for days. Why are you ignoring my gifts?
There was something crazy in his eye. Ricardo, you're coming on too strong. You broke into my house to leave me gifts, and now you're following me around? We don't even know each other.
But we can spend our whole lives getting to know each other. We're meant to be. I love you.
Ew, catch a hint, dude. She doesn't like you.
No, I will not rest until you're mine.
Ricardo grabbed me by the wrist, and I was about to panic when suddenly...
Let go of her!
Two boys battling over me sounded like a fairy tale in a romance novel. But now that it was actually happening, I didn't like it one bit. And that's when I remembered the book. The whack.
Ow! You break my heart and now you break my head. I don't want to be here anymore.
At least this book came to some good use. Girl, I am so proud of you. Hi, my name is Amy, and this is my crazy story of how I became my parents' rich favorite child after just being a stupid teenager. But before I continue, hit the like button and subscribe for more crazy stories. You idiot, my mom yelled at me.
Can't you do anything right? Before I could respond, a voice behind me said, Of course not. I turned around to see Mr. Mason laughing at me. You know, not everyone can be as amazing as you, Nurse Janet. My mom giggled like a silly schoolgirl and asked him why he was here. Mr. Mason looked at her and sighed, I have a heartache. He never stopped flirting with Mom before they could continue with their gross conversation. I said angrily, Leave now. Mom yelled at me to mind my own business. Then she left with him. At home, I found my brother Ben passed out on the couch. He started to wake up as I came in. As soon as he saw me, he shouted, Make me a sandwich, loser. Make yourself useful. Suddenly, I heard Mom yelling her head off. I rushed out to find her screaming and throwing things at Dad. You cheater! How dare you bring her into my house? I saw someone else in the room. The girl, whose name turned out to be Anna, walked over to my mom and said, How could any man put up with you when you scream like that? Then, right in front of Mom, she started hugging Dad. You all right, sweetie? She asked. Mom was furious. She ran to her room, and 5 minutes later, she was already in a cab with all her suitcases. As she walked out, she said, That's it. I'm done with you and your kids. I'm going to live with Mason from now on. The very same day, Dad's girlfriend moved in. She started taking over everything and forced me to do all the chores. She said she was training me to become a proper lady. To make matters worse, with Mom gone, there was no one earning anything. Dad didn't want to work, of course, so Dad said I had to take over Mom's nurse job at school. I said, I'm not a certified nurse, Dad. But he didn't want to listen and threatened to kick me out. For a few weeks, I managed to avoid any major events. If anyone came looking for Mom, I'd help them and say Mom had just stepped out. One day after school, I was in the office when suddenly Paul rushed in. Paul was a senior and also my biggest ever crush. He had a huge cut on his leg. He was crying. He yelled, Burns! Then he fainted. When he woke up, though, he took my hand and said, You're pretty cool for a junior. I was going to be a nurse for the whole year if Paul thought it was cool. But, of course, the principal found out soon enough. He was furious and demanded to know why I had been lying to everyone. He even called my dad, who pretended he had no idea what I was up to, and encouraged my principal to suspend me. Luckily, I begged my way out of it. When I got home and confronted Dad, he said time off from school would be a good idea. There's lots of cleaning and chores at home to do. The next day, I went to school and found the nurse's office open. Was Mom back? I rushed inside, only to be sorely disappointed. There was a new nurse. Her name tag read Susan. But she looked really young, barely a few years older than me. She also wore a very tight uniform. A huge line of guys was already forming outside her office. Amy! I asked her how she knew me, and she took out something from her bag. I gasped when I saw what it was. My diary! I must have forgotten it here. Then she turned to the boys, who were all making up fake diseases to get her attention. She batted her eyes and said, Will you all please leave us alone? Immediately, they disappeared. Susan turned to me and grinned like a maniac. She said I had to come here to work with her every day. She giggled and said, I'm just here for the money. I hate this job. I hate everything. I knew she looked too young to be a nurse. I refused to help her, but she said if I didn't, she would show everyone my diary and tell everyone how sickeningly obsessed I was with Paul. Just then, Paul came in. Of course, he'd heard about the new attractive nurse. She told me to get out of the office and she started flirting with him. The next few weeks were horrible. Susan didn't know anything. If anyone came in, she would just tell me to deal with it or Google the symptoms. I was so scared she would accidentally kill someone. This one time, Mr. Davis came in to get an aspirin. Susan just said, Oh, I've got the worst headache. Is it okay if Amy helps you out? And then she accidentally tripped in front of him. He ended up giving her a foot massage. Worst of all, the one person who was always in the office now was Paul. He had completely forgotten I existed. One day, she looked at me and said, How come you're never invited to any of Paul's parties? They're so cool. My jaw dropped. I looked at him in shock. He was inviting the school nurse to parties? Was that even legal? At the end of the day, I went home so
pissed. And to my surprise, Susan was there chatting away with everybody. She was flirting shamelessly with my brother. I rushed in and demanded to know why she was there. And my dad said she was Anna's sister. I was shocked. Susan started laughing and said, "Your dad was the one who told me about the job. I was just having some fun with you." I was furious and I started yelling at her to get out of my house. But of course, Dad started yelling at me and said if I didn't behave, he'd kick me out. The next day, I got to school and was immediately called into the principal's office. He started saying that I had really crossed a line. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "Your stupid games may have ruined his life forever." Susan suddenly ran into the room crying and said she was so sorry that she had trusted me. I had no idea what she was talking about. She said angrily, "Oh, so you don't know what you've done to poor Paul?" I gasped. "Paul?" He said, "The nurse told him that I was so mad at Paul because he didn't like me, that I had switched his aspirin with some different and way stronger medicine. Now, he couldn't move one of his legs. You did this, you witch! You hurt my Paul?" As I was shouting, Paul rolled in. He was in a wheelchair. I rushed over to him and he yelled at me to stay away. "I hate you. I never want to see you again." I was heartbroken. I rushed out and ran home. At home, I found Dad's girlfriend on the phone. She saw me come in and started laughing like a hyena. Clearly, her sister had told her what she'd done. That was it. I went to my room, packed my bags, and left. Outside, I took the first bus going out of town. I got off the end of the line and looked for a homeless shelter. With time, I got a job and enrolled in a local high school. Life was okay for a while, but I was always really busy and short of money. One day, as I was leaving my job, a guy came up to me. He introduced himself as Martin, and he said he wanted to offer me a job. "I'll pay you a lot," he promised. I asked him what he had in mind, and he told me that he had an uncle who had been caught in a gold digger's trap. He said, "She's after his money. She forced him to run away with her, and she won't let him spend a penny on himself or anyone else." I agreed to the job, and he said all I had to do was help him expose her. I asked him to take me to them. He was psyched. He took me to his uncle's place. I had agreed that I would tell his uncle that I was her daughter and that she had abandoned me. As soon as I saw his uncle, though, I almost passed out. It was Mr. Mason. Just then, my mom walked out too. I couldn't believe my eyes. They were fighting. My mom was saying to him, "I would never cheat on you." They stopped in their tracks as soon as they saw me. "You!" he yelled at me. Mom started screaming at me too. She wanted to know why I was stalking her. "His nephew thinks you're a gold digger and wants you two to break up." Mason screamed at her. "So you're a gold digger and a cheater? I can't believe I ever loved you." Within 10 minutes, he had kicked us both out. Martin hugged me. "Thank you so much," he said, handing me an envelope full of money. Mom started yelling at me for trying to ruin her happiness. Martin looked at me in shock. He asked if I really was her daughter. I nodded yes. He snatched back the envelope and said, "Like mother, like daughter. Gold diggers." After that, he walked away. Mom was still angry and she wouldn't listen to me, so I decided to leave. But she said, "Since you're the reason I'm homeless, I'm coming with you." She followed me to my shelter and was a real pain the whole time. As soon as we got there, she dumped her bags onto a girl standing near the door. "Take these to my room," she said. The girl threw Mom's stuff on the ground and walked away. Then, my mom saw Mr. Dawson, the kind manager, and immediately tried flirting with him. His wife jumped out from behind him and glared at Mom. Mom took one look at her and stepped away. But the next day, she put on a red dress, went over to him and asked, "Do you need any help? I'm a qualified nurse." "Yes, your daughter was a very good nurse too." Mom laughed and said, "Her? She doesn't know anything." Everyone around us looked angry. They all liked me here and thought Mom was annoying. I dragged Mom away and told her, "They'll kick you out if you don't behave." But Mom wasn't willing to back off. She decided to follow me to work and told my manager that she was a much better server than I could ever be. I'd had enough. I yelled at her in the middle of the crowded restaurant and told her to get out. I had to ask security to take her outside. I went back to the shelter hoping she'd gone away, but I was in for a shock. At the shelter, there was someone else waiting for me with Mom. Dad. This was the last thing I needed. I started yelling at him and demanded to know why he was there. More importantly, why are you holding Mom's hand?
Mom just sat there blushing like a teen. Anna ran off with my money. He wanted us to come back and live with him. I burst out laughing and told him he deserved it, but Mom was suddenly ready to forgive him. I told them to do whatever they wanted, but that I was done. The two left the shelter and moved back home. At first, they would call me every day to ask for money, and when I refused, they sent me a gift. One day, I returned to find my room completely trashed. My roommate was inside crying. I was horrified and asked her what had happened. She angrily looked at me and said, "Why do you keep bringing your crazy family here?" The door flew open and my brother barged in. He demanded that I give him money and said, "I've got a kid now. I gotta feed him too. Give me money or else." I was furious. I kicked him out and said if he ever came back, I'd call the cops. Then I decided to move away. I applied to a college far away from my parents' town. I thought the drama was finally over, but I was so wrong. On the very first day of medical school, I saw someone else I'd hoped never to see again. Paul. As soon as he saw me, he jumped up and started waving at me. He came up to me and said, "Amy, I'm so sorry. All these years, I've been looking for you." He explained that a few weeks after I had left, he had found Susan making out with some guy. When he confronted her, she said there was no way she was dating a guy with a bad leg. She also said she'd only pretended to like me because you liked me. I told Paul it was okay, and I was over it, but he held my hand and said, "But I'm not over it. I love you." I couldn't believe Paul wanted to be with me. We started dating, and after a few months, everything was perfect. Until one day, Paul stopped talking to me out of the blue. At first, I couldn't understand why he was acting this way. But then, one evening, I saw him at a college party with another girl. But the real shock was when I saw who it was, the nightmare nurse. I was furious. I rushed up to him, and before he could say anything, Susan cut in. "Get away from him. He's my fiancé." Then she said something even worse. "We have a child." I was shocked. Paul reached for me, but I pushed him away. As I ran away, Susan called after me and said, "We're getting married next week. Come see the wedding." On the day of the wedding, I got a call from my brother. I hung up the first time, but he kept calling and said, "I can't find my son." He said his fiancée had disappeared with their son. I asked him who it was, although I had a pretty good feeling I knew the answer. I had to stop Paul. At the church, the crowd had gathered, and the girl was walking down the aisle. As the ceremony started, my brother burst through the door screaming, "That's my son!" Susan gasped and tried to hurry through the vows, but it was too late. Paul pulled back and, well, long story short, they didn't get married. In fact, my brother grabbed his son and told her never to talk to them again.
I was brought up in an orphanage by nuns who found me on their doorstep one night, wrapped in a soft blanket and wearing a gold pendant shaped like the sun. The nuns were never able to find out anything about my family, or maybe they never even tried. But I had all kinds of theories about my past.
Maybe I'm some princess stolen by an evil witch and sent here because she was jealous of my beauty. Or maybe you stole me and you keep me here because of the magical powers of my hair, just like Rapunzel. You touch my hair a lot, you know.
Yes, to pick lice. And trust me, this mousy nest on your head has no magical powers.
Maybe I'm from another planet, like Superman, and my parents dropped me at the orphanage because I wasn't safe on my planet. This necklace has to mean something. I probably have superpowers. Look, I can stare directly at the sun.
I went half blind, trying to prove that I could. All the kids thought I was a bit of a weirdo, and I guess I was. I never really felt like I belonged there. The only person I was close to was Anna, one of the janitors. She was the sweetest lady who'd always paid extra attention to me since I was little, and we had a special bond. One day when I was 10, I was going on about a new theory regarding my parents over breakfast when this kid named Brett flung oatmeal in my face.
Can you just shut up for once? We don't care where you came from. You're nobody special.
I'm special to someone out there. That's why they gave me this precious necklace, dummy.
But suddenly, Brett lunged at me and pulled at the necklace, breaking the chain and sending the pendant flying across the floor. I stood frozen in shock. Then fury took over and I pounced on him. Brett was rescued by some nuns soon enough, while Anna pulled me away to her room where I sobbed over my broken necklace.
I can't fix the chain, sweetie. But how about I put the pendant in this thread so you can still wear it?
Anna, do you think I'm special?
Everyone's special in their own way, Cass.
That's just another way of saying no one is. Well, I guess it's true in my case. My parents wouldn't have left me here if I was special.
Or maybe they loved you so much that they gave you up because they wanted you to have a better life than the one they could give you. Also, you're special to me.
Anna's words made me feel better, and something in my head shifted that day. If my parents wanted me to have a good life, I needed to get adopted by a nice family living in a nice house. They wouldn't want me spending my life here, but my attempts to get adopted didn't go well.
Why does my head look like a jelly bean?
And why do I look pregnant?
I was wondering about your head too. Maybe your brain is too small? And I thought you are pregnant and wanted an older sister for your baby. I'm totally up for it.
I guess I offended them because they didn't adopt me. I tried to impress more couples visiting the orphanage. I cracked jokes, sang them songs, memorized a bunch of science facts so they'd think I was super smart, but every meeting ended the same way. They left, always choosing someone else. And eventually, I gave up on the idea of ever getting adopted. I wasn't gonna put myself through the pain of rejection again. Then one time when I was 15, I was reading in the common room when I heard loud voices in the corridor. I stepped outside to see a new boy surrounded by a bunch of kids, including Brett. They'd taken his thick glasses and were passing them around and laughing. Then Brett threw them to the side and the poor boy dropped to the floor, blindly searching for them. What is wrong with you guys? Leave him alone.
Oh, chill out, loser. Unlike you, I'm getting adopted next week, so we're just having some fun before I go.
Do you need a reminder of the time I made you scream for your life? Do your new parents want a bald son? Brett gave me the stink eye before he and the others left, and the boy turned to me with a grateful smile. He told me his name was Mateo. Mateo and I had tons in common. We both liked pickles and super spicy food and scary movies, and we were both misfits as kids.
The only difference is that you don't let anyone bully you, and I can't stand up for myself.
Yes, you can, because you have me by your side now. You don't have to do it alone. Mateo and I became best friends, and my life was just better with him around. Of course, I started including him in my hangouts with Anna, but I could just sense he didn't like her at all. Like this one time, I asked Mateo to play board games with me and Anna after dinner, and he flat out refused.
I just don't like the way she keeps looking at me.
She has a slight squint in her eye, dude.
Then I guess it's just her vibe.
She's perfectly lovely.
Just yesterday, I saw her screaming at some little kids for spilling juice on the floor. I mean, they're kids. And the other night, I woke up and was getting myself some water when I saw her sneaking out. It was 2 a.m. Trust me, there's something shady about that woman.
It's her job to keep the floors clean, and those kids can be brats. And Anna is an adult. She doesn't have a curfew. Stop being so weird about her. But Mateo refused to hang out with Anna, and if she ever came to check up on me, Mateo would just leave. Of course, it didn't escape Anna's notice.
I don't understand why Mateo feels so uncomfortable around me.
He's just an introvert. Just give him time. He'll warm up to you.
Are you sure? I don't want you losing the only friend you have because of me.
Mateo had totally misunderstood Anna, and I was hoping I could knock some sense into him soon. But a few days later, I was summoned to the warden's office. I walked in and saw Mateo there with a young couple, and then he came running to me excitedly.
She's the girl I've been telling you about. She's been so amazing to me since I came here. If you're looking to adopt someone, it should be her, not me.
Mateo, what are you? But Mateo just shushed me and went on singing my praises as the couple smiled, then turned to the warden and told her they wanted to adopt us both. I couldn't believe my ears. I was finally getting adopted, and Mateo was gonna be my brother. Anna was thrilled for me too, and we spent the whole week packing. But on the last day, I was told that I wasn't getting adopted. Only Mateo was. What? Why?
They didn't give me a reason, but for now, you'll stay here. And Mateo, your new parents will pick you up soon, so you guys can say your goodbyes.
The warden walked away, and I broke down in tears. I don't understand. What changed?
I know you don't want to hear it, but I think Anna is behind this.
Mateo mentioned that a few days earlier, the couple's lawyer had come by the orphanage to drop some paperwork, and he had spotted Anna talking to him.
She said something about you having bipolar disorder and being a troublemaker.
What? You heard her say this exactly?
Well, not exactly, but I'm good with lip reading, and that's pretty much what she said.
Are you kidding me, Mateo? Accusing Anna for no good reason? No, your parents probably just decided it wasn't worth the trouble to adopt 2 kids after all.
Why don't we ask them?
No, thank you. I don't need to be humiliated to my face. Are you sure you want to go with these people? What if they change their mind about you one day too, huh?
I think you're wrong about them.
You know what? Just leave. I can see you're dying to go, but don't ruin the one good thing I have in my life, and that's Anna. I stormed off before he could say more, tears pouring down my face. We didn't have a proper goodbye, and I didn't stay in touch. A couple of years went by, and I started a job at a local grocery store to save up money for the future. One day, as I was heading out, I realized my uniform had a tear in the back. I went to Anna's room to ask for help, but she wasn't around. As I looked around for her sewing kit, my foot got caught in the carpet, and I fell on my face. As I groaned, I suddenly spotted a large wooden box under her bed. My curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it. There were stacks of cash inside, but my hands trembled as I picked up a picture of Anna with a woman who looked a lot like me, wearing my necklace. I went through the other documents in the box and saw my birth certificate, along with letters from someone asking about how I was doing. It didn't make any sense. Anna had my birth certificate, so she knew exactly when I was born and to whom. She actually knew my mother, and she'd lied to me about all this my entire life? I wanted to confront Anna immediately, but something stopped me. If she'd kept such a big secret, she would only lie to my face now. I took pictures of everything with my phone and quickly left her room. And later that night, I ran away from the orphanage. I messaged Mateo on Instagram saying it was an emergency, and thankfully, he agreed to meet me at a cafe. As he walked in, I instantly registered that he looked different.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm so sorry for not believing you, Mateo. You were right. Anna isn't who she seems. I told Mateo about everything I'd discovered.
I just knew it! My parents confirmed that Anna had said things about you to their lawyer, but I didn't reach out to you again because I didn't think you'd listen.
I wasn't ready to, but I do believe you now. I couldn't think of anyone else to go to, and I know you aren't happy to see me, but...
Cassie, of course I am. You're my best friend, and you are not going back to that orphanage.
Mateo took me to his mansion, which was beyond amazing. He had butlers and maids, a movie theater in his basement, 3 pools, a chef, and a masseuse. His parents were welcoming, and Mateo helped me hire a private investigator to follow up on the leads I'd found in Anna's room. He even lied for me when some police sent by the nuns showed up asking about me. With me, he was still great, but I could see he'd really changed. I couldn't ignore his pretentious wardrobe and his slicked back gel hair, and he always seemed overeager to please his parents, thanking them for every little thing, basking in their praise over his good grades, and taking an interest in everything they liked. Dude, did you even know anything about the painting your parents just bought you were praising so much? It looked pretty weird to me.
Of course I know. I researched the artist and all his works, and it's not weird, it's genius. Takes a refined eye to appreciate art.
His condescending comment annoyed me, but I brushed it off. The painting was ugly, period. And soon after, Mateo invited me to one of his school parties. He'd even picked out a dress for me, which looked expensive. He introduced me to his friends, each richer than the next. They all bragged about their money and their cars and made mean jokes about other kids in school. Then halfway through the party, a girl passing us by suddenly tripped, spilling her soda all over Mateo's shoes.
Oh my god, are you blind? These are limited edition Nikes.
I'm so sorry.
Meh. Is your apology gonna replace my shoes? I would insist that you get me new ones, but I'll let you off the hook. Just cause I know your dad's monthly salary wouldn't even cover it. Am I right?
As he and his friends laughed, something inside me snapped. Seriously? When did you become such a jerk? Have you forgotten your humble beginnings? Have you forgotten what it's like to be bullied? Mateo's face turned red as he tried to laugh it off, and he dragged me to the side.
What do you think you're doing?
Who have you turned into, man?
It's just an act, Cass. That's how everyone in my circle talks and acts. Don't make a big deal out of nothing. And the least you can do is not embarrass me in front of my friends, especially after everything I'm doing for you.
Wow, I don't even know what to say, except that I'll be out of your hair very soon. And with that, I just walked out of the party. I was so angry, I kept walking without thinking. But after a while, I realized I had no idea where I was. While I was hopefully waiting for a cab to turn up, I suddenly heard something behind me. But the second I turned around, a masked figure grabbed me and put a damp cloth on my face, and as I was dragged into the van, I blacked out. When I finally came around, I found myself on a chair, and I was somewhere familiar. Then I realized it was the horse shed at the orphanage, and minutes later, Anna appeared in front of me. Anna? How did I get here? What's going on?
Please, Cassie, you need to calm down.
Calm down? You don't get to tell me that after lying to me my whole life. Tell me the truth about everything in that wooden box under your bed. Anna started crying and then revealed the whole truth to me. She told me how my parents were millionaires who had met a boating accident when I was just a baby. As their only daughter, I was the sole heir of their massive fortune, business, and properties, which I would have full control over when I turned 18.
Your dad's younger brother was put in charge of you and your finances till you turned 18, and he would get a portion too, but he got greedy. He knew that in case something happened to you, the entire property would get transferred to the next of kin, which was him. That's why he asked me to move you to this orphanage on the other end of the country, then claimed you'd passed away due to some illness and faked the documents. And he's been paying me to look over you in the orphanage, making sure you didn't leave and start poking into your past.
So caring about me was all an act? You were just doing it for money? And why do you have a picture with my mom?
I do care about you, but I had to do it. My life is difficult. I've needed this money to take care of my own family. Also, I have that picture because your mom and I were friends a long time ago, but then we had a huge falling out.
So you haven't just been a lousy friend to me, but also my mom? You're despicable, and I won't let you or my uncle get away with this.
I can't let you go. If your uncle found out, he'd kill me.
I tried running out of there, but Anna was too fast and strong for me. I'd almost given up fighting her off when the door burst open and Mateo walked in with the police. Anna let go of me and tried to make a dash of it, but she was caught immediately and taken away. How did you even find me?
When you left the party, I followed you soon after. I figured you wouldn't know the way back, and I was looking for you when I saw you get kidnapped. I immediately called the police and told them the car's number, and they tracked it down.
That was quick thinking.
Listen, Cass, I'm really sorry. I know I've been such a jerk lately. I think what you said in the orphanage really stuck with me. What if my parents changed my mind about me too? I've been so afraid of losing them and my new life that I've been trying a little too hard to fit into this new world, but I hardly recognize myself anymore.
It takes courage to accept your mistakes, and I'm glad you could do it.
So, friends again?
Weren't we always? Oh, also, I won't be crashing at your place for too long. Apparently, I have an uncle to track down and a fortune to inherit. I turn 18 next week. Let's go home. I'll tell you all about it.
When I was 14, I woke up one day in a soft, comfortable bed that wasn't mine. I slowly got up. Oh, my head was really hurting. I looked around the huge room, and I had no idea how I'd gotten here. My eyes grew wide as I looked up at the walls, flecked with gold, and the heavy velvet curtains. One whole wall was taken up with a huge flat-screen TV. Where was I? All of a sudden, this old couple I'd never seen before came into the room, smiling at me. Who are you? Where are my parents? The woman said, "Don't be silly, Jihan. We are your parents." And she kept smiling at me like a lunatic. "What are you talking about? My name is Lisa, and I can't remember who my parents are, but I know that you aren't them." The old man started laughing. "Oh, what an imagination. Your name is Jihan Kanan. You're our daughter, and you live here in this house with us." I lay back on the crazy soft pillows. I was so confused, and my heart was pounding. I looked for my phone, but it wasn't in my pocket. Just then, this old, white-haired doctor came into the room. "You must rest, Miss Kanan. You took quite a hit on the head when you fell off your horse." Horse? I'd never sat on one in my life! Just as I lay back to fall asleep again, I saw the doctor winking at the old couple before he left the room. Something strange was going on here, but I was too tired to work it out at that moment. "Hi, I'm Lisa from Turkey, and this is the crazy story of how losing my memory made me a wealthy billionaire." But before I continue, please click like and subscribe. The next morning, I left the bedroom and went down the grand staircase to the breakfast room. The house was like a palace. There was a maid in the room, and she actually curtsied and said, "Good morning, Miss Kanan." I started to wish that this was actually my life. I figured I might as well eat before I left, so I sat down to have some salmon and poached eggs with some freshly squeezed orange juice.
If I had a breakfast fit for a princess every day, I think I would remember it. Once I was full, I started to walk towards the huge front door. I had to get out of this house of weirdness and figure out what had happened to me. Just then, a young guy came to me and said, "Hey, Jihan, where are you going?" This guy was so gorgeous. I basically swooned. He was smiling at me, and for a second, I almost thought about staying, but then I remembered that I wasn't Jihan, so I pushed him out of the way and went out the front door. The garden was the size of a football field. I started to run towards the massive gates at the end of the drive, still wearing the silk pajamas I'd woken up in. I could hear that boy shouting behind me, "Come back, Jihan!" But I kept running. Just then, I heard the roar of an engine. My dad was coming down the driveway towards me. "Please, Jihan, come back inside. You're not well." I had no choice. I walked back to the house and pushed the door open. With its solid gold door handle, the woman said, "You've taken quite a bump to the head, Jihan, so it's normal that your memory will be affected. I'm your mother, Mrs. Kanan, and this is your father, Mr. Kanan." He smiled. "This is our home, and yours too. As you can see, we are quite comfortable." That obviously meant that they were billionaires. Maybe this wasn't the worst thing to have happened to me. The hot boy said, "And I'm Oliver. I'm your cousin, just visiting from Switzerland. I'm going to help you until your memory comes back, okay?" He smiled, and I melted. They all seemed really nice, actually, even if they were weird. I mean, who cares? They were rich, and I didn't even know where else to go. Over the next few weeks, I slowly began to accept my new life. My name was Jihan, and I was now one of the elite. I was driven to school in a fancy limousine with 2 personal bodyguards. Turns out, Jihan was really popular at her school. The boys would fight over getting me food at lunch and asking me out on dates. The girls obviously saw me as the leader of the pack and were always getting me gifts. I loved all my teachers here and was acing all my exams. I even went abroad for an international math competition and brought the trophy home. My hair was colored by a celebrity hairstylist twice a month, and a makeup artist was part of the team that got me ready for school every day. I had a wardrobe full of designer clothes and shoes. The maids and the butler brought me snacks whenever I wanted, and my personal trainer kept me in shape. I didn't remember what dreams I had before, but this was the life of any girl's dreams. The mansion was a really bizarre place, though. Every other day, I'd lose my way and stumble into a strange new room. Once I walked into a room where a bunch of women were weaving yarn on spinning wheels. When I asked them who they were, they only looked at me and smiled. I ran off feeling rather creeped out. I could go anywhere in the mansion, except the last room in the west wing. I'd been told it was off limits, but my curiosity got the better of me one day, and I sneaked into it when no one was around. I looked around the huge room and felt a shiver go down my spine. It looked like an abandoned nursery. There was a wall covered entirely with a faded painting of baby cupids flying in the clouds. On a huge bookshelf were lots of stuffed animals and a collection of dolls. In one corner, there was a crib that looked like it had been recently polished. I picked up the pink blanket lying in it. Who did these belong to? "You're not supposed to be here." I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw Mrs. Kanan standing in the doorway with a strange smile on her face. I quickly mumbled that I'd lost my way and walked out. As she locked the door, I could feel her eyes following me. These people were definitely weirdos. I was riding my horse one day with Oliver when a man I'd never seen before approached the stables. I could hear him arguing with Oliver, and I rode my horse closer to hear what they were saying. The man was shouting, "I have to see her. You can't stop me." When I got closer, I could see the man was about 50 and looked half crazy with his torn clothes and bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, he spotted me and started staggering in my direction. "There you are. I know what you're doing. You're not getting away with this. Get away from here, or I'll call the police." Oliver pushed the man away roughly, but he wouldn't leave. When some guards started to approach him, the man turned and started to walk away, but he kept looking back at me for a while. When I asked Oliver who that man was, he said it was just some crazy homeless person. He pulled on the reins of my horse and we started to ride away. A year or so had passed of my amazing life as Jihan. One day when I walked into the living room, I found my parents talking to each other in low voices.
They stopped the minute I entered the room. "There you are, Jihan. We were just discussing that we want to move you to an elite private school, which will get you on track for going to the right university." I was really happy to hear it. And the best part was, Oliver was coming too. He was officially my best friend by now. The weird part was, they added 2 new bodyguards. I literally had my own entourage now. Oliver explained that if people realized I was related to the Canaans, someone might kidnap me for ransom. I shrugged. I always thought they were way too paranoid and weird about my security. I hit it off with everyone pretty quickly at my new school. The boys were swarming as usual, but I had my sights set instantly on a particular cutie, Ben. I was busy daydreaming of my first date with Ben when the teacher walked into the classroom with a new girl and introduced her as Brittany. She looked around and smiled at everyone, and suddenly our eyes met, and she looked like she'd seen a ghost. All the color just drained from her face. She stared at me for a few seconds before she walked to her seat in a daze. I could feel her glancing at me through the lesson. I wondered why she was acting so weird. During recess, I walked over to her and said, "Hi, I'm Jihan. I'm also kind of new around here. Want to come sit at my table?" She looked at me strangely, but after a few seconds, she smiled and said she'd love to. Brittany and I became friends pretty quickly. I found out that she was from a poor family and had made her way to this school on a scholarship. She'd often ask me about my family and would look at me and wonder as I told her about my life. I pretty much had everything she didn't. I decided to take Brittany under my wing. "You're so pretty, Britt. I'm gonna let my team do their magic on you. And I know just the place to get you a cute new wardrobe." I took Brittany to my favorite designer stores. As she was trying clothes on, I had to admit, she looked really good. As we were leaving the mall, I saw Ben from school walking towards us. I quickly stepped in front of Brittany to hide her from his view and said hi to him with a big smile. But he just said, "Can you move aside, Jihan? I came over to say hello to Brittany." His face looked like a heart emoji while he was talking to her, and I felt furious. The next day at school, I could tell how everyone was noticing Brittany a lot more than usual. Normally, when I walked in with my outfit of the day, I had girls oohing and eyeing over me, but today they were all over Brittany, telling her what good taste she had. She just smiled and accepted all the compliments. Like, "Hello, I handpicked that dress for you." At school a week later, we got a math test back. The teacher handed me my paper and said, "Brilliant work as usual, Jihan." But then he handed Brittany her paper and said, "And even better work from you, Brittany. Top of the class." I tried to look like I didn't care, but I felt like I'd been slapped. Was Brittany actually smarter than me? Ugh. I felt so mad at her. At lunch, I decided not to sit with her, but then I noticed that a lot of my friends were going over to her table, and if Ben was any closer to her, he'd be sitting in her lap. As I went through my phone, I saw a selfie she'd just put up with Ben 2 minutes ago, and it already had 300 likes. Seriously? Was she an influencer now? Just then, Oliver came and sat at my table, laughing. "Man, that Brittany sure is funny. Oh, guess this riddle she just told me. 10 fat ladies tried to fit under a small umbrella, but none of them got wet. How did they do it?" Ugh, I don't care. It wasn't raining. And he burst out laughing while I rolled my eyes. That wasn't even funny. I couldn't believe I ever felt sorry for this witch. I really needed to put Brittany in her place, and I knew just where to do it. The tennis court. All those private lessons from Serena Williams' coach were about to pay off. I playfully challenged Brittany to a one-on-one game, and she instantly agreed. Half the school had gathered to watch us play. I knew she played tennis, but I had no idea she was this good. She was giving me a really hard time out there, but I had the lead. I smirked at her across the court as the crowd cheered for me. She served the next ball so viciously, I couldn't even react as it headed for me at bullet speed. It hit me straight in the forehead, and I flew in the air and fell backwards. My head hit the ground, and everything went black. When I came around, the coach and a bunch of people were gathered around me, looking anxiously. I spotted Brittany's worried face, and suddenly it felt like a switch had been turned on in my head. I suddenly knew exactly who I was, and I also knew exactly who Brittany was. The competitive little witch. I drifted off to unconsciousness again. Later that night, as the Canaans flew about here and there to get me food and make me comfortable, I couldn't help smiling to myself. I'd finally figured everything out, but I wasn't letting them in on my secret. Not yet. The next day at school, Brittany ran over to me, looking really sorry. "Listen, Jihan, I never meant to actually hurt you," but I simply ignored her and walked away. I kept ignoring her every day for the next 2 weeks. Then one day, she stopped me in the hallway. "What's going on?" "Listen, you creep, I know you, and I know what you're doing."
You got your memory back? Yeah, and there's no way I'm coming to live with you and your crazy family. I'm staying with the wealthy old couple. Listen, I know the Canaans have many connections, but you know I have a way to ruin you and them, and there's nothing you can do about it. What do you want? I want to live with the Canaans. You need to convince them to keep me. I swear, Lisa, you'll regret it if you don't. A few days later, Brittany moved in. It wasn't hard to convince my parents. They agreed immediately. The Canaans gave her the bedroom next to mine. I was so angry to have her with us. After putting up with her snooty behavior both at school and home for the next few weeks, I'd had enough. I wasn't going to let her hold anything over me, even if it might cost me my perfect life. I went to see my biological mother to tell her everything the Canaans have been doing. The house was old and dirty, even worse than what I remembered. The door was already opened, and I entered to see my mom asleep on the couch. "Mom, it's Lisa, your daughter." Half asleep, Mom mumbled, "Yeah, what do you want?" "Mom, I'm back." Mom got up lazily and looked at me like nothing had happened. "You're not supposed to be here. I sent your sister to you. Enjoy her company. Now leave and shut the door behind you." I was super shocked. She gave me away? What was going on? I decided to ask the Canaans about all this. When I reached home, I found everyone celebrating Brittany's birthday. They were having the biggest party ever, and all the important and wealthy people were there. They didn't even think about letting me know. I spotted Brittany, and she was all over Oliver. She was hugging him and touching his face. I took her aside furiously. "Stay away from him. He's mine." "Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it?" "Listen, I don't know what you and Mom are up to. I went to her old house and she kicked me out." "Oh, yeah. She gave you away to the Canaans when you lost your memory. Dad left and she was poor. She had to give away her least favorite child, and that's you." I yelled at everyone to stop this stupid party. The Canaans looked terrified and asked everyone to leave. When the guests were leaving, I heard a familiar voice. As the crowd parted, I saw Mom. "Oh, I invited her." Mom entered, glaring furiously at the Canaans. "Where's my money, you thieves?" "Let's just discuss this privately. I don't give you my daughters for free. It's not my fault that you can't have children. You want children? You pay to have them." "Okay, so Mom gave me away to get money from them?" "Mom, it's okay that they're late to pay this month. I spent a lot of their money recently. Be a little patient, Mom." "A monthly payment? What on earth is going on?" Suddenly we heard a loud noise, and a huge old man entered the room with our bodyguards trying to stop him. He smelled so bad, and then I saw his face. It was the man who had come years ago when Oliver and I were riding our horses. I remember exactly who he was now. He was my dad. Mom looked shocked and furious to see him. "What on earth are you doing here?" Dad glared at her. "Oh, you thought I wouldn't find out what you've been up to? If you're making money off our daughters, I want my share." Mrs. Canaan turned to me with tears in her eyes. "Can't you see how crazy your parents are? We're sorry we lied to you, but we really love you and we can give you everything you truly deserve." Looking at my own parents and then at the Canaans, I made a decision. "I want you to legally adopt me and Brittany. These people don't deserve to have us, and you don't have to pay them another lira ever again." Brittany looked ecstatic, and the Canaans hugged us both in delight as the guards carried away our screaming parents. Brittany and I improved our relationship and became closer. We both graduated from the best colleges in the country. Today, 8 years later, we are celebrating Brittany's wedding. And no, our biological parents weren't invited. Hi, I'm Maria from Monterrey, Mexico. Please like and subscribe. I don't mean to brag, but I'm the front woman for the coolest band in town. Okay, I meant to brag a little bit. We rocked. There were 3 of us, me on guitar and lead vocals, Pablo on bass, and Noemi on drums. Crowds loved us. Or at least the crowds at our local high school and the music clubs did. We hadn't been on a big tour or anything like that yet, but I really wanted to show the world what we could do. I imagined us playing in front of sold-out crowds in Tokyo, LA, Buenos Aires, Paris. We just needed someone who believed in us enough to pay for it. Pablo didn't care about fame or record deals like I did. He was in it for the love of music. I was too, but I wanted to share our music with everyone everywhere. Pablo just wanted to rock out for our local fans. After school, we were rehearsing in my garage for our show that night. We had this year's Battle of the Bands coming up too. We came in second last year, and Pablo's still mad about it. The band who beat us, the Pink Ponies, were really good though. Plus, the girls were nice, so I didn't mind. But this year, we were gonna win. Did you guys hear? There are supposed to be some VIPs at the concert tonight. Like who?
Who cares? We don't play music for those guys. We play for our fans. Why not both? I think Noemi regretted bringing it up, but I'm glad she did. That night, I wore my most fire outfit. If there really were going to be some VIPs there, I wanted to make an impression. In the green room, we put our hands in like we always do before starting a show. Then we lifted our hands at the same time, cheered, and strutted out onto the stage. The venue was packed. There must have been a few hundred people there. You'd probably think I was nervous, but I wasn't. This was where I felt most at home. On stage with a guitar in my hands and a mic in front of me, I strummed the first chord and the crowd went nuts. It wasn't always like this. When I was younger, I was super shy. Even my parents thought I was a wallflower. All the other kids seemed so free and joyful, but I didn't know how to be myself like that. I was always stuck in my own head. Then one day in class, we were reading a play. It was a musical, but all my classmates and even the teacher were just reading the words in a monotone voice like a robot. When it was my turn to read a part, I started to sing. I don't even know why I did that. I wasn't planning to or anything, but in the moment, inspiration struck and the notes just poured out of me. Everyone stopped what they were doing. The sleeping students woke up to listen, and the ones who were already awake sat up straight. When I finished, the whole room burst into applause. Later that day at recess, Pablo approached me. He had never said a word to me before then. Not because he was a jerk or anything, I just kept to myself mostly. He said he was starting a band and wanted to know if I would join. Fast forward to now, and here we are performing together for a sold-out crowd. Pablo slapped the bass while I busted out a guitar solo. Noemi played her heart out on the drums. After the show, we stayed at the club to hang out and meet some of our fans. Excuse me.
A man in a fancy suit approached us. His suit looked like it cost more than my guitar. He stood out from our other fans. He didn't seem like he was from around here.
I'm Darren Smith. I work for MSA Records. You guys put on one heck of a show.
Thanks so much.
I'd love to have you guys drop by for a meeting. We have a lot to discuss.
We do?
Absolutely. I see a very bright future for the band. With my label's help, your name will be in the lights.
He handed me a business card, flashed a $1 million grin, and left. Wow, I had so much fun playing that night that I had completely forgotten about the VIPs. But now, a big shot at a hot new record label wanted to collaborate? Things were really working out. At the record label building, Noemi, Pablo, and I all sat down for our meeting. There were plaques and awards on the walls and glossy photos of some incredible artists and bands. I had always aimed to be in the same league as those artists, but now someone important thought so too. Pablo wasn't nearly as excited as I was. He seemed skeptical, but that's just how he was. He had a hard time trusting people. Noemi was much more chill. She was the type to go with the flow.
I'll cut to the chase. I think you guys are the real deal, and I'd like to sign you. How does that sound to you?
Sounds amazing.
We need to see the contract first.
What they said.
Of course. I think you'll find it's more than generous. Your tour, equipment, sound guy, roadies, all of it will be fully paid for by the label, along with generous compensation.
The three of us looked over the contract. My eyes bugged out at 2 words. Global tour.
Hold on. What's this part about a 4th band member? That's part of the deal. You guys are good now, but imagine how great you could be with a 2nd guitar player. It'll really round out your sound.
Do we get to choose the new member?
I'm afraid not. The label's already picked someone, but I have no doubts he'll be a fantastic addition to your band.
Just then, maybe the hottest guy I'd ever seen walked into the room. He had a pierced ear and this floppy hair that covered one eye. I wanted to brush it for him.
Guys, I'd like you to meet your new rhythm guitar player, Tommy. Tommy is a killer musician. He also happens to be my son.
Tommy jammed his hands in his pockets, nodding to us casually. Noemi and I made moon eyes at him, while Pablo gave him the death stare.
What do you say? Do we have a deal? We'll think about it.
Yes, we have a deal! The next day, we had our first rehearsal as a 4-piece. Tommy was late.
Unbelievable. This jerk hasn't even been in the band for a full day and he's already late? How do we even know he can play? Why doesn't he have his own band? He needed daddy to pull some strings.
Pablo, at least give him a chance. What if he's great? Just then, Tommy appeared. He already had his guitar plugged in. He didn't say a word. I was mortified. Had he heard what Pablo just said about him? I wanted to throw something at Pablo, but I needed to keep my cool. What if Tommy went back to his dad and said we weren't ready and they canceled the tour? Tommy started to play. He was shredding.
I'd never seen fingers move that fast before. It looked like little lightning bolts were coming off his guitar. Noemi nodded along, then kicked in on the drums. I strummed some chords, and even Pablo was impressed and joined in on bass.
That good enough for you?
Noemi and I definitely thought so.
Not bad, man. You've got some chops. Sorry I judged you.
We were all feeling great after the rehearsal. Now that we had Tommy on guitar, there was no way we wouldn't win the Battle of the Bands this year. Tommy hung back after Noemi and Pablo left.
Hey, I was hoping we could talk alone for a minute.
I could feel my palms start to sweat. Maybe he wanted to practice one-on-one.
My dad told me to say this to you before sharing it with the rest of the band.
Of course, he was only talking to me because his dad asked him to.
He wants to make some changes to the band's image, punch things up a little. If we're gonna be performing all over the world, the band can't wear the same clothes on stage that they do in geometry class.
I don't know if Noemi and Pablo will go for that.
He thought they might resist. That's why they should hear it from you. You're the leader of this band, Maria. They'll listen to you.
I had never thought of myself as the leader before. We were all equally important. But Tommy wasn't wrong that Pablo and Noemi listened to me. And besides, what harm could it do to dress up a bit? It's not like he was asking us to change our music. And at the end of the day, that's what really mattered. I'll talk to them.
Thanks, Maria. I knew I could count on you. Just one more thing. My dad wants to move up the dates of the tour. We leave Saturday.
But the Battle of the Bands is Saturday. We've spent all year preparing for it.
Who cares about some local competition? It's a bunch of townies who will never go anywhere. I'm talking about a global tour here.
He took my hands just then.
Maria, my dad thinks you could really be a star.
And what do you think?
I think he's right.
That night, I called an emergency band meeting at our favorite club. I hoped that would soften the blow, but I was still nervous to break the news. So, it looks like our tour dates have changed. They want us to leave for Europe on Saturday.
You told them no, right? We can't miss the Battle of the Bands.
I said we'd do it. And not only that, they have these new outfits they want us to wear.
Sorry, who made you dictator? Last time I checked, we all got an equal vote. And I vote we play Battle of the Bands like we planned, in our normal clothes. Noemi, what's your vote?
Battle of the Bands.
Sorry, Maria. Can I see the outfits, though?
Guys, this is a global tour, just like we always wanted.
No, that's what you always wanted, not us. You've changed, Maria. Some new guy joins the band and suddenly you don't care what anyone else thinks but him? It's selfish.
There's nothing wrong with having big dreams. Sorry I have higher hopes for the band than just playing in the same old clubs all the time for the same old townies. I felt guilty immediately. I really loved our fans. I didn't mean to insult anyone. Pablo just made me so frustrated sometimes. He stared at me. He was mad, I knew that. But there was something else there too, like he was hurt.
Have fun in Europe.
Pablo stormed off. Noemi looked guilty. I felt bad for getting her caught in the middle like that. You know I always support you, Maria. Just be careful. Tommy doesn't know you like we do. He might not have your best interests at heart. She hugged me. Text me when you go to the Eiffel Tower. At the record label the next morning, I broke the bad news. I told Darren and Tommy that Pablo and Noemi weren't coming. There was no way we could do the tour without them.
What are you talking about? Of course you can. Drummers and bassists are a dime a dozen. The label will just hire new ones. You and Tommy are the faces of the band anyway.
I didn't like him talking about my friends like that, like they were replaceable. Had this been the plan all along? To get rid of Pablo and Noemi? Stop it, Maria, I told myself. You're about to live your dream. Pablo and Noemi chose to stay behind. You tried to convince them, and they said no. That Saturday, I watched the planes take off as we arrived at the airport. I started to get excited. This time tomorrow, I would be in Paris. Later, Tommy and I were waiting in the terminal for a flight to start boarding. I glanced over at Tommy's phone. He was browsing photos of our recent rehearsals. I looked closer. Every single photo was of himself. You couldn't even see me or Pablo or Noemi. Doubts started to nag at me again. I thought back on all the great times my band and I had shared together. The day Pablo approached me at recess. Our first jam session. The three of us at that late-night diner after our shows. The new guitar strap Pablo gave me for my birthday. Suddenly, I stood up.
The plane's not boarding yet.
I grabbed my guitar case and started to run.
My dad spent a lot of money on this tour.
Looks like you're playing solo. I raced outside and took the first taxi I could find. I just hoped I'd get there in time. The venue was crazy busy when I got there. People were squeezed in shoulder to shoulder.
I could barely move. The Pink Ponies were playing up a storm on stage. The good news was that meant our band hadn't played yet. The bad news was the Pink Ponies sounded amazing. They were gonna be hard to beat. Backstage, I found Noemi and Pablo getting ready. Guys, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made a decision without asking what you both wanted first. I got carried away, but this is what matters. Right here, us. They were silent. I was scared. Maybe they wouldn't take me back. Maybe it was too late.
Come on, we've got a competition to win.
Welcome back, Maria. Noemi spun her drumstick and grinned at me. It was our turn to take the stage. We played the best show of our lives. It felt so good to be back on stage with my friends. Afterwards, we waited to hear the judge's verdict. Pablo asked to speak to me privately.
Sorry if I was a jerk. I just remember how quiet you used to be before you started singing. And then you found your voice, and you were incredible. Don't let anyone ever take your voice away.
I'm sorry too. I guess I really believed for a second that I could be a star one day. That's what Tommy said.
He was wrong.
Of course you don't think I could be. To you, I'm just plain old Maria.
Maria, he was wrong to say one day. You're a star now.
And then something crazy happened. Pablo leaned in and kissed me. It turned out he had had a crush on me since forever, but he was worried acting on it might hurt the band. But I was glad he did. There was nothing that could stop us now. Noemi joined us as the judges stood to announce the winner, the Pink Ponies, in second place. And in first place, us. We jumped up and down and hugged each other. One day, we would play a show in Europe. But right now, I couldn't have been happier to be where I was.
Hi there. My name is Angela, and ever since the 9th grade, my life has been one wild ride. Everything literally changed for me overnight. I never thought that a single fall could completely change my luck. The day I'm talking about started like any other. At school, things were exactly how I liked them. No one spoke to me, and I didn't speak to them. That is, until I got a message from my friend that she was waiting for me outside the debate room. I remembered the meeting we had scheduled, so I ran like crazy. Guess who I ran headfirst into? The king of football, Ross. As if that wasn't bad enough, I spilled my juice on his white shorts, but he grabbed his things and stormed away. I looked down at all of my things scattered around me. That's when I noticed something wasn't mine. I picked it up. A lottery ticket. I jumped to my feet and turned to call Ross's name just as he turned the corner. He turned around and looked me straight in the eyes. He shook his head and scoffed before continuing on his way. I wanted to give him back his ticket, but there was no way I was facing him again. Not in this lifetime. I spent the rest of my classes trying to devise a clever way of getting the lottery ticket back to him when a great idea came to me. I'd slide it into his locker. That way, I wouldn't have to talk to him. After school, I put the ticket in a small white envelope. For fun's sake, I stuck a small heart onto it. It's not like he'd know I sent it, I thought gleefully as I approached his locker and headed straight into the most embarrassing moment of my life. Just as I took out the envelope, Ross and his girlfriend Maria appeared. She snatched it out of my hand and looked at the heart. Oh no, I thought. Please no. But to my utter horror, she began laughing and said I was trying to give him a love letter. I tried to tell her that it wasn't a letter at all, when Ross looked at me and literally snarled, "Get out of here, you idiot," he yelled. He said I was a weirdo and a stalker. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten this morning's event. He snatched the envelope from Maria and threw it in my face. I was humiliated. When I got home, I threw my backpack on the ground and the lottery ticket fluttered out of the side pocket. I snatched it up off the ground, crinkled it up, and threw it in the trash. Stupid ticket. As luck would have it, I was late for school the next morning. I rushed to school and saw something that left me speechless. Ross and his girlfriend had gone crazy, or so it seemed. They were emptying trash cans all over the place, and other students were laughing at them. I hung around in the shadows, trying to figure out what had happened when I overheard a kid say that someone in our small town had won the $1.2 billion jackpot last night. My mind went straight to the ticket I had thrown in the trash. He then said that nobody had claimed the ticket yet, and Ross had lost one.
which could be the winner. I walked away with my heart racing, wondering if I could possibly have the winning ticket. And then I remembered something horrible. It was trash day. Panic took over. I needed to get back home as soon as possible. To get out of school, I faked being ill. But the nurse didn't buy it and suggested that I just rest for a little bit in her office. I knew if I was going to get back home before the garbage man came, I needed to do something drastic. So I pretended to faint, but I ended up actually hitting my head really, really hard on the bedstand. On the bright side, though, I got sent home. Once home, I rushed upstairs as quickly as I could while pretending to be ill. I tried to convince my mom that the best thing for me would be fresh air, but she wasn't falling for it and sent me back to my room. I tried to think of another way to get out when I heard the garbage truck down the road. I had to do something right now. I had no choice but to sprint out of the house and deal with the consequences later. I rushed down the stairs, tiptoed out of the back door, and ran towards the dumpster as if I were being chased by bees. Things were about to get really dirty. I jumped straight into the dumpster and started going through the bags like a maniac. Oh God, whose trash is this? No one eats stinky tuna out of the can at my place. And what's this weird pink stone? I just chucked it all out and moved on to the next bag. I couldn't see that lottery ticket anywhere. I climbed out of the dumpster feeling completely defeated and covered in gross stuff. The garbage truck had pulled up by now, and clearly the driver thought I was insane, but he just picked the bags up and drove off. I went to my room, slammed the door, and kicked my wastebasket over. And that's when I saw it. The lottery ticket. It must have fallen out when my mom emptied out the wastebaskets. I snatched it up, then went straight to the lottery website on my phone. My heart was racing. The first number matched, then the second, the third. Oh my God. Now I just needed the fourth number. Wait, what? The fourth number didn't match. Just like that? I couldn't believe it. I was this close. I stared at the numbers again and again, but they weren't about to change. I had lost, and I had a concussion, and I stank like fish. Officially the world's unluckiest person. Later that night, I was skimming through my Instagram feed when I saw a post that made me sit straight up in bed. It was an ad offering $2,000 to the person who found a weird pink stone. Now, where had I seen one of those today? I tiptoed out of the back door quietly, again, and made my way to the dumpster again, and looked around the ground with my phone's flashlight, and my heart skipped a beat when the light caught something shiny. It looked exactly like the stone in the ad. And if someone was willing to pay $2,000 to someone just for finding it, I wondered how much it was actually worth. I quickly picked it up and went back inside, hardly able to sleep that night with excitement. The very next morning, I got off the school bus midway in town and headed straight to Mr. Clark's jewelry and antique store. I'd worked there last summer, and if anyone could tell me the value of this stone, it was old Mr. Clark. His eyes sparkled as he held it up and inspected it in the light. Then, under a special microscope he was taking his sweet time. Finally, he told me that it was a really rare and valuable stone, probably worth millions. I tried to act cool, but I actually wanted to jump up and down for joy. I was going to be so rich. He asked me curiously where I'd gotten it from, and I said casually that it was my grandma's, and I was just having it checked out for her. Then I was out of there. Only millions, eh? You liar. I could tell it was worth more just by the look in his eyes. He called me the next day and asked me if I could meet him again at the store. I wasn't surprised. I knew he wanted this stone, but I wasn't going to let him trick me into settling for less. And he could certainly afford to pay whatever price I asked for. Everyone knew how crazy rich Mr. Clark was. He lived in a 50-acre mansion, and he had a tiger for a pet. And holding on to the stone in my pocket tightly, I told him that I wouldn't accept a penny less than $1 billion. He looked at me for a moment, whipped out his checkbook, scribbled something, and handed me a check. My eyes were about to pop out of my head. He'd actually given me $1.2 billion. I handed him the stone. We shook hands, and I walked out, completely dazed. What? I was a billionaire. Life changed for me overnight. I went from Lady Unlucky to Lady Luck. I went on secret shopping sprees and hired a personal driver to be on standby and take me anywhere I wanted to go at any time. I obviously had to be careful not to get caught by my parents, so I lied a bit. At school, though, Things were wild. I could throw the craziest parties and take everyone to the coolest concerts. Everyone loved me. Within a year, I had become the queen. I could buy little things here and there for people, and because of it, they all worshipped me. Best of all, Ross wanted to date me. Ha! He was still a big meanie to others, though, so I played him a little. I knew I could get away with it now. I made him write me a love letter and then humiliated him for it in front of everyone. The tables had turned. I would much rather date Kevin. Kevin was a total babe. Everything was great, but towards the end of the year, I overheard my parents crying in the kitchen when my dad got home from work one evening. I stuck around to eavesdrop. They were talking about how my dad had lost his job. They didn't know what they were going to do and were concerned about not being able to pay for the house anymore. I couldn't believe it. What was the point of their fancy college degrees if they didn't even ever use their brain? It's up there for a reason, you know. That's why poor people stay poor. I had the smarts to know what something was worth, and I knew how to make the money for it. I could help my parents, but then I would have to tell them that I sold something that wasn't mine. And even worse, my money might get taken away. I couldn't risk it, so I snuck away. I'd deal with this later. At the end of the school year, all the popular kids were planning to go to the Bahamas for a trip. I told Mom and Dad that I was going away for a summer vacation, and they were glad to have time to work a few more odd jobs. I kind of felt sorry for them, so I snuck $100 into my dad's wallet. It ended up being 7 of us in total, and I paid for everything. I mean everything. From hotels to room service, we even had 24/7 butlers and a private jet. I bought everyone the best food and treatments. I even paid for a few folks, including myself, to get private surfing lessons. It was awesome, and I was totally happy. At least, so I thought. One day, while I was surfing, I sprained my ankle. I was in terrible pain and freaked out. My surf teachers and 24/7 butlers all came to my aid and rushed me to the hospital. But only Kevin came to see me. I was pleased to see him, but he could only stay a bit, and then he went out to take his mom's call and didn't come back till the next day. I needed some time to heal before going home, so I called my parents and told them that I had won a contest and got to stay for an extra week. They were so preoccupied trying to figure out how to keep paying the bills that they didn't even question things too much. I assumed my friends would want to stay a while longer, but everyone except Kevin said they had to leave. At least I had Kevin, but he had been acting a bit weird. He was always outside. He barely stayed in with me, and when he did, he was always smiling at his phone. It was difficult to always be limping around. When I finally got better, I thought I'd surprise him at the beach, but I was in for a real shock. At the beach, I found him making out with a local, and she was wearing my clothes. This was why he'd stayed. I was devastated. I rushed home the next day. Once I got back home, I was too embarrassed to tell everyone how heartbroken I was, because everyone seemed happy. When they all insisted I throw a big party that weekend, I rented out a huge warehouse and hired interior designers to decorate everything. I even hired bouncers. The whole upcoming senior class was invited. It would be epic and would finally show Kevin he was a sucker for cheating on me with some dumb, broke girl. As expected, the party was absolutely insane. Just about everyone showed up. People were dancing everywhere, and the whole warehouse was full. It started off great, but as the night went on, things got out of control, and I stopped having fun. The cops showed up and busted the party. We were all underage, so we were all in deep trouble. But the worst thing wasn't getting caught. It was when everyone blamed me and told the cops I was to blame for it. Traitors. After everything I'd done for them, of course, the cops took me to a police car and called my parents. And needless to say, my parents were livid. At first, they couldn't believe the cops had the right people, as there was no way in hell Mom and Dad could afford such a wild party. I was so dead. I had to come clean. But I told them there was no way I'd give up my money. They said I was grounded, and I laughed in their faces. I told them I could move into a house easy peasy. In fact, I told them I could pay rent to stay here. Mom was so mad. She almost choked, but Dad looked at me sadly and said he needed the money, so he agreed. Ha! For a whole week, they didn't even speak to me. I came home and went as I pleased. And after the police incident, everyone knew I had won the lottery. Life at school was back to normal. I was throwing parties, and I didn't have to worry about Mom and Dad at all. That's when I noticed my money was beginning to dwindle. I figured I'd have to learn to be more careful, and that's when the worst thing imaginable happened. I was on my way back from school when a van pulled up next to my car, and 3 armed men jumped out and banged on the doors. They broke the windows and hit my driver on the head. It knocked him out. The 3 of them grabbed me and dragged me out of the car. They quickly pushed me into the van and we sped off. They put me in a dark room where I was blindfolded. They said they wanted the $1.2 billion. I told them I'd spent it all, but they knew I was lying. They called my parents and demanded the money, but my parents said they had no idea where I kept it. The kidnappers didn't believe them. They said I would rot here forever if I didn't give them exactly $1.2 billion. I asked them why they needed the exact sum when I didn't even have it. When finally one of them pulled off their mask and lifted my blindfold, I gasped. It was Ross. He said he knew I'd stolen his ticket. I tried to explain that I hadn't, but he punched the wall. Ugh, this jerk thinks the ticket was the winner. Man, I have to deal with this now? He said he had needed that money to go to college, but because I'd robbed him, he couldn't go anymore. I cried and said I was sorry, but it was useless. He wouldn't let me go. When he finally believed that I'd spent most of the money, he left the room with the others and said I would rot there. He locked the door and left. I was petrified. I banged on the door, but no one opened. I started crying. What have I gotten into? Why wasn't anybody looking for me? Where were my friends? I was sure I would never escape. I fell asleep crying. When I finally opened my eyes, I saw a bright light. Had I died? Mom and Dad would be heartbroken. They still loved me, even though I'd been such a horrible person. That's when I heard Mom sobbing. I finally managed to focus on everything around me. I was in a hospital, and there were all sorts of tubes running through me. I asked what happened, and they said Ross had tried to break into the house. As they had expected it, the police managed to catch him, and he told them where I was. The police inspector said if I'd been there any longer, I would have lost my life. I had been in that room for 3 days without food or water. He said I was the luckiest person he knew.